a 5, 6, 7 day. But certainly, yeah, that was a lot of testimony across the board. Obviously, you had the state use of force expert, the retained expert, Sergeant Steiger from the Los Angeles Police Department. He came in, analyzed the case, said at least initially the officers were okay with using some levels of force on George Floyd, who wasn't compliant, who wasn't getting in the squad car, but eventually found that they had an absolute duty to get up off of him once he's prone, once he's handcuffed, once he's no longer, resisting in any way, shape, or form. He talked about the pressure on George Floyd, holding him face down, the violations of, objective police practices there. And then the other one who I want to kind of wrap up his testimony was Special Agent Ryerson, the case lead, the lead investigator from the BCA. Of course, the state was called in after this deadly incident, and Special Agent Ryerson had talked about how Derek Chauvin kept his knee, kept pressure on George Floyd well after George Floyd stopped talking and well after he stopped moving. And if we can, I have a story queued up that we kind of wrapped up the day in testimony yesterday. So let's look back at Special Agent Ryerson's testimony.
The state's hired national use of force expert, Los Angeles Police Sergeant Jody Steiger, wrapping up his testimony on Wednesday. Breaking down body-worn camera footage, Sergeant Steiger concluded that it captured defendant Derek Chauvin executing a, quote, pain compliance technique on George Floyd as Chauvin pinned Floyd, handcuffed, face down outside of Cup Foods. Sergeant Steiger explaining an officer will squeeze a subject's hand in this type of position to force the person to obey commands. Steiger telling the jury Chauvin and the other officers had a duty to get up off a dying Floyd once Floyd was on the ground, no longer resisting.
All right, obviously some technical issues there. I apologize about that, BC, but it was giving us, trying to give you just a kind of final conclusion on Wednesday's day in court. Of course, now all the focus today, medical, the state's case turning away from the experts in terms of use of force, in terms of police policies and practices, and now we get into the medical.
All right, Paul Bloom reporting for us live from downtown Minneapolis, just outside the Hennepin County Government Center. And again, we are expecting for court proceedings to resume in about 10 minutes. And as soon as they do, we will take you inside the courthouse for our continuing coverage. In the meantime, we want to bring in our legal analysis for the day, one of two for the day, Hamlin Law Professor Joseph Daly. He joins us. He, for full disclosure, defense attorney Eric Nelson was once a student of Professor Daly's. He's also worked with State Attorney General Keith Ellison. First and foremost, good morning, and thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you, BC. Thank you.
My first question for you is, Professor, what were your biggest moments yesterday watching this trial?
Not just yesterday, but overall, I would say the people that impressed me the most were almost all of the beginning witnesses and the emotional aspects of that, showing of the video and then their emotions behind the video was one. Lieutenant Zimmerman, who to me came right out of Central Casting. You couldn't have found a better witness on behalf of the prosecution. I think he was skillful, appealing, experienced. I think he made a big impression. Then also Lieutenant Murcell, the use of force expert who teaches the police officers. And then I think finally, Special Agent Ryerson. Those grouping of people have really impressed me in terms of thinking about it from the perspective of being a professor who teaches trial skills. the kind of impact that each of those people have made on the jury.
Professor, George Floyd's drug use coming into focus again during testimony and photo evidence that was brought up. I'm interested to hear your take. There was a video clip that the defense brought up, played during the trial, and in that clip, George Floyd, the defense says, is saying, "I ate too many drugs," but a BCA agent who had first agreed with the defense kind of backtracked and said, "You know what? No, I think George Floyd said, I ain't do no drugs." Is this a significant turning point, at least for yesterday in this trial?
I don't think so. I think the forensic scientists have pretty much let the jury know that Mr. Floyd had taken drugs and that drugs were in his system, and that even one of the pills that were found had his saliva on it. So I think whether he is saying, I ain't taking them drugs or I ate drugs, I'm not so sure that's so significant from the perspective of the jury hearing this. They are going to know that he had fentanyl and amphetamines in his system.
And can you just tell us from a law perspective what it is that the state has to prove and what it is, if anything, that the defense has to prove?
Well, the very first thing they have to prove is cause of death. That's an element in each of the three crimes that Mr. Chauvin is charged with. He has to be the person who caused the death, his actions. And so we haven't really yet heard, except from Dr. Langenfeld, some peripheral discussion on cause of death. But we're going to hear that in the next group of witnesses that will be coming on behalf of the state. And then they have to prove the other elements of the crime and of the crimes that are charged. And the key aspect of that is each and every element of each of the crime charged have to be proven beyond all reasonable doubt. So the burden is heavy on the prosecution.
And you know, when we look at the courtroom, we see that the prosecution, there are a number of lawyers on one side of the courtroom, and then on the other with Derek Chauvin, you see his one attorney. But I imagine there's probably a team behind that one attorney, that one defense attorney.
Yes, all of the written material, all of the motions, even the appeals into the Court of Appeals. I don't think one lawyer, there's not enough time in a day for one lawyer to do all the kinds of written work that's required, the research that's required to write the memorandums of law and so on. So he has, I'm sure, I have not talked to Mr. Nelson, but he comes from a highly skilled, highly experienced group of lawyers, the Hallberg Criminal Defense Law Firm, that I'm quite sure that he has a team of people behind him, including law students who work as research assistants for him.
And before we wrap up for this moment, can you tell me at all what it is that you'll be looking out for in today's testimony?
I'll be looking out and focusing in on the cause of death. In terms of the experts, the medical people coming in to talk about that. Because the key component here is, did he die of asphyxia, cutting off of the oxygen, or did he die of an arrhythmia, basically a heart attack? Was he already dead 3 or 4 minutes into the situation because he had drugs in his system? Or was his air flow cut off and he died of asphyxia? It's going to be come down to that in terms of the cause of death. The emotion of the case also is it's already been presented, and it'll come again. It'll come in closing argument.
All right, Professor Daly, thank you so much for weighing in, and we look forward to chatting with you a little bit later in the broadcast. For now, we want to turn to Fox 9's Leah Bino, who has also been monitoring the developments in court since day one. Hi there, Leah.
Hello, good morning, BC.
So what are you anticipating as we head into day 9 of this trial?
Well, as Paul mentioned, I'm definitely curious about the medical testimony that we're going to hear. It will be very technical, so I'm sure that I would imagine the jury members will be taking a lot of notes because this is going to be very detailed, very precise testimony that we're going to be hearing. And, you know, not many jury members are medical experts, so they're kind of going to be getting a one-on-one lesson throughout the day on from some of these experts. Something that I thought was very interesting yesterday was the timeline that was revealed from the point the BCA forensic experts arrived on the scene at 38th and Chicago. They take control of the scene, they take control of the vehicles involved, so the patrol car and the vehicle that George Floyd was driving, and just the timeline of when they do their search, when they take it to the into possession of the BCA, take it to a garage somewhere, comb through that. I thought it was interesting that there was a lot of photographs taken, but they weren't, they didn't take out the 3 pills and a partial pill that were discovered. Those weren't removed from the vehicles until months later. They found 2 apparent pills in the vehicle that Floyd was driving, and then later in the back seat, they found a partial pill in the back of the squad car. I thought that was very interesting because the Attorney General's office actually requested the second search of Floyd's vehicle. That was in December, and then in January, just a couple months ago, the defense requested a second search of the squad car. So that at that point, they actually were able to remove the pills, put them in possession, do some tests on them, and then send them off to a lab in Pennsylvania where they were able to grind them down and see what was actually in them. And once they did that, they found some confirmation that they did contain fentanyl and methamphetamine, less than 1% of fentanyl, and the methamphetamine purity level was about 1.9 to 2.9 between those 3 two pills and then 1 partial pill. I thought that was very interesting because then they also had this forensic chemist from out of state who was flown in from Pennsylvania to testify about what she discovered in her lab. And based on what she has seen in the past, she's used to seeing fentanyl levels around that range, maybe 1%, maybe a little bit higher, but also that as far as methamphetamine levels, she's used to seeing 90 to 100%. So that was kind of a learning lesson for all of us, and it sounds like we might be going back into the courtroom and they're getting started for the day. So BC, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Leah, thank you so much. And yeah, we are monitoring the situation in court. The judge, the jurors, the defense, the prosecution, they have yet to take their seats, but as soon as they do, we'll bring it to you. For the meantime, we want to look at yesterday's testimony with Mackenzie Anderson, a forensic scientist for the BCA. Take a listen.
All right, so let's go to Exhibit 138 then, and describe what's depicted here.
Exhibit 138 is a photo of the driver's seat of the vehicle with the driver's side door open.
And this is how it appeared upon first opening the SUV?
Yes, this is how it appeared when we first opened it and before anything had been moved or collected.
And then let's go to Exhibit 139. I'm sorry. We apparently haven't put those up on the screen. Can we go back to 138? And actually, I guess 137. So these were not up on the screen earlier, is that correct? So again, 137 depicts the vehicle in your garage, correct?
Yes.
And then 138, you put that up.
And I'm told that court proceedings have resumed. Let's check in. Day 9 of the Derek Chauvin trial.
We rely on some degree on Dr. Baker's autopsy and his findings and that information. I just wanted to make sure that the record reflects that the state does intend to call Dr. Baker. And
so in other words, your lack of objection to any foundation is based on the state's representation that they will call Dr. Baker?
Correct, Your Honor.
Is that correct, Mr. Blackwell? The state is going to call Dr. Baker?
Yes, Your Honor, we intend to do so tomorrow.
All right, thank you. All right, anything else for the record before we bring back the jury? All right. Can we get my computer and we'll get the jury.
You saw the judge there. He had a conversation with the defense going over some different motions. We want to go back again while we wait for day 9 of the jury or day 9 of the trial to begin. Go back to some of that sound, that testimony yesterday from Mackenzie Anderson, the forensic scientist with the BCA.
A cell phone observed on the front passenger seat of the vehicle, and that was put into that bag by our agents prior to us towing the vehicle. The purpose of that is to prevent anyone from remotely accessing a cell phone or trying to, perhaps delete data or change anything on the phone.
So it essentially just locks people out of that phone.
Yes.
And then 140, please. And again, describe this for the jurors.
This is a photo of the rear passenger side of the SUV.
And exhibit 141. You describe that for the jurors, please.
This is a photo of the trunk area of the SUV with the liftgate open.
And then going to exhibit 142. Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph?
This is a photo that is of the front passenger seat area of the vehicle, a little closer in.
Our first witness this morning, Dr. Martin Chauvin.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Seat, please. And doctor, if you wouldn't mind removing your mask for your testimony.
Yep.
And also, to make sure the microphone is properly placed, we're going to have you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
Martin Tobin, Martin Tobin.
Mr. Blackwell.
Good morning, Dr. Tobin.
Good morning, Mr. Blackwell.
Would you tell us what's your current employment?
I am a physician in pulmonary and critical care medicine.
And whereabouts?
In Chicago at Hines VA Hospital and Loyola University Medical School.
And is Hines VA Hospital a large facility?
It used to be the largest VA hospital in the country. I think it's now been superseded by one or two others.
And you specialize in pulmonology?
I specialize in pulmonology and in critical care medicine.
Would you tell the jury what pulmonology is?
Pulmonology is the study of the lungs. It deals with all diseases that affect the respiratory system. So the lungs, the chest wall.
So what are the various elements, components of the respiratory system other than the lungs and chest wall?
I mean, the respiratory system begins at the nose and the mouth. It goes down through the back of the throat, down through the windpipe, out through the bronchial tubes, and then down at the bottom, down to the alveolar air sacs. These are the small grape-like structures at the bottom where all the gas exchange takes place, where oxygen gets in and carbon dioxide is removed.
So this is the system for getting oxygen into the body?
Correct. That is the prime purpose, to get oxygen in.
Now at Hines Hospital, do you work in the intensive care unit?
Yes, I work in the medical intensive care unit.
And that's considered critical care?
Same as critical care. These words all have the same meaning.
Is critical care different from emergency medicine?
Yes, it's very different than emergency medicine. Emergency medicine is kind of the front door of the hospital. That is a triage area where you separate out where people need to go, whereas the critical care is where you take the very, very sickest people.
What kind of patients do you see in the ICU?
In the ICU, probably more than half of them are patients who are requiring mechanical ventilation, so they're on a respirator to help them with their breathing. Then another substantial number will not be on a respirator, but their primary problems relates to their lungs, so that might make up 70% or so. And then the remaining patients will have drug overdoses, alcohol withdrawal, diabetic coma, sepsis, things like that.
Do you only see the patients in need of respiratory care?
No, once they come into the ICU, they're our patients. I'm the primary care physician for everybody who comes into the ICU.
And how long have you been a physician, sir?
I've been a physician for 3 months short of 46 years, so over 45 years.
And where did you go to school?
I went to medical school in Dublin, Ireland, and I took my degree there.
Not that anybody noticed the accent, but but are you from Dublin?
No, I'm not from Dublin. I'm from a small village called Freshford in County Kilkenny in rural Ireland.
What degrees do you hold?
I'm sorry?
What degrees?
The degree I hold is the MB degree, which is the Irish equivalent of the American MD, and then subsequently I got an MD through research.
Are you currently licensed?
Yes, I'm licensed in the state of Illinois. In the past, I was licensed in Ireland and England and a number of US states, but I've let them all lapse because the only place I'm practicing is in Illinois.
Are you board certified?
Yes, I'm board certified in internal medicine, pulmonary medicine, and critical care medicine.
So you still are actively caring for patients?
Yes, I was taking care of patients in the ICU last week, and on Monday I go straight back into the ICU again.
How long have you held positions at Loyola University School of Medicine?
I've been at Loyola and Hines for 32 years almost.
Before going to Loyola, were you practicing medicine somewhere else?
Yep, I spent 7 years at the University of Texas at Houston.
Did you also set up a sleep clinic in Houston?
Yes, I did. That would have been in the early 80s, so I set up one of the very first sleep labs in the United States for evaluating patients with obstructive sleep apnea.
So how do sleep disorders fit within your expertise?
Because this is related again to breathing and the problems with sleep, particularly people who snore. And the people who snore during the nighttime, they occlude their upper airway and they can totally stop breathing 500, 600 times a night, and during that time the level of oxygen in their blood will go very low. And the basic problem in sleep apnea is because the soft palate, I mean, the roof of your mouth is your hard palate, and then just if you look in the mirror, it's that little piece that's hanging down at the back, and that's your soft palate and uvula, and that jams in against the back of your throat and it gets occluded 500 times a night in somebody who has sleep apnea.
And does that kind of research or science or medicine relate to your work in this case?
Yes, it's extremely pertinent to the case of Mr. Floyd, because obviously in sleep apnea the problem is at the back of the throat, and as we will see in Mr. Floyd, the central problem of where the obstruction is occurring is in the hypopharynx, which is again at the back of the throat. So it has an awful lot of overlap to patients with sleep apnea.
We'll come back to the hypopharynx in a little bit. Are you also engaged in medical research?
I'm sorry?
Are you also engaged in medical research?
Yes, I do. I've been doing medical research since the early 80s, since about 1981.
What kind of research have you been doing?
All of my research is related basically to breathing. So it is kind of looking at breathing in patients with lung disease, people who have lung disease who walk in the door to the clinic, and also patients who are in the ICU, and particularly patients who are requiring mechanical ventilation. But then I do a lot of research that has absolutely nothing to do with clinical medicine, just to know how people breathe.
Have you authored a textbook on the subject of ventilation?
Yes, I've authored a large textbook on mechanical ventilation that's called The Principles and Practice of Mechanical Ventilation.
So by showing the cover of your textbook here on the camera, is this the book you're referring to?
That is correct.
1,500 pages?
Correct, 1,500 pages, yeah.
Are you familiar with the Lancet, Lancet, medical journal?
Yes, the Lancet is one of the top medical journals in the world.
And does the Lancet Medical Journal refer to this book as the Bible on mechanical ventilation?
Yes, it has called it that.
Have you authored other books also?
Yes, I am.
Roughly how many?
I think I've published 8 or 9 other books.
And all related to respiration or respiratory failure?
Correct. They're all on different aspects of the lungs.
Have you published articles and abstracts also?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many of those?
I lose count, but I think I've published more than 750 probably, or something like that.
Have you published in the New England Journal of Medicine?
Yes, I've published several articles in the New England Journal of Medicine.
The Journal of the American Medical Association?
Yes, likewise.
Are those two of the most respected medical journals in the world?
They are for clinical work, yes.
Have you also held editor positions at medical journals?
Yes, I was editor-in-chief of the journal called the American Journal of Respiratory and Critical Care Medicine. So that's the premier journal in the world for all lung disease. It's also the premier journal in the world for intensive care medicine. And it's the official journal of the American Thoracic Society.
Have you taught and lectured outside of Illinois and or Texas?
Yes.
Generally where?
I've lectured all around the world. I mean, I've lectured in more than 30 different countries around the world, and probably the vast majority of states within the United States.
Well, Minnesota is one of the states in the United States. How about Minnesota?
I've lectured in Minnesota. I've been in the Mayo Clinic several times as a lecturer.
Were you given an award from the Mayo Clinic?
Yes, I was given an award called the Balfour Lecturer in the Mayo Clinic, and they give it out to one doctor every 10 years. And it's only to one doctor. It doesn't matter what specialty, so it could be around neurosurgery, gynecology, whatever. They just pick one person every 10 years.
And was it for anything in particular that you were recognized by the Mayo Clinic?
No, just for my work in as a researcher in clinical medicine.
Have you also published in basic science journals, such as the Journal of Applied Physiology?
Yes, I've published a lot of work on basic science that wouldn't necessarily be directly related to medicine in the Journal of Applied Physiology.
The jurors may not be familiar with what physiology is as a science. Could you generally explain it?
Yeah. I mean, physiology is basically how the body works. You want to know the science of how it works. You want a deeper understanding of what are really the mechanisms that make the body does what it does.
Within the field of physiology, is there a particular focus or interest you have?
I'm primarily interested in breathing in the bigger area. And so with breathing, that would mean how the brain regulates your breathing, how the brain sends signals down to the muscles that control your breathing, your diaphragm, your rib cage, and then how you expand your chest and how you overcome forces within your chest, like resistance within your chest and all the rest of it, to get air moving in and out of your lungs, and then the particular forces that you generate in terms of the pressures within your chest that will enable breathing to occur with the ultimate purpose of getting oxygen in and getting rid of carbon dioxide.
And do you consider this a part of the study of medicine?
It's not quite as part of the study of medicine. It's really quite separate because it's more the basic physiology. So it's more in the realm of math and physics. But then it's applied over, because to be a good doctor you need to have a good knowledge of science. But the science part is really separate from the medical part, and it's to try and hone down on the science as best as possible.
How long have you been working in respiratory physiology?
Since 1981, so 40 years.
And what exactly drew you to the physiology of breathing?
I mean, because I was going into pulmonary, at that stage I knew, as already directed, I had spent 5 years doing lung disease, and I just wanted to really know how you breathe, and I wanted to come up with new knowledge, because everybody thought everybody knew everything of how to breathe, and I thought it would be fun to find a lot of new stuff.
So, doctor, do you know of others kind of in your field who have been studying respiratory physiology for 46 years?
No, I mean, I know an awful lot of them along the way, but I mean, I would know no more than a handful or less of people who are still doing physiology at the patient's bedside. No. After 46 years.
So, doctor, let's change subject and talk a little bit about your experience of work as serving as an expert. Have you served as an expert witness before?
Yes, I have.
What types of cases?
Practically all of them have been in medical malpractice. So I've done it for both the plaintiff, for the patient side, and I've done it for the defense, for the physician side.
Have you ever been involved in a criminal case before?
No, I have never been involved in a criminal case.
Have you testified in court before?
I've testified in court. I don't keep track of the numbers, but I suspect I've been in court about 50 times.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen if you're getting paid for your time in this case?
No, I am not getting paid.
And why is that?
Well, when I was asked to do the case, I thought I might have some knowledge that would be helpful to explain how Mr. Floyd died. And since I'd never done this type of work in this nature before, I decided I didn't wish to be paid for it.
So did you volunteer to the state of Minnesota, or did the state of Minnesota call you?
The state of Minnesota contacted me.
What were you asked to do, Dr. Chauvin?
I was asked to review the medical records related to the case. These were medical records from Hennepin County. Then there were a number of interviews of people that were interviewed. I was given a long list of these, and primarily it was related to looking at a large number of different videos. But of course then the big part was that I needed to read on the scientific background of all the various aspects related to it.
So let's talk about your opinions with respect to this case. Have you formed an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty on the cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
Yes, I have.
Would you please tell the jury what that opinion or opinions are?
Yes, Mr. Floyd died from a low level of oxygen, and this caused damage to his brain that we see, and it also caused a PEA arrhythmia that caused his heart to stop. And by PEA, you mean pulseless electrical activity? Correct. It's a particular form of an abnormal beat of the heart, an arrhythmia, and a particular form of it.
Is this what some persons might refer to as asphyxia?
Yes, it has been called asphyxia. To me, it's not terribly helpful. It just, what we're really talking about is a low level of oxygen. Other people talk about hypoxia. That again is just a Latin term meaning a low level of oxygen. So all of this is just really other words for a phenomenon that is a low level of oxygen.
Have you formed an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what the cause is or was for the low level of oxygen in Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I have.
Would you tell us what that is?
The cause of the low level of oxygen was shallow breathing. Small breaths, small tidal volumes, shallow breaths that weren't able to carry the air through his lungs down to the essential areas of the lungs that get oxygen into the blood and get rid of the carbon dioxide. That's the alveoli at the bottom of the lung.
Dr. Tobin, would using a short video that you prepared help you explain to the jurors how oxygen gets into the lungs and the body? How we take in oxygen?
Yep.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 950. Can you describe first what that is?
So here we're looking at the lungs inside a body, and we see here that you can see the windpipe up at the top, the trachea, and then that splits into the bronchial tubes. And also you can see the diaphragm down at the bottom. And when the diaphragm contracts, there will be air moving.
The jurors can't see it yet, so I'm just having you just identify.
Oh, I'm sorry, terribly sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm going to offer it, Your Honor. Exhibit 950.
950 is received.
Yeah, please proceed. We can, we'll display it so the jurors can see it.
Okay, so now we're looking, and you can see the contraction of the diaphragm. That's the kind of pink area down at the bottom. We see air going down through the windpipe and then proceeding down to the bronchial tubes. And then it was going to continue down the bronchial tubes until it will reach out to the air sacs, which will be the alveoli. And now we're seeing that we're moving down here, and these are like the grape-like structures down at the bottom, and this is where all the action occurs. The oxygen goes across those air sacs, and also the CO2 goes across them, then it's expelled back out. So that's everything in a very rapid video.
So then what happened in the case of Mr. Floyd that relates to the shallow breathing that resulted in his low oxygen?
So there are a number of forces that led to that the size of his breath became so small. And so there are a series of forces higher up that are leading to that. And the main forces that are going to lead to the shallow breath are going to be that he's turned prone on the street, that he has the handcuffs in place combined with the street, and then that he has a knee on his neck, and then that he has a knee on his back and on his side. All of these four forces are ultimately going to result in the low tidal volume, which gives you the shallow breaths that we saw here. And so the air will not be able to reach those air sacs we just saw in the video, where the oxygen is exchanged and the carbon dioxide is removed.
Doctor, is there a concept that in the respiratory medicine field known as dead space?
Yes, there is.
How does that relate to Mr. Floyd?
So if you think of the video back all the way until you saw those clusters of grapes, where you saw the blood vessels surrounding the alveoli, everything up to there is dead space. So as you're breathing in, you breathe in through your nose, your mouth goes down through your windpipe, down through the bronchial tubes, radiating out until it reaches the air sacs. Up till you get to the air sacs, it's all dead space, because the reason we call it is because no oxygen can get across those bronchial tubes. No carbon dioxide can get across it. The oxygen and the carbon dioxide, the only place that gets across is those little grape-like structures. So everything in the lungs before that is dead space.
So you mentioned several reasons for Mr. Floyd's low oxygen, and I just want to capture those for the jury, and then we'll talk about them. You mentioned one, handcuffs and the street. Right?
Correct.
You mentioned knee on the neck.
Yep.
Sorry for my writing. You'll know what I didn't get an A in school. the prone position.
Yep.
And then the knee on the back, arm and side. Were those the four?
Yep, these are the four.
Okay. So we want to talk about each of these, but before we do that, might it be helpful for explaining your testimony to the jury for them to see the relative positioning of the various officers on Mr. Floyd's body when he was subdued on the ground?
Yes, I think that would be very helpful.
Did you assist in preparing an illustration to show the relative position of the officers on the ground?
Yes, I did.
And let me show you what's been marked as Exhibit 949. Could you just tell us, just describe generally for the record what it is?
I mean, I watched the videos and certain segments of the videos hundreds of times, and it's very difficult to kind of get an overall view of where everybody is positioned because you're seeing different videos from different angles. And so the artist has taken all the different videos here and he's combined them into one moment in time, and you can see here, and also he will remove the police vehicle so you're going to get a better view. So you're looking kind of at a bird's eye view of where Mr. Floyd is lying and where the officers are positioned in relationship to Mr. Floyd.
Right. So the purpose of this is to show the relative positions of the officers on the
Correct.
body. Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 949.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
949 is received.
So what point in time, if you told us that this is at a particular point in time?
Right, it is a particular point in time. I don't remember the exact minute, second at the top of my head, but it is like...
That's 8:21 and 44 seconds?
That's exactly correct.
About right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's walk through Exhibit 949, Brad, if you could advance. And Doctor, tell us what we're seeing.
Okay, yep. Now you can see the car is being rotated. You're able to see Officer Chauvin, you're able to see Officer King, and then Officer Lane down at his feet. You see underneath Mr. Floyd, and now the car is being rotated. Now the car has been removed. And so you're able to see how they're positioned at different points. In terms of with Officer Chauvin with his left knee on the neck, his right knee on Mr. Floyd's arm and chest, and then you can see here Officer Lane holding his legs, and then you can see Officer King with his knee on his torso.
So this represents a snapshot in time, as you told us. Did the officers' positions change over time as they were there on the ground?
Yes, the officers' positions changed over time, and also the position of Mr. Floyd himself changed over time, and these become relevant in how we evaluate everything.
And was it something you factored into your analysis then?
Yes.
Did you consider where Mr. Chauvin's left knee was during the encounter?
Yes. For Officer Chauvin's left knee is virtually on the neck for the vast majority of the time.
And when you say vast majority, are you able to be more specific?
It's more than 90% of the time in my calculations. There's certain times where it becomes difficult because you don't get a good view of where it is. So for example, I know that an Officer Chauvin's right knee is on his back 57% of the time. The reason I'm not able to say for the 43% is that I don't get a good view. I can, other times, don't have a good view of exactly where it is.
So did you focus on the first 5 minutes and few seconds?
Yes, I focused on the first 5 minutes, 3 seconds, because that is up to the time that we see evidence of brain injury.
So if Mr. Chauvin's right knee was on his back from time to time, at other times it was placed where, in your observation?
It was placed on his arm and then rammed into Mr. Floyd's left chest. So really, whether you're making a distinction of whether the knee is on the chest per se, or whether it's on the left arm and rammed in against the left chest, from the point of view of breathing, the effects are extremely similar.
So let's turn to the number one on the. Oh yes, on the dot cam. So I wanted to turn back to the notes that the number one here that written down for the reasons you told us for Floyd's low oxygen, Mr. Floyd's low oxygen, handcuffs and the street, to talk about the first one. Could you first, Dr. Tobin, tell us how these various mechanisms, the four that you've discussed, handcuffs in the street, knee on the neck, prone position, knee on the neck, back, knee on the back, arm and side, how do those mechanisms fall into your work of either respiratory physiology or clinical medicine?
They don't have an awful lot to do with clinical medicine, but they are directly related to my work in physiology. So in understanding the forces that the body has to cope with, these are crucial in terms of the various forces that are involved in physiology.
So then turning to the first one in handcuffs and the street, the very first one, what is the effect of the handcuffs in the context of what happened to Mr. Floyd?
The handcuffs are extremely important in Mr. Floyd. But the handcuffs on their own, just handcuffs per se, are not that important. It must be the handcuffs combined with the street. And it's because of the positioning of the handcuffs at the back, then how he's manipulated with the handcuffs by both Officer Chauvin and by Officer King, how they manipulate the handcuffs, and they're pushing the handcuffs into his back and pushing them high. Then on the other side, you have the street. So the street is playing a crucial part because he's against a hard asphalt street. So the way they're pushing down on his handcuffs combined with the street, his left side, and it's particularly the left side we see that. It's like the left side is in a vice. It's totally being pushed in, squeezed in from each side, from the street at the bottom, and then from the way that the handcuffs are manipulated. It's not just the handcuffs. It's how the handcuffs are being held, how they're being pushed, where they're being pushed, that totally interfere with central features of how we breathe.
So Mr. Floyd then is pancaked between the pavement underneath him and then force on top of him.
Precisely.
Now, could you help us to explain how this mechanism, the handcuffs and the street, how does that explain the shallow breathing that you've described?
Yeah. So this gets back to how we breathe. And this is fairly simple. So the way we breathe, we have two big muscles that help us with breathing. We have the diaphragm and we have the rib cage muscles. The diaphragm does about 70% of what we need for breathing, and about 30% of it comes from the rib cage. And when the diaphragm contracts or the rib cage contract, they expand the chest. And when you expand the chest, then air flows in from outside and it's coming in. And that's all that happens on inspiration. But to expand the chest, there's two crucial actions that have to happen. And we refer to these by the terms pump handle and bucket handle. So if bucket handle is simple. So if you have a regular bucket that you carry water with, and you lift up the handle of the bucket, the handle comes up like this. And so when you contract your diaphragm, you are performing a bucket handle movement of on the rib cage. So you contract your diaphragm like that, and each time as you inspire, you can see it yourself. As you inspire, each of you there in the jury, you inspire, you see that your rib cage is going outwards like that. That's a bucket handle movement. The second movement that you have is called the pump handle. And this reflects to an old water pump that would be in the yard for pumping out water. And so you have the handle at the top of the pump, and you lift up the handle of the pump each time, and the water comes out the spout at the bottom. So you're filling up, getting your container of water. So with that action you're lifting up here, this refers to the front to back movement of the chest wall. So with the pump handle, your chest goes out with each breath. And so you can do it yourself. As you take a deep breath, you can feel that front to back, you're expanding your chest. The front to back expansion of your chest is with your pump handle. At the same time, you're doing both of them at the same time. At the same time you're doing that, your chest is expanding from side to side, and that's with your bucket handle. So both of these are occurring, and these are vital. Without these you can't breathe. If you don't have the bucket handle working and the pump handle working, there's nothing happening. There's no air going to get in there.
So, Doctor, do you have a photograph that you brought that would help to better understand the pump handle and bucket handle?
Yes.
Let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 951. Do you recognize what this photograph depicts?
Yes.
Is it an accurate portrayal of a certain incident, disaster?
Yes.
Would it help to explain the testimony?
Yes. So this is an event that happened in England.
Dr.
Sorry,
Tobin, just one moment.
I apologize.
Yeah, I need to offer sooner, Your Honor. We offer Exhibit 951.
Any objection?
Yeah, I have an objection to this, Your Honor. Can we have a sidebar?
All right, sidebar. Objection is sustained.
Doctor, in this case, were you able to observe whether Mr. Floyd's breathing was impacted by the handcuffs and the placement on the street?
Yes, I was.
What did you observe, Dr. Tobin?
What I observed is particularly is in terms of the hands of the police and the handcuffs, particularly on the left side. So they were forcing his left wrist up into his chest, forcing it in tight against his chest, forcing it high up. And you have to keep in mind that the opposite side of this is the street. So he was being squashed between the two sides. And so this meant that he couldn't exert his pump handle because, I mean, the street totally blocked his pump handle. There was no way he could do any front to back movement. And again, the way they were pressing in on the back, there was absolutely no way that he could do any front to back movement. Then in addition, because of the knee that was rammed in against the left side of his chest, sometimes the knee was down on the arm or in against the chest, so this would have the same effect. So basically, on the left side of his lung, it was almost like a surgical pneumonectomy. It was almost to the effect as if a surgeon had gone in and removed the lung. Not quite, but along those lines. So there was virtually very little opportunity for him to be able to get any air to move into the left side of his chest. So he was going to be totally dependent on what he'd be able to do with the right side.
Have you selected any footage from the body-worn cameras that you feel depicts Mr. Floyd's struggles to breathe?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 944. And first, would you describe what it is?
What you're seeing here is on the...
Dr. Tobin, the jurors aren't seeing it yet. It's just describing it for the record.
This is just for foundation on what it is.
They will not see this. I'm describing what I'm seeing.
For now, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. What I'm seeing is that his left hand is being grabbed by the police officers. So that's a handcuffed left hand, and it's being pushed into his chest. So he's just not able to expand that. In addition, what I'm seeing...
All we said was the foundation for
Oh, I
what
apologize.
it
I apologize. I didn't.
So let's hold off and turn it
Okay,
back.
I'm
Thank you,
sorry.
Judge.
My misunderstanding.
Your Honor, we'll offer State's Exhibit 944.
Any objection? 944 is received.
All right. Now, Dr. Tobin, the jurors can see it.
Okay.
So would you-
I apologize.
No, it was quite all right. Would you tell us what's the significance?
So, now you're able to see here with the yellow arrow, you're able to see that the officer is holding Mr. Floyd's left hand. He's holding it very firmly. There's a very firm grasp on it. And then Mr. Floyd's left hand is being pushed in against his chest. Also, we're able to see just on the side that Officer Chauvin's knee is coming in, and that's compressing in against his side as well. So the ability to expand his left side here is enormously impaired. And also you're seeing that the size of the chain between the two, the right side and the left side, is very short. So his whole left arm is also being pulled over, and so it's preventing him also from expanding the right side. I've been focusing on the bucket handle and the pump handle on the left, but you can also see here that these are impaired, his ability to expand his chest. And of course, the key factor you must keep that isn't kind of in a sense seen here in one sense is the street. The street is what is having a huge effect because he's jammed down against the street. And so the street is playing a major role in preventing him from expanding his chest.
Thank you.
In preventing him from expanding his chest.
Thank you. If you could clear the screen, Your Honor.
And Dr. there is a stylus if you need to use to draw on the screen.
Thank you.
Now, did you select another still image that you observed as Mr. Floyd struggled to breathe?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 942. And if you could just identify it.
I identified.
You need on foundation if you wish.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So do you recognize this as the still image that you selected?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we offer State's Exhibit 942.
Any objection? No objection. 942 is received.
And could you tell us, Dr. Tobin, what's the significance of this image, of what we see here?
What you're seeing is slightly different on the two images, but they marry together. If you look on the left side, you see his finger is pushing against the street. You also see the hands here of the officers around his left hand. You can see the left handcuffed arm. As we discussed, you're seeing a more clear view here, how it's been really rammed into the back of his back. There's just no way he's going to be able to expand that. But with the left image, you see the finger on the street. Then over on the right image, you see his knuckle against the tire. And to most people, this doesn't look terribly significant, but to a physiologist, this is extraordinarily significant, because this tells you that he has used up his resources and he is now literally trying to breathe with his fingers and knuckles. Because when you begin to breathe with your rib cage and your diaphragm. The next thing you recruit after that is your sternomastoid muscle, which is the big muscle in your neck. And then when those are wasted up, then you're relying on these types of muscles, like your fingers, to try and stabilize your whole right side, because he's totally dependent on getting air into the right side. So he's using his fingers and his knuckles against the street to try and crank up the right side of his chest. This is his only way to try and get air to get into the right lung.
You know, Doctor, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 938, is this a related series of photographs and images?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer State's Exhibit 938.
Any objection? 938 is received.
So, Doctor, tell us what we see here in Exhibit 938.
The focus would be, the top panel is the same as the bottom one. The bottom is just a blow-up of what you're seeing on the top. And the focus on the left-hand side is his shoulder. And again, as I mentioned, when you have difficulty in breathing, you begin with the diaphragm, the rib cage, you go on to the accessory muscles like the sternomastoid. One of the very last muscles that you will use is your shoulder. You don't really use your shoulder for breathing. But if you look here on the left-hand side, the shoulder is extremely prominent. So this would be what like people in a gym would call sculpting of the shoulder muscles, and you're seeing them standing out very prominently. So at this point on the left-hand side, he's taking a breath in, using his shoulder to try and get a breath in. And then on the right side, you see between a breath where he's relaxing. He's breathing out. And it's the two of them are shown, so as you see the marked effect on the left. But again, you have to realize that the shoulder is a very ineffective way of breathing, because at that stage the chest is all so expanded. So when you contract your shoulder, because the chest underlying it is so expanded, you get very, very little air in. It's a very poor way of breathing, but it's what you have to do when everything else is failing. When you're in extremis, you will call on the use of the shoulder to try and breathe.
So, Dr. Tobin, have we covered the first item, that is handcuffs on the street?
Yes.
So let's talk about number two, the knee on the neck. Explain why the knee on the neck is so significant.
The knee on the neck is extremely important because it's going to occlude the air getting in through the passageway.
So is it possible, Doctor, to perhaps even demonstrate with an anatomy lesson
yes,
that may be relevant?
To understand the knee on the neck, you need to examine your own necks, all of you here in the jury, like I'm doing now. And so, the first thing is, if you put your index and thumb up here at the top of your neck, the first big thing you're going to find is your Adam's apple. And you can find the Adam's apple, and it's a very sturdy structure because it's surrounded by cartilage, and it protects the voice box, the larynx, which is essential for speech. And so any amount of compression on the Adam's apple is not going to compress it. This is an extremely strong, sturdy structure. It's not going to be compressed by a knee on the neck. Then you go down from your Adam's apple and you feel the little bumps beneath that. And these are the rings of cartilage of your trachea, or your trachea. So this is your windpipe here. And so that's, again, because of the cartilage there, a knee on the front of that part is not going to cause compression, okay? But then bring your finger up to the top of your Adam's apple. And up at the top of your Adam's apple, you're now directly over the hypopharynx. And the hypopharynx is the crucial area in Mr. Floyd. So this here is where the hypopharynx is located on your surface anatomy.
So why is the hypopharynx important for understanding this case, what happened?
The hypopharynx is very important for understanding this case for a number of reasons, because it's so vulnerable, because it has no cartilage around it. It's going to be an area that is compressed. It's extremely small to breathe through, and it becomes very important for being able to continue to breathe through.
Doctor, I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 935 and 937. Could you identify, just for the record, tell us what's depicted?
Yes,
there?
I'm looking at 937, which is the hypopharynx.
And then 935, there we go. And 935, which
I'm looking at 935, which is the hypopharynx with a coin.
And do these two images fairly and accurately depict the hypopharynx?
They do.
Your Honor, all for State's Exhibit 935 and 937.
935 and 937 are received.
We can show them to the jury. So, Doctor, using Exhibits 937 and 935, could you help us to better understand what the hypopharynx is and what it does?
Right. So what you're looking at here, I don't know if this works. Yeah, it does. So here at where I've drawn in red is the top of your tongue. Okay, and that's the tongue there. And then above it is an empty space. And then above that is the top of the hard palate. So that orientates you there. And say then the tongue comes down along here. And the critical structure in this case, because the act of speech in Mr. Floyd becomes very important, how he was able to speak and all these different things. So the structure that gives us speech are the vocal cords right here. And they're in the voice box and in the larynx. And then we have a little area here called the epiglottis. It's a little sliver. And that comes back to prevent food going the wrong way when we're swallowing, because we use the hypopharynx both for swallowing, for eating, and we use the hypopharynx for breathing. So when we're breathing, the air is going to come in through your nose or your mouth, go on down through the hypopharynx, then through the vocal cords and into the windpipe, into the trachea, and go on down into the lungs. Whereas when you're swallowing, that trapdoor of the epiglottis will prevent the food going into the air passages and will direct it into the food tube at the back of the esophagus. The area of the hypopharynx then is exactly from the base of the epiglottis, the first yellow arrow, down to the second yellow arrow, which is the larynx. And it's just that little area that is the size of the hypopharynx.
Could we see 935, Brett?
And so we know that the cross-sectional area of the hypopharynx in adult people, I have it here in the millimeters, 199 to 303, which are obviously difficult to remember, those type of millimeters. But in fact, right in the middle of this would be the size of a dime. So a dime is basically the size of what the hypopharynx, and it tells you how small and how vulnerable is this area. So if it's going to be decreased in size, it's a very tiny area.
And so why is the hypopharynx important in the case of Mr. Floyd?
Because the hypopharynx is going to be the area that will be vulnerable to occlusion from the knee on the neck. But in addition, the hypopharynx has another aspect, and that is the hypopharynx is also controlled by the size of your lungs. As your lungs expand, you increase the size of the hypopharynx with every breath. And so there's a regulation of that that's going on.
Was Mr. Chauvin applying force or pressure to the hypopharynx of Mr. Floyd that you observed?
At different times. It varied from time to time.
Now, are you able to tell us if Mr. Chauvin had put his weight directly, his full weight on Mr. Floyd's neck, are you able to tell us what impact or effect that would have had on Mr. Floyd?
Right. If Mr. Officer Chauvin had placed his knee directly on the hypopharynx, just that area of the dime, and it never varied from there, and it kind of came in like a bullseye on that particular area, then you would expect that this area would become totally occluded. But he varied the position. Mr. Floyd varied the position of his head, and Officer Chauvin also varied the position of his knee. So it varied over time.
And if it had become totally occluded, then what?
If it had become totally occluded, within seconds you were going to drop the level of oxygen to a level that will be produce oxygen deprivation in the body, resulting in either a seizure or a heart attack, one or the other.
Do you have another photograph taken from footage at the scene that would help the jury understand this point?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 941. And this is derived from Exhibit 15 already in evidence. Do you recognize this photograph in 941?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, we offer State's Exhibit 941.
Any objection? 941 is received.
Dr. Tobin, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what it is you mean to convey here in Exhibit 941.
So if you're looking, say, on the one at the left, and if you look at me first before you look at that. So if you stick your finger in your ear and you draw a line from the finger of your ear going down through the vertebral bodies in your spinal column, you can get a line going down, and you're looking at that axis. And that's what I've drawn in here with the yellow dotted line. And so if you look here on the first slide, you see that Mr. Floyd's nose, his face, is directly face down on the street. It's not at any angle. So the next thing is, again, don't look at the slide, feel yourself on your own neck. And now, if you put your hand at the back of your neck, and you feel the bottom of your skull, and so where the bone of the skull ends, and then you come down from that, and you'll find, and you put your whole palm of your hand around it. Sorry?
Here we are in another sidebar moment with the prosecution, the defense, and the judge here as we continue to listen to this medical expert talking about the George Floyd arrest and what was happening inside of his body at the time of the arrest. This is all according to this medical expert here. It's the first witness of the day that we are featuring right here on Gavel to Gavel coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. We are in the 9th day of witness and expert testimony that the prosecution is bringing on. Pretty soon we will be expecting cross-examination from the defense, Eric Nelson. You can see Eric Nelson right there. as well as Derek Chauvin. And sidebar is over. We continue.
The witnesses ask you to do certain things. These are not required. You may do them, and he should phrase it more in terms of if you were to do that. And if you wish to do it, that is your choice. You are not required to do anything that the witness instructs you to do, but feel free to do it if you wish. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Tobin, if we could go back to where you're explaining the anatomy and the back, the base of the skull.
Yep. So as I'm putting my hand here at the back of my neck, and I'm feeling the tip of my skull, and then I'm bringing down my hand, I'm feeling an extremely thick ligament, and that's called the nuchal ligament. And it's almost, as I put the full palm of my hand on my nuchal ligament, it's almost like wood. It's so strong a ligament. And that ligament is what you're seeing. The knee is being placed over on the left-hand slide. And so with a knee directly over the nuchal ligament, it can cause no obstruction because this is such a dense ligament. And that's what you're seeing. And you're seeing as well with the yellow the yellow diagonal here, that the bulk of Officer Chauvin's knee is above that yellow line. The second thing, separate from this, on this slide, you can see that Mr. Floyd has his face rammed in to the street because he's using his face here to try and crank up his chest. He's actually using his forehead and his nose and his chin as a way of trying to help him get air into the right side of his chest. There's another way to crank up his chest.
And how do you contrast that to what we see in the photograph on the right in Exhibit 941?
On the right-hand side, you can see now the orientation of Mr. Floyd has changed, and also you can see the position of Officer Chauvin's knee has changed because it's come down below the yellow diagonal, and in this position there's going to be far greater compression of the hypopharynx in this region here compared with what you were seeing on the left side. On the left side there's no compression of the hypopharynx, but on the right side, and if you watch the videos over time, you will see that there is a variation over time as to where exactly is the location of Mr. Floyd's head and where is the location of Officer Chauvin's knee.
And in the photograph on the right, the knee is exerting, Dr. Tobin, greater force on the hypopharynx?
Correct.
Is it possible to calculate the amount of force?
Yes, it is. So we can calculate the amount of force based on the weight of Officer Chauvin, on his body weight, taking into account how much gear weight, the gear that he carries. And then also you have to remove out the weight of his shin bone and his boot. And so subtracting out all of these, and then you can calculate the weight.
Can you also calculate the changes or narrowing in the space that people have to breathe through?
Yes, you can, separately.
Would this be in any way akin to breathing through a small opening like a straw?
Yes, it would. So, I mean, when you have to breathe through a narrow passageway, it's like breathing through a drinking straw. But it's much worse than that, because breathing through a drinking straw, I mean, is somewhat unpleasant, but not that unpleasant. And then it gets much worse than that.
So as the space narrows, is it more difficult than to breathe through?
Enormously more difficult, and we know that from physics.
And through physics, then, is that something that can also be calculated?
Yes, that can also be calculated.
And that type of a calculation, would it be specific per se to George Floyd?
No, it wouldn't. This would be for anybody. For we know in terms of what happens physiologically when you have this level of narrowing, this is going to happen to everybody.
Can you please explain to the jury what those calculations would show about the effect of the narrowing on the airway on breathing?
Right, yes. I believe there's an exhibit that relates to that.
Let me then show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 940 and 939. Yes, sir.
Entering into another sidebar moment here, prosecution, defense, and the judge talking about certain questions that the prosecution wants to ask this expert. You heard just after the first sidebar that we featured for you here that the judge was like, you don't have to, he was talking to the jury, you don't have to do what he is asking you to do as far as the anatomy. Let's listen.
939 and 940 are received.
So let's start with Exhibit 940. Dr. Tobin, tell us what's depicted here. Describe this for us.
Yep. So this is a physiology experiment, and what it's looking at is what is the effort to breathe. That's what's shown along the y-axis of the plot, and then it is with different levels of narrowing. And so the very bottom one with the white triangles, the lowest curve, that's normal, there is no narrowing. And so we see that as the flow varies, and shown in red is what would be the normal flow rate in a 46-year-old man. And we can see what is the work that is done. If you look at the normal one, and then you look at 60% airway narrowing, and this is much more narrowed than breathing through a straw. And you can see there's really no bigger increase in the effort to breathe. It's hardly different from what it, in terms of normal. But then if you get 85% narrowing, now you see that the effort to breathe increases 7.5 times compared with what it was with no narrowing. And so you're seeing a huge increase in the work that is required. It becomes far more difficult to breathe as the narrowing becomes more narrow.
And doctors, let's look at Exhibit 939.
So this is the science behind that plot before I showed you. And this is just the equation in physics that tells you how that works. And the key thing when you look at an equation like this, for me as a physiologist, is I focus on the square sign of the stricture. That tells me here when I see a square sign on top of it and it is below the level on the equation, it is the denominator. I know with that you're going to be fine all along for a period of time, and then suddenly everything is going to increase enormously. You're going into what we call an exponential increase. And that's exactly what we see on the experiment that was done, where we're seeing there's really nothing happening at 60. It's nothing much. But then at 85%, it suddenly takes off. And if you had beyond 85%, it would be even more and more. And so based on the formula here, you can tell that as you're narrowing and narrowing, the effort to breathe is going to become extraordinarily high and at some stage unsustainable. You're just not going to be able to do it.
So in this case, in the case of Mr. Floyd, the narrowing was of his hypopharynx?
It was in the hypopharynx, yes.
Did the Mr. Chauvin's knee on the neck then cause the narrowing of the hypopharynx?
Yes, it did.
So given the changes that you observed in Mr. Chauvin's knee on Mr. Floyd over time, were any of those changes significant from the standpoint of placing pressure on the hypopharynx?
Yes, they're extremely significant.
Let's look, Brent, at Exhibit 947. And Your Honor, we'd offer Exhibit 947, which is taken from Exhibit 15.
Any objection? 947 is received.
Now tell us what we see here in Exhibit 947.
What you're seeing is the orientation of Officer Chauvin. His body build is quite erect here. But in particular, what you're seeing is that the toe of his boot is no longer touching the ground. This means that all of his body weight is being directed down at Mr. Floyd's neck. Because in many of the calculations, I excluded the effect of his leg and his shoe because some of it was touching the ground. But here you can see none of it is touching the ground. So we're taking half his body weight plus the weight of his half the gear, and all of that is coming directly down on Mr. Floyd's neck.
I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 943. Did you assist in preparing this exhibit?
Yes, I did.
Would it help you in explaining your testimony?
Yes.
Your Honor, we offer Exhibit 943.
Any objection?
Where?
943 is received.
And Your Honor, if Your Honor could clear the screen. Thank you, Judge. So, Dr. Tobin, what do we see here in Exhibit 943?
What we're seeing is that half of his body weight plus half his gear weight is coming down. That's 91.5 pounds is coming down directly on Mr. Floyd's neck.
Is that all we see?
And the reason we're seeing that is because the toe is off the ground and there is no body weight sitting back. He's not hunkering back on his heels. So everything is directed down on his knee. In this place, his shin and his toe and his boot is playing no contribution.
And were there times also when Mr. Chauvin's left knee was on the back of Mr. Floyd's neck?
Correct.
And when was that?
When his knee is on the back, that's a separate set of forces. It's the same force, but it's compressing a different area. It's compressing inside his chest.
And what about the time when Mr. Floyd would have had his face smashed directly into the pavement?
When his face is into the pavement, at that time, like one of the ones I showed you, if it's coming down on the nuchal ligament, it's going to be a huge weight for Mr. Floyd to try and breathe, but he won't be compressing the hypopharynx at the time when that's happening. So all of these different forces they're somewhat complex in terms of how they're interacting, but they're all coming to the same point.
Now, you paid particular attention, you told us, to the first 5 minutes and 3 seconds of the subdual on the ground.
Yes.
How would you characterize Mr. Floyd's oxygen levels during the first 5 minutes and 3 minutes that Mr. Chauvin was on top of him?
We know that his oxygen levels were enough to keep his brain alive. And the reason we know that is because he continued to speak over that time. We know that he made various vocal sounds for 4 minutes 51 seconds from the time that the knee is placed on the neck. And that's telling us partly that he's speaking, but the big thing is it's telling us because you can't speak without a brain being active. And so we know there's oxygen getting to his brain for whenever he is making an attempt to speak.
Looks like we are going into another sidebar moment. Defense, prosecution, and the judge all talking right now. You're watching Worldwide, as always, on NewsNOW from Fox. Gobble-to-gobble coverage on the Derek Chauvin trial. Day 9 of witness and expert testimony brought up by the prosecution. Last couple of days, we heard from use of force police experts, not only from Minnesota, but around the country as well. Now we are hearing more into the medical experts that are setting up for today, talking about what was happening in their thinking with the George Floyd arrest, what was happening inside of his body at the time.
And Mr. Blackwell, just anytime within the next 10 minutes, that's a good breaking point. Please let the court know.
Your Honor, this would probably be a good time.
All right, let's take our 20-minute mid-morning break.
All right, mid-morning break is underway right now, about 20 minutes. What we will do is take the coverage from Fox 9 Minneapolis, as they always give us the coverage, expert analysis, and so much more. So we will go out to them in just a bit, right here on News Now from Fox, everyone.
Good morning, I'm Bisiona Leary. Thank you so much for joining us for our continuing coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial. The court this morning taking its first break. The jury hearing testimony from Dr. Martin Tubin, a Chicago pulmonologist and critical care physician who specializes in the lungs. He's been on the stand for a good, I'd say over 30 minutes. He's serving as an expert witness for the state. He is not receiving compensation. I think that's important to note. Now, Dr. Tobin testified that George Floyd died from low oxygen level. The cause was shallow breathing, he said. The doctor went on to say that a number of forces led to that shallow breathing, which includes George Floyd being in a prone position. He's handcuffed. He has a knee on his neck. He has a knee on his back. And air, the doctor says, would not be able to reach the air sacs. Let's bring in Hamlin Law Professor Joseph Daly for some legal analysis. Thanks again so much for joining us this morning. Professor, I'm curious your thoughts. It appeared that the doctor, Dr. Tobin, at times was really speaking directly to the jury.
Yes, he was, and he's the most impressive medical witness I have ever seen. He has incredible power in his testimony. I think this witness will, until he's the very best prosecution witness they could possibly have to deal with what happened. He's extremely competent, and his testimony is devastating for the defense, I think.
And the jury seeing graphic images and the doctor literally walking the jury through the anatomy of what was happening when George Floyd was breathing. So right now the state is still questioning Dr. Tobin, but I'm curious when it comes to cross-examination, any idea on what we can expect, what the jury can expect from the defense, Eric Nelson?
I've been thinking about that, and I'm awaiting to hear how he's going to cross-examine him, because I personally couldn't think of how to deal with Dr. Tobin in this devastating testimony. He seems to have answered almost all of the questions related to where the knee was, and even the heart attack versus asphyxia versus, I don't know. I await the hearing, the cross-examination.
And Professor, the doctor at one point during his testimony, he asked members of the jury to place their hand behind their neck and was just trying to gain some sort of perspective. And then we heard defense attorney Eric Nelson object. Can you explain what was going on right there?
Well, he was engaging the jury in a physical experiment, and the objection was that that's not the role of the jury to participate in a physical experiment. And so the judge ruled that if they wanted to feel their own necks and their own backs and so on, they could do so, but they're not required to do it. But that's the interesting thing about Dr. Tobin. What they've done, what you try to do when you're being an advocate, Mr. Blackwell, using a specific witness so skilled and so experienced and so qualified as Dr. Tobin, is you use the hearing, you use the visuals, but what Dr. Tobin did also was to use the actual, use as many senses as possible. And he was getting the jury to touch themselves, to feel their own necks, to engage. And so he's using both a visual he's using auditory, hearing, and he's using the feeling sense. So he's engaged the jury with 3 specific senses, and that is powerful stuff to convince decision makers.
And Professor Daly, can you speak to or elaborate more on the visuals that you mentioned? Because at one point during Dr. Tobin's testimony, they brought up an animation kind of depicting the officers as well as George Floyd there near the intersection of 38th and Chicago. How do you think that plays into all of this?
I think that was a powerful exhibit to remove the cars and to use animation. And if the animation is keyed to the specific facts, it's permissible to allow an expert to describe what he's trying to say in order to formulate an opinion. And so animations have been used more and more in court these days because of the skillful artistry of how to prepare an animation. I mean, you in the TV business know this more than anybody, but this kind of incorporation of this kind of exhibit, this is a textbook for us lawyers, for us law professors, on how to teach our law students how to try a case. What we're watching here is probably the world's most qualified expert in breathing in the entire world. And we're also watching an incredibly skillful prosecutor, Mr. Blackwell, knowing how to use these exhibits with this particular witness. This is powerful.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, Professor Daly. We'll certainly check in back with you again. The jury this morning hearing testimony from Dr. Martin Tobin, a Chicago pulmonologist and critical care physician who specializes in the lungs. Right now, we want to get to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has been monitoring the situation, the developments in court. And Paul, a very big moment in court today.
A lot of big moments over that first, 75 minutes he was on the witness stand. We did just get our first note from our interior courtroom pool reporter. I'm just trying to scroll through her notes about the jury, because obviously the engagement factor we're all curious about. I felt like I was sitting back through university level coursework at medical school, and it even sounded like in the courtroom he's engaging these jurors to touch their necks and give them a hands-on lesson in breathing, and just some note-taking is denoted here. Nothing hugely significant. A couple of jurors in particular seem particularly engaged, but yeah, as Professor Daly has said, how do you cross-examine a witness who might be the foremost expert in the country on breathing? The graphics, the animation, there's the visuals, the photos, the devastation of, his quote about George Floyd at the end was basically trying to breathe with his knuckles and fingers. I mean, it's an absolutely home run star witness for the state on medical. And, you think about how you stack your medical witnesses. At some point, obviously, the Hennepin County medical examiner will take the stand, Andrew Baker, and his sort of controversial final finding on cause of death. But to start this guy, first and foremost, Dr. Martin Tobin, a pulmonologist out of Chicago. Wow, Beezy, what an impact there.
Yeah, and any idea just from the poll reporter notes on the reaction again from the jury?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I'm just scrolling through really quickly. I don't want to get too distracted from the camera, but she's just alluding to note taking. I was curious to see what they were doing. How many of them had gone to their neck. Obviously, at some point, Eric Nelson suggested to the judge that maybe a talking to from Cahill about you don't have to engage and sort of figure it out, your own anatomy, was compelling. I don't see anything specifically in these first notes that we have. We do have a second pool reporter in there, so I'll await that one. But that was quite a bit of testimony. That animation that pulls away the police car and shows the amount of force, and then where the officers are positioned. That one quick screenshot where Derek Chauvin's boot is actually up off the ground, suggesting his whole body weight is on top of Floyd. And again, it's not just the neck. We've all been so focused on the neck, the knee to the neck, the knee to the neck, the knee to the neck. This doctor brings in the knee on the back, the way he was being handcuffed, the face being pancaked down against the street. It is very compelling testimony from my spot at the big screen in the media center. I have to imagine it's having a major impact on this jury of 14.
All right, Paul Bloom reporting for us live from downtown Minneapolis from the media center right across the street from the Hennepin County Government Center. We now want to turn to Fox 9's Leah Bino for some more insight on the big moments this morning so far. Leah.
Yes, BC, as Paul and Professor Daly were both mentioning, I happen to be keeping note of as they were going through the credentials and the experience that this Dr. Martin Chauvin has. It took about 15 minutes just to get through his full resume. He's been a physician for nearly 46 years. He has authored textbooks. He has published more medical publications in various journals around the world that he's frankly lost count. He has awards. He's done lectures in 30 different countries. So the fact that they were going on and on and on with all of his medical expertise, I think that really drove home to the people watching how experienced and how highly intelligent this doctor is in his specialized field of being an ICU physician, of being a pulmonologist, and of being an expert in basically how people breathe. And we were talking a little bit about some of the hands-on demonstrations that he was asking the jurors to do. Again, the defense offered a motion there to say that they are not forced to do it, but he was kind of asking, and you could tell, falling into some of those lectures and asking people to do things in order to teach them. This is very much an anatomy lesson throughout the morning. They've been focused on the hypotharynx, which is the area just above the Adam's apple, and he described how vulnerable this area is because it's not protected by cartilage. So there was a big focus there, and then getting into the placement of the knee on the that portion of the neck and on the Mr. Floyd's back. So there's one of the artist renderings there. This is some of the graphics and things that he uses in his teachings, and so thus he's now trying to help educate the jury members so that they can be well informed. We also, I believe, have another video showing some of the video explanation of the artist rendering of the 4 officers and the car being taken out and Mr. Floyd being under them. I believe we have that graphic, because that was alluded to a couple times between Mr. Day. Okay, we don't have that one. We'll bring that to you in a few minutes. But I want to play you some sound now from Dr. Chauvin, basically explaining his opinion on Mr. Floyd's death and how he believes he died of a low level of oxygen. Take a listen.
Mr. Floyd died from a low level of oxygen, and this caused damage to his brain that we see, and it also caused a PEA arrhythmia that caused his heart to stop.
And by PEA, you mean pulseless electrical activity?
Correct. It's a particular form of an abnormal beat of the heart, an arrhythmia, and a particular form of it.
Is this what some persons might refer to as asphyxia?
Yes, it has been called asphyxia. To me, it's not terribly helpful. It just, what we're really talking about is a low level of oxygen. Other people talk about hypoxia. That again is just a Latin term meaning a low level of oxygen. So all of this is just really other words for a phenomenon that is a low level of oxygen.
Have you formed an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to what the cause is or was for the low level of oxygen in Mr. Floyd?
Yes, I have.
Would you tell us what that is?
The cause of the low level of oxygen was shallow breathing. Small breaths, small tidal volumes, shallow breaths that weren't able to carry the air through his lungs down to the essential areas of the lungs that get oxygen into the blood and get rid of the carbon dioxide. That's the alveoli at the bottom of the lung.
And what Dr. Martin Tobin is also explaining and what the prosecution is walking him through is 4 reasons that he believes contributed to that low level of oxygen. We're about halfway through the 4 points that this doctor is making. 1 being the handcuffs plus George Floyd placed against the street, and kind of relates that to a vice position, especially on his left side, and how he was struggling to expand his lungs in that position. And then a second reason being the knee on the neck and the back. So he has a couple more reasons, again, contributing factors he believes goes into that low level of oxygen. So a lot of medical testimony here, BC, a lot of us learning along the way, along with these jury members. But as we heard there, again, back to his credentials, a very highly respected physician in this field.
All right, Leah, thank you so much for your reporting. And we are still in the middle of this first break of the morning. We are expecting for proceedings to resume in a couple of minutes. But again, just want to reiterate who the jury heard from today. Dr. Martin Tobin, a Chicago pulmonologist and critical care physician who specializes in the lungs. He has lectured worldwide, and he is serving as an expert witness for the state, and he is not receiving compensation. This is something that he volunteered to do after being contacted by the state. Just to go back and look at some of what he's saying, we want to take this moment right now to debrief.
Doctor, in this case, were you able to observe whether Mr. Floyd's breathing was impacted by the handcuffs and the placement on the street?
Yes, I was.
What did you observe, Dr. Tobin?
What I observed is particularly is in terms of the hands of the police and the handcuffs, particularly on the left side. So they were forcing his left wrist up into his chest, forcing it in tight against his chest, forcing it high up. And you have to keep in mind that the opposite side of this is the street. So he was being squashed between the 2 sides. And so this meant that he couldn't exert his pump handle, because the street totally blocked his pump handle. There was no way he could do any front to back movement. And again, the way they were pressing in on the back, there was absolutely no way that he could do any front to back movement. Then in addition, because of the knee that was rammed in against the left side of his chest, sometimes the knee was down on the arm or in against the chest. So this would have the same effect. So basically, on the left side of his lung, it was almost like a surgical pneumonectomy. It was almost to the effect as if a surgeon had gone in and removed the lung. Not quite, but along those lines. So there was virtually very little opportunity for him to be able to get any air to move into the left side of his chest. So he was going to be totally dependent on what he'd be able to do with the right side.
Have you selected any footage from the body-worn cameras that you feel depicts Mr. Floyd's struggles to breathe?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 944. And first, would you describe what it is?
What you're seeing here is on the...
Dr. Tobin, the jurors aren't seeing it yet. It's just describing it for the record.
This is just for foundation on what it is.
They will not see this. I'm describing what I'm seeing.
For now, yes.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. What I'm seeing is that his left hand is being grabbed by the police officers. So that's a handcuffed left hand, and it's being pushed into his chest. So he's just not able to expand that. In addition, what I'm seeing...
All we said was the foundation for
Oh, I apologize. I apologize. I didn't.
So let's hold off and turn it back.
Okay, I'm sorry. My misunderstanding.
Your Honor, we'll offer State's Exhibit 944.
Any objection? 944 is received.
All right. Now, Dr. Tobin, the jurors can see it.
Okay. So I apologize.
No, it was quite all right. Would you tell us what's the significance?
So now you're able to see here with the yellow arrow, you're able to see that the officer is holding Mr. Floyd's left hand. He's holding it very firmly. There's a very firm grasp on it. And then Mr. Floyd's left hand is being pushed in against his chest. Also, we're able to see just on the side that Officer Chauvin's knee is coming in, and that's compressing in against his side as well. So the ability to expand his left side here is enormously impaired. And also you're seeing that the size of the chain between the two, the right side and the left side, is very short. So his whole left arm is also being pulled over. And so it's preventing him also from expanding the right side. I've been focusing on the bucket handle and the pump handle on the left, but you can also see here that these are impaired, his ability to expand his chest. And of course, the key factor you must keep that isn't kind of, in a sense, seen here in one sense, is the street. The street is what is having a huge effect because he's jammed down.
And right now, we are going back out to live coverage of the Derek Chauvin trial back from its break.
And focusing on the restraint on the ground.
Yes.
You were focused on the first 5 minutes and 3 seconds, in particular, that Mr. Chauvin was applying his weight to Mr. Floyd's neck.
Correct.
And why was the time period after the first 5 minutes and 3 seconds less significant to you?
Because at that point where he extended his leg, that we see happening, at the point we see that happening is at 24:21. That is when he has suffered brain injury. We see, and we can tell from the movement of his leg, that the level of oxygen in his brain has caused what we call a myoclonic seizure type activity. They're just medical terms, but basically it means that he has kicked out his leg in an extension form, that he has straightened out his leg. And that is something we see as clinicians in patients when they suffer brain injury as a result of a low level of oxygen.
We'll talk about that more in a moment, Dr. Tobin. But is it significant to you whether Mr. Chauvin moved his knee off of Mr. Floyd's neck after Mr. Floyd was unconscious?
No, the movement happens around at different times, but obviously the key thing is everything up to the time that we see the hypoxia, the brain injury that's occurring. And where Officer Chauvin moved his knee after that really is not going to have a material impact on the case.
Would you help the ladies and gentlemen of the jury understand that if Mr. Chauvin is applying pressure on the side of the neck, as we see here in Exhibit 943, how does that translate into narrowing of the hypopharynx?
It's going to depend on what is the orientation of Officer Chauvin's body, what is the orientation of his leg, and then also in particular into what is the orientation of Mr. Floyd. Where exactly is the orientation of Mr. Floyd's head? Because if it's the nuchal ligament is underneath Officer Chauvin's knee, there's going to be very little compression of the hypopharynx in this region. Then if it moves to the side and Officer Chauvin's weight is coming down on the side of Mr. Floyd's neck, then you're going to get huge compression of the hypopharynx.
And again, looking at Exhibit 943 and focusing on the first 5 minutes, was his knee overarchingly on the side, or was it on the back of the neck?
For the first 5 minutes, the left knee is on the neck virtually all of the time. The right knee, by my calculation, the right knee is on his back 57% of the time. The reason I can't say that it's on 100% is for the most of that other time, I don't get a good view. The cameras move around, it's the body cameras, and so I can't see it. But for that period of time, the crucial period of time of the 5 minutes and 3 seconds, I can see Officer Chauvin's knee on his back for over 57% of the time.
Let's talk about the third mechanism, the prone position. Would the fact of Mr. Floyd being placed in the prone position also had an impact on the narrowing of the hypopharynx?
Yes, placing him on the prone position has several different effects, but particularly it also causes narrowing of the hypopharynx, among other things that the prone position does.
Is there a concept in physiology referred to as lung volumes?
Yes, there are.
What is that? What does that refer to?
That's just the way that we lung specialists, we measure how big is the size of the lung in different patients, and we quantify out in different areas what level of the lung there is, whether it is different segments of the lung behave in different ways.
Do you have an illustration you brought to help us better understand this concept?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to show you what is marked as Exhibit 929 and have you first just identify it.
Yes, I identify 929.
What is it?
This is it shows you lung function and it shows you tidal volume.
And is it an accurate illustration of lung function and tidal volume?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit 929.
Any objection? 929 is received.
All right, so if we could start at the beginning of it, Mr. O'Keefe.
So do I go ahead and describe?
Yes, would you please?
Yep.
Hold on.
Oh.
Also, let's not talk over each other. We're getting into that bad habit. So if you could ask the question again, Mr. Blackwell, I forgot.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just going to ask you, Dr. Tobin, if you would explain to us what we see in Exhibit 929.
Yes. We're looking here at the lung inside the chest. The chest is in gray, and then we see the lung inside it, and surrounding it is the pleural space. And we're seeing that as you were looking at breath going in and out, it generates a tidal volume. The tidal volume is shown as a waveform down at the bottom, and so that's what happens in somebody with regular breathing.
All right, let's see if we can get our tidal volumes to tide.
So here you can see that the chest is expanding. Like on the front, you're seeing the pump handle action of the chest. And then with each breath, you can see air going into the lung, and that produces the tidal breath. So this is the tidal volume. And then on exhalation, it's going back out.
Dr. Tobin, is there a standard or normal size of breath?
Yes, there is. In virtually all adult people, it's about 400 cc's is the size of a tidal volume.
Same for men and women?
Same for men and women, and it's the same for teenagers and grandparents.
So can lung volumes be calculated?
Yes, then you can calculate all further additional lung volumes in addition.
Did you actually do a calculation for Mr. Floyd's lung volume?
Yes, I calculated out his lung volumes precisely based on his age, his sex, and his height.
I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 939 and tell me if this reflects your calculation.
Yes.
I said 939 is 930, Exhibit 930. So would using this be helpful to explain your testimony?
Yes, it would.
So, Your Honor, I want to offer Exhibit 930.
Any objection? 930 is received.
Okay, so these are the lung volumes in Mr. Floyd while he's sitting on the sidewalk. And the key lung volume that we're going to be focusing on is the EELV. That's the end expiratory lung volume. And that becomes crucially important in understanding what happened to Mr. Floyd. And I calculate out his EELV to be 3,840. And that's what it's shown there by the horizontal purple line. Sitting on top of that then is the size of each breath. And then underneath the purple area is the residual volume. The residual volume is when you blow all the air out of your lung, and after you're finished blowing, you can't blow any more out. That's the air that's still left inside your chest, is the residual volume. And that in Mr. Floyd is 2 liters and 300 cc's, 2300. That's included in the ELV. The ELV is everything below that horizontal purple line. So the ELV sitting upright is 3840. We also see on this slide.
If I could stop you for just 1 second, and to help us understand better the end expiratory lung volume, the EELV, would that be commonly referred to as oxygen reserves?
That it's also where your main oxygen stores are in the body, are contained within your EELV. This is where you store your oxygen reserves.
So for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's true that not all the air you breathe in is exhaled out.
No. Yes, I mean, because the ELV is basically the volume that's in your lung in between each breath. So when you are breathing in and out, when you're between the next breath, what's in your lung is your EELV.
And the residual volume, the RV, is that also residual oxygen that the body can use?
Yes, so the oxygen reserves you have are included in the ELV, and obviously a subset of the ELV is the residual volume. So all below the purple horizontal, all below your tidal volume is your oxygen reserves.
And so then can you explain your calculations for Mr. Floyd's lungs?
So here we see, based on his age, his sex, and his height, we're seeing exactly that his ELV sitting upright is 3,840, and we see his residual volume is 2,300.
And again, the amount of air he's taking in tidal volume would be the same as anyone else?
Right, and that's the 400 up at the top, the pink piece going up and down. That's the tidal volume. And that's the same as for anybody.
And 400 cc's?
Correct.
Is that cubic centimeters?
That's cubic centimeters, correct, or milliliters, or however you want to put it.
And the oxygen graph that's on the side?
Yes.
What does that depict?
So the level of oxygen in anybody varies with age, and this is exactly the level of oxygen you expect in a 46-year-old man. So it's a PO2, that's the level of oxygen measured, and pressure of oxygen. If you were to do an arterial blood gas where somebody stuck a needle into your wrist, took out a sample of arterial blood, that is the level of oxygen they'll find, 89 millimeters of mercury is the units we use when we describe levels of oxygen.
Now, you told us that Mr. Floyd, being in the prone position, served to narrow the hypopharynx or decrease the volume of oxygen in the lungs.
Right. It had multiple effects, including those two.
Why is that?
Because the ELV is very important in terms of, obviously, it's where we store the oxygen, but as well as that, it has an effect on the upper airway. So when you breathe in, you don't notice it. As you're expanding your lungs, you're aware of expanding your lungs, but at the same time, the size of your hypopharynx also widens out because there's attraction forces that are occurring between it. It's just part of normal breathing that as you inhale, you expand your lungs, but you also expand that little area that you have, the air has to go down through. And so that is influenced by the size of the ELV. Likewise, when the ELV gets less, then the size of the opening of the hypopharynx will also get less. It's going to collapse down as your ELV goes down.
Did you actually calculate the reduction in lung volume for Mr. Floyd due to the prone position?
Yes, I did.
Brett, could I show Dr. Tobin Exhibit 927? Doctor, is Exhibit 927 the calculation that I'm referring to?
Yes.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit 927.
Any objection?
Yes. Yeah.
927 is received.
So, Dr. Tobin, tell us what we're seeing here in Exhibit 927 as relates to Mr. Floyd in the prone position.
You're seeing a drop in his end expiratory lung volume. It's smaller when you're placed face down. And so you're getting a decrease in the end expiratory lung volume, and that's occurring because, in part, you're lying flat in the bed with your face into the pillow. If you're lying prone, face down, you're no longer going to be able to use your bucket handle action. So your lungs are going to get smaller. You're also going to have greater difficulty in using your bucket handle action. It's less so than the pump handle. And then, as well as that, as you lay face down, your belly is going to rise up into your chest. And so your diaphragm rises. So the lungs get smaller, and that is what we see here. So in anybody who is turned prone, you see that the lung volumes will on average go down by about 24% by simply turning them prone. So with that, when you're getting the smaller lung volumes, you're getting less reserves, and you're also going to affect the hypopharynx.
So if the lung size goes down 24%, do the oxygen stores also go down 24%?
The oxygen stores will go down by 24% as well. Once you have less volume inside your lungs, your oxygen reserves are going to go down proportionally.
Is it absolutely 24%?
No, I mean, again, in physiology, the way we do things is we look at what is the average change that happens when we do experiments. But in biology, there's always a certain amount of biological variation. And so there's always going to be something like a 2 to 4% variation that you're going to see around these numbers. But when we speak about something, we speak in terms of the average change that is occurring.
So is a 24% reduction significant in the case of Mr. Floyd?
Yes, it's extremely important because of the factors that we're dealing with. We're seeing here that with the reduction in the ELV from the prone, we're decreasing the oxygen reserves. We're also affecting the size of the opening of the hypopharynx, because as the ELV goes down, you're getting a proportional reduction in the size of that. And in addition, when you're turned prone like this, your work of breathing goes up because the stiffness of your lungs changes and the stiffness of your chest wall changes. So the person has to do more effort to breathe in that position.
So the hypopharynx is linked to the size of the lung, that is the size of the hypopharynx.
Yes.
So doctor, maybe you can help us to understand this. Is it true that some persons suffering from COVID are actually treated in the prone position?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
It's a different scenario, but I mean, in any patients with pneumonia, and particularly with COVID, but we see it in any patients with pneumonia, when you turn them prone, it can help. The problem is if they have pneumonia, they have bad matching between the blood vessels going through the lungs and the air sacs. We saw the movie at the beginning where you saw the alveoli and you saw all those blood vessels surrounding the bunch of grapes. In people who have pneumonia, COVID, whatever, that matching is going to be very bad, and that's what leads to the worse oxygenation in those patients. If you flip those patients prone, some of them will show no improvement, but a substantial number of them, the matching will get better between the blood vessels and the air sacs. You can't predict ahead of time until you turn the patient prone. You're not going to know which ones are going to do better, but some of them do. And so this is why prone has been very valuable in patients with COVID, but that is in people with pneumonia. This does not apply to people with normal lungs. It's not happening.
So, Dr. Tobin, also a lot of people sleep in the prone position.
Yes.
Is that dangerous?
No, because again, for the average person, you have so much reserves. So I mean, for a drop of 24% for you, it's not going to have any impact because you have a huge amount of reserve. It's not going to matter. But if you have somebody who drops the lung volume by 24%, and then that person is going to have to cope with the knee on the neck, and is going to have to cope with having the arms pushed up and being unable to move the left lung, then it's a whole different kettle of fish.
Thank you, doctor. So have we covered the third mechanism, the prone position?
Yes.
Then let's talk about the fourth one, which is the knee on the back, arm, or side.
Yes.
Now, if we bring to mind Mr. Chauvin's right knee on Mr. Floyd's back or left side, well, let me ask this, forget that question. Does it matter whether the right knee was on Mr. Floyd's back or left arm or his side?
No, it's really all amounting to the same, because we're talking again back to the bucket handle and the pump handle. So whether it's on the back or rammed in against the side and down on the arm, all of these are just going to markedly impair your ability to be able to move your chest with your bucket handle and your pump handle. You just can't do it. It's all rammed in. And what you have to, the whole time in this case, you have to constantly keep in mind that this is taking place on the street. The street is playing a huge part because it's coming in the front and totally preventing every action happening on the front.
And did that influence then Mr. Floyd's oxygen stores or reserves, the EELV?
Right, yes, they're going down. As a result of once the ELV goes down, every proportional decrease you're seeing in the EELV, you're seeing the same proportional decrease in the oxygen stores.
And were you able to calculate what that influence was?
Yes.
I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 932. And I ask you, Dr. Tobin, does this reflect the calculations that you did?
Yes, this does. So now you see with the effect...
One moment,
I'm
Doctor.
sorry.
One moment.
Going off.
Your Honor,
I apologize.
I offer Exhibit 932.
Any objection? 932 is received.
Now, Doctor, please tell us what we see here in 932.
So what you're seeing here now is that now it's no longer just prone. Now you have the knee on the back in addition, or the knee on the side. And so this is going to further compress down the EELV. And so here you're seeing that the ELV has now been really squashed down. So it's by the combination of turning him prone and also having the knee on the back, you're seeing a 43% reduction in the ELV, which means that there's also a 43% reduction in his oxygen reserves, which means there is also a huge reduction in the size of the hypopharynx, because this is directly linked to the hypopharynx, and you will see how this is linked. And so when you decrease the size of the ELV, that's going to cause it. And then an additional effect is that your work of breathing goes up, because when you're turned prone and with the knee on the back, now the work that Mr. Floyd has to perform becomes huge, because he has to, with each breath, he has to try and fight against the street. He has to try and fight with the small volumes that he has. And then he has to try and lift up the officer's knee with each breath. And also remember, he has to try and also lift up the effect of the other officer pumping in his arm with the handcuffed arm. They're pushing it into his chest. So he has to make all these efforts to try and breathe against that.
So doctor, when you tell us about a 43% reduction, 24% of that is just being in the prone position.
Correct.
And the other 19% then is the contribution of the knee on the neck and back.
Yeah, exactly. The other 19% is, so 24% from being prone, another 19% coming from the knee on the back.
And just so we're clear for the jury, how does this again translate into difficulty in breathing?
So again, I did calculations of this, and basically you're looking at more than a threefold increase in the work of breathing in terms of just from the effect of nothing else. That's even leaving out the effect of the knee on the neck, just from looking at what's happening within the chest. So there's a huge increase in the work that Mr. Floyd was performing just to try and cope with what was happening below the neck, leaving aside what is happening above the neck.
Doctor, I want to show you exhibits 922 through 926. And after you have a chance to see them, I want you first just to identify just what you're seeing in those before we show it to the jury.
Yes, I identify.
Tell us, please, what it is for the record.
We're looking at the effect of the lungs on the hypopharynx, beginning with Mr. Floyd sitting on the sidewalk.
Your Honor, we offer exhibits 922 through 926.
Any objection? (922) through 926 inclusive are received.
So, Doctor, if you will walk us through these to help us to understand the narrowing of the hypopharynx in the case of Mr. Floyd.
Right. Before you look at the hypopharynx, just look down at the lungs, and you see that the lungs, as you would expect, are expanding with each breath. You see the diaphragm going down. You can see the pump handle action. The lungs are getting bigger front to back. But then you see that exactly as the lungs are expanding, if you focus up in the yellow boxed area, and then the yellow boxed area is enlarged over on the right side. And you can see that as you inspire, the size of the hypopharynx is also enlarging. So you're seeing both of these happening. So it's the effect of the lung volume, how it influences the opening of the hypopharynx. And this is sitting on the sidewalk.
So looking at exhibit 922, what do we see here now in the prone position?
Right, so now we see Mr. Floyd after he's turned prone, and now we can see the lungs are smaller than they were because they fall, we know when you turn prone. And then you also see now that the area of the hypopharynx is further narrowed because the lungs, as they get smaller, they have less effect in keeping that open. And so that gets smaller.
Okay.
And then we have the knee on the back. And now we see with the knee on the back, then the lungs become further reduced, like I showed you for the precise calculations of the volumes. And now you see here is the size of the hypopharynx further is shrunk as a result of it. So the opening through the hypopharynx is impacted by the knee on the back.
And if we compare them all together, all three?
Right. So here you're seeing them all together. So on the left is sitting on the sidewalk, then just the effect of prone, and then the effect of prone with the back compression. And you can see the arrow is pointing out to you on the first one, where is the hypopharynx, right, that area, and with the epiglottis directly in front of it. And you can see that it's expanding when he's sitting down. And then when he's prone, And when he is prone with the back compression, you're seeing that the area of expansion is getting smaller, as exactly as what you would expect to happen.
Going back to Mr. Floyd's lung volumes, Dr. Tobin, is there a point in time when you determined that Mr. Floyd did not have enough oxygen in his stores even to remain conscious?
Yes, there is.
And when was that?
The time in terms of the loss of consciousness was 24:53. We can tell it precisely in terms of where the absence of consciousness occurs.
And can you tell by facial features or anything?
You can tell, because I mean, this is something I do not as a physiologist, but as an ICU doctor. I mean, we're always looking at facial features to be able to tell how conscious somebody is. And we can tell by how you flick your eyes or how you move the muscles in your face, and that you'll be able to tell, is the person conscious or unconscious. It's a very important sign in patients as we're taking care of them, to be able to monitor that, and the primary way we monitor it is by inspecting it. So I would have done this millions of times.
And do you know, Dr. Tobin, what his oxygen level would have been at the time he went unconscious?
Yes, we also know that at the time, if you have somebody who is in the situation who is at risk of trouble with oxygen, we know that the moment at which you lose consciousness, the level of oxygen in your blood will be 36. That's the number that's associated based on very hard scientific data telling us that.
And again, the normal level of oxygen was?
In Mr. Floyd was 89 for him. In a 46-year-old man, you expect the normal level of oxygen is 89. The level at which you will have an absence of consciousness then will be 36.
Doctor, I want to show you Exhibit 928. If we could clear the screen, Your Honor. And first, for the record, before we show this to the jury, can you just identify what is Exhibit 928?
We're looking at the effects on Mr. Floyd's oxygen as a result of all the various maneuvers that are being done to him.
Your Honor, I offer Exhibit 928.
Any objection? 928 is received.
So tell us, Dr. Tobin, what do we see here in Exhibit 928?
We're looking at, I mean, when it began, the level of oxygen, when I saw it, began with a level of oxygen of 89, and then we see that it falls down to 36. The slide is looking a bit different than what I saw before. Yep, so here you see that the level of oxygen beforehand, it's 89, and then at the point when we notice the lack of consciousness in his face, that the level of oxygen will drop down to 36.
One more answer.
And so that tells us there, it tells us the time for the loss of consciousness. And then we know that it continues from there, and where from the time that he stops breathing, which is 25:16, and then I calculated out that from there on, that you can calculate based on, again, very rigorous science, when the level of oxygen will have gone down to 0. But this first one, we're looking at the loss of consciousness at 36. And that's happening at 20:24:53, and we're able to tell that by looking at his face.
And 20:24:53 is 8:24 p.m. and 53 seconds.
Correct.
Was there a point in time when Mr. Floyd no longer had any oxygen left in his body?
There is, because again, once he stops breathing at 20:25:16, then it would take another 25 seconds for the level of oxygen to go down to 0. At that point, he wouldn't have an ounce of oxygen left in his entire body.
Doctor, I want to show you Exhibit 931.
Okay.
And ask you first if you would just tell us what it depicts before we show it to the jury.
Yes, that's showing exactly.
What do we see in 931?
So what we're seeing in 931 is that his level of oxygen has gone all the way down to 0.
All right. So we're going to show this to the jury, but first let me move to admit Exhibit 931.
Any objection? 931 is received.
Now, Dr. Tobin, would you explain to the jury what we see here in Exhibit 931?
Right. We're seeing that the level of oxygen has gone down to 0. That there is, at that point, there's not an ounce of oxygen left in his body. And again, this is totally, you can figure this out with very precise science, looking at once somebody stops breathing, what will be the rate of decline in the level of oxygen, how long it will take to reach 0. And this is, so we see here that he reaches a level of 0 of oxygen at 20, 25, 41. And so at that point, there's not an ounce of oxygen left in his body, in his entire body at 20, 25, 41.
And so was the knee then lifted off of his neck at the point there was no more oxygen in his body?
No, the knee remained on the neck for another 3 minutes and 2 seconds after we reached the point where there was not 1 ounce of oxygen left in the body.
Thank you, doctor. Are you aware of studies suggesting that putting someone in the prone position and putting a weight on the back is not dangerous?
Yes, I'm aware of these studies. They largely come out from San Diego, from the group of Dr. Chan and Vilke and his colleagues.
Are you able to generally characterize the nature of these studies for the jury?
The bottom line is they're highly misleading.
Are they relevant to the analysis you've just given to the jury this morning?
No, they're not relevant to the analysis we've gone through this morning.
Help us to understand why.
Okay. The problem is in these particular studies, and there's, I don't know how many in total, but could be close to 10 of them, and where they take people, first of all, they take perfectly healthy volunteers, they bring them into the physiology lab, and they lay them flat and they put a mat underneath them, which is different than the street. And then they put weights on top of them, so that weights could be lead weight in bags, or else in many of them they use kind of the barbells that you see in a gym, like an Olympic wheel that you'd see in a gym for weightlifting. And they place those on the back of the subjects, and then they measure various lung volumes. So typically they'll measure what we call vital capacity or maximum voluntary ventilation. These are specific types of lung function tests that you don't need to bother with, but they're showing a decrease in lung availability of around 35%. That's a substantial decrease in your lung volumes that you're finding. And then they conclude in virtually all of their studies that level of decrease in lung volume doesn't matter because there's no change in the level of oxygen. And so therefore it's not clinically relevant. The problem is, in doing a study like that, oxygen is the exact wrong yardstick to be using in a study like this. What they needed to do is continue to measure out the changes in lung volume like the ELV, showing what happens to this. Oxygen will only fall at the very end. It's an extremely insensitive measure. It's very important, but it's very insensitive to know if stuff is going bad inside the body. It's going to be a very late event. And so for their concluding of this...
Does I have another question?
I didn't
question,
hear the
please.
objection, Your Honor. Should I interpose another question? Please. Right, Your Honor. So to help us to better understand Dr. Tobin, are these studies measuring the diminution or decrease in the oxygen reserve, the EELV?
No, they're not.
I want to show you what's marked as Exhibit 948. And does Exhibit 948 point to one of the studies that you were referring to?
Yes, it does.
Would it be helpful to use this slide to explain your testimony?
Yes, it would.
Your Honor, we would offer Exhibit 948.
Any objection? 948 is received.
So looking here at this slide, Dr. Chauvin, what does this tell us in terms of, for example, the surface area that's involved of the weight on the back?
So if you look at the subject's back, you can see here that there are 4 weights out of a gym that are placed on the back of the subject. And the big wheel out of the plate, out of an Olympic plate, is going to have a diameter of 17.5 inches. And so you can measure the cross-sectional area of that is going to be 240 square inches. The trouble is that when officers kneel on the back of a suspect, they don't place an Olympic wheel on their back, they place their knee. And so the cross-sectional area of the knee is 24 square inches, which is 1/10 of the area of the big bell that you're looking at here. And so we know from simple physics that pressure is force over area. So that's 240 divided by 24. That tells you that the pressure being exerted on the back is 10 times more than what the San Diego people are claiming. They're off by a factor of 10.
So the pressure then being exerted by a knee is 10 times greater, is what you're saying?
Is 10 times greater than is going to be affected by the bell here that's shown from out of the gym, the bar that you're living.
Do any of these studies, doctor, involve a knee on the neck?
Nobody has done any studies involving the knee on the neck. I suspect you'd have major trouble getting that through the ethics committee in any medical school.
Do any of these studies go on for 9 minutes and 29 seconds?
No, they're all very brief studies.
So, doctor, have we now covered the 4 mechanisms that resulted in Mr. Floyd's shallow breathing and the reduction of the hypopharynx?
Yes, we have.
Now, Dr. Tobin, were or are you aware that Mr. Floyd had some pre-existing health conditions?
Yes, I am.
And how are you aware of that?
I mean, I read them in the records from Hennepin County, and obviously also saw them mentioned in the autopsy.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to whether a person who had none of those pre-existing health conditions, a healthy person, would have died under the same circumstances as Mr. Floyd?
Yes, a healthy person subjected to what Mr. Floyd was subjected to would have died as a result of what he was subjected to.
Are you also aware that Mr. Floyd was found to have a type of tumor known as a paraganglioma?
Yes, I am.
And for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is a paraganglioma?
A paraganglioma is a type of a tumor that is found in the paraganglions, kind of sometimes in the pelvis. And
is the finding of a paraganglioma significant to you as relates to Mr. Floyd and his death?
No, because one of the key things about a paraganglioma is that it's called the 10% tumor, which means that 10% of people who have a paraganglioma secrete adrenaline. Well, that could be important, but 90% of them don't secrete adrenaline. So you don't, 9 out of 10 at the times that you have a paraganglioma, you have no increase in the amount of adrenaline.
So if somebody were to die from a tumor, from some effect of a paraganglioma, would it be a sudden death?
Yes, there's been 6 reported cases of people who have had paragangliomas who have died suddenly. But that's the total in the literature, 6. And those people who died have headaches. And Mr. Floyd complained of a lot of pain in lots of different regions while he's down on the street, but he did not complain of headaches.
So in terms of reported cases where people have died from paragangliomas over the entire world, you know of 6 reported cases?
Yes.
And all of those are sudden deaths?
Correct.
Did Mr. Floyd die a sudden death?
No.
I want to talk to you about a different subject. The jurors may have heard one of the officers say, if you can speak, you can breathe.
Yes.
Is that a true statement?
It's a true statement, but it gives you an enormous false sense of security. Certainly at the moment that you are speaking, you are breathing, but it doesn't tell you that you're going to be breathing 5 seconds later.
So let's talk about kind of why this is significant. So could you tell us about something that may seem obvious, that is, what's required for speaking?
Right. So, I mean, for speaking, you only speak when you're exhaling. You have to blow air out, and then you vibrate the vocal cords. And that's all there is to speech. So it's air going across the vocal cords, they vibrate, and you speak. But to speak, there's two things important. One is you cannot blow air out if you didn't take a breath in beforehand. So you must have had an inspiration in to speak. The second thing is you cannot speak if your brain is not alert. Okay, so when you see somebody speaking, you know they have had an inspiration momentarily before they're speaking, and that there is oxygen going to the brain at the time that they are speaking.
And by inspiration, you mean that they had to take a breath in directly before they're speaking?
Yeah.
Was the timing of Mr. Floyd's speech during the restraint important to your analysis?
Yes, it was.
Why so?
Because it tells us that for the time that he's speaking, and he continues to speak for 4 minutes 51 seconds from the time the knee is placed on his neck, it tells us that there could not have been complete compression, could not have been total occlusion of the neck at that time, for that time, because he's continuing to speak for 4 minutes 51 seconds.
Dr. Tobin, is the brain sensitive to oxygen deprivation?
The brain is the most sensitive area to needing oxygen.
So what percentage is the brain of body weight, and how much oxygen does it consume?
So the brain is relatively small. It's only 2% of our body weight, but it takes in 20% of all the oxygen that we take in. So the brain eats up oxygen at 10 times the normal level. It needs a huge amount of oxygen because it's sending out millions of nerve signals every second. So it needs a very high supply of oxygen.
Then how long can the brain go without oxygen?
That's well worked out. If you stop the flow of oxygen to the brain, you lose consciousness in 8 seconds.
So if you might recall Mr. Floyd's last words, I can't breathe.
Right.
Are those words significant to you as a pulmonologist?
Yes, I mean, obviously they're important different ways. One, he's complaining to you of difficulty with breathing, but they're also telling me that at that time when he's saying, please, I can't breathe, we know at that point he has oxygen in his brain. And again, it's a perfect example of how it gives you a huge false sense of security, because very shortly after that, we're going to see that he has a major loss of oxygen in the way that he moves his leg. And so it tells you how dangerous is the concept of if you can breathe, or if you can speak, you can breathe. Yes, that is true on the surface, but highly misleading. A very dangerous mantra to have out there.
So if I'm hearing you correctly, when he says I can't breathe, that shows his brain is alert.
Yes.
But then immediately thereafter, his brain wasn't.
Correct.
And did you see, or is there anything in the video that you can show the jurors that they can see also that would point to the fact that his brain was no longer alert?
Yes.
Let me pull up Exhibit 47, already in evidence, at 2024. So I'm going to play a clip for you, Dr. Tobin, and then tell the jurors what they see afterwards.
Yes. So there's a key finding that you're seeing here, and that is when you see his leg going up. And you have to keep in mind he's prone, so he's facing down. So this is his leg coming up backwards. And so that's what we call as clinicians, that's an extension movement of the leg. And that is something we see when somebody suffers major brain lack of oxygen. And it tells us at that point he's having what are sometimes called a myoclonic seizure, sometimes called a hypoxic seizure. There's different terms that are used, but really they all amount to saying that you're seeing here fatal injury to the brain from a lack of oxygen.
It's sometimes also called an anoxic seizure.
It has all of these different words. There's a lot of different words that are used, but they all come down to the same thing, that it is that at that point, the brain is responding to the drastically low level of oxygen that's present.
And does the fact of an anoxic seizure reflect damage to the brain?
It indicates severe damage to the brain.
And the reflex that we saw with the legs coming up, is that an involuntary reaction?
It's an involuntary reaction. I mean, there's a lot of different medical terms that we apply to it, but the bottom line is that you're seeing that the leg jumps up like that as a result of a fatally low level of oxygen going to the brain.
So, doctor, we talked about the brain injury. We also told us earlier about low levels of oxygen potentially causing pulseless electrical activity.
Yes.
And is that also then evidence of low oxygen?
Right. So, I mean, when you have a low level of oxygen, that's going to show up in the brain, and it's also going to show up in the heart. And when it shows up in the heart, it's going to cause the heart to beat abnormally. And the particular way that it happened in Mr. Floyd was he developed a particular arrhythmia called the PEA, which is a pulsus electrical activity, where we're seeing there's electricity in the heart, but it's not resulting in any mechanical force. And so that's why it has that name. And so it's the low level of oxygen is producing both. We don't see the PEA, the pulses electrical activity arrhythmia, until that's shown up on the EKG in the ambulance. So it's much later that we see the evidence of it in terms of display. But here we're seeing huge evidence in terms of the leg. The leg is crucial here, because this is the time that the first time you're seeing there is major league oxygen damage.
So we reach a point where Mr. Floyd couldn't speak due to low oxygen. Was there any correlation also to a narrowing of the airways that prevented his being able to speak?
Yes, as well.
I want to show you what's marked as exhibits 934, 936, and 933. And just tell us, what are these images in general?
So we're seeing again the same MRI, but at a different view of it that we looked at before.
Your Honor, all for exhibits 934, 936, and 933.
934, 936, and 933 are received.
So, Doctor, tell us what we see here, starting with the first.
Right. So this is the same MRI that you saw before, but your attention is drawn to by the yellow arrow is the vocal cords, and the vocal cords is simply how you speak. So to speak, you must inhale, you must take air into your lungs, and then when you let the air out, you're going to vibrate those little vocal cords there, and that's what makes the sound of speech. And so here we see the size of the windpipe, the trachea, and this becomes important in terms of speech because our knowledge about the influence of the size of the trachea, of the windpipe for speech, is from patients who had an endotracheal tube in place, and then they developed scarring after that. And so as a result of the scarring, we know what is the point at how much scarring in your windpipe will prevent you from speaking. And so these are just the dimensions, so as you know what is the size of the normal trachea. It's between 1/4 and a dime, as you can see here, in terms of the diameters.
And then next slide, Brett.
And here is when those coins have been shrunk to 15%. And even when the trachea has narrowed all the way down to 15%, you are still able to speak. Even when the hole through your windpipe is just this size, as I've shown here, where I've shrunk the size of the coins, you are still able to speak. So it tells you how dangerous it is to think, well, if he can speak, he's doing okay, because at this point, you will be able to speak. But again, if there is a small increase in the amount of narrowing here, not only will you not be able to speak, you won't be able to breathe, you won't be able to live. And so it's a very dangerous thing to think that because you're able to speak, you're doing okay.
And so, doctor, you're not able to speak, breathe, or live once the airway narrows to below 15%.
Correct. Once you'll go from the 15%, you'll still be able to speak, and then as it gets lower from that, initially you'll be struggling, and then at some stage you just won't be able to do anything.
Brett, if we could show exhibit 940, it's already admitted.
So again, this is exactly, because this is the same experiment I showed you before. And it just so happens, this is pure coincidence. It's at 85%. You're looking at that top curve, and that's the same number that we showed you on the MRI. This is pure coincidence, but you can see here, once you're up at 85%, that the work of breathing is enormous. It's 7.5-fold increase. And then as that narrowing would get further and further, then the work will become unbearable. So again, it just emphasizes at the point where you can't speak and you are in deep trouble.
Doctor, I'd like to transition now from talking about the physiology of breathing to talk about your work as a clinician, taking care of patients with respiratory troubles. Does that experience factor into your opinions today also?
Yes.
Did you do anything to try to understand Mr. Floyd's actual rate of breathing?
Yes, I did.
Why was that important to do?
Because a major part of my work as a lung specialist is looking at people's breathing. You get an awful lot of information by looking at how they breathe, by looking at how they use their chest wall. All of this is extremely informative. And at the lowest level, one of the simplest things to do that is especially informative is simply to count how many breaths somebody takes in. It's one of the vital signs, like with blood pressure, pulse rate, temperature, is the respiratory rate. It's one of the signs that tells us, and it gives us a lot of clues as to what is happening inside the body.
Is this something you've done before?
I've done it millions of times.
Do you train others in how to do it?
And I've trained nurses, respiratory therapists, medical students, doctors in how to do it.
And so you're counting the breaths. Do you observe the muscles and things also?
You separately from counting the breaths, you're going to look at the different muscles they're using, whether they're using their sternomastoid, what type of bucket handle action they have, what type of pump handle. You're looking at all of this in a glance. I mean, with somebody as old as me, I can see all of this very rapidly.
So did you take this clinical experience and apply it to your observations of Mr. Floyd's breathing, in this case on the videos?
Yes, I did.
Was there video evidence from which you could take measurements?
Yes, there is.
want to show Exhibit 43 that's already in evidence. So I want to play this, doctor, and afterward tell us what we're seeing. So in a moment it will start.
So if you focus down here on where the handcuff is and where his arm is close to his black shirt is the best place to see. And you can count out his respiratory rate. So you're seeing that he's making a respiratory rate here, then another. And so we need to play it back, because I needed to tell you first where to focus. If you focus down there, you will be able to count out the rates.
All right, we will play it once more so that you can count the rates so the jurors see what you're referring to.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So that was roughly a 17-second clip?
Right.
And you counted 7 or 8 breaths?
Between 7 and 8, yeah.
And did you use this to calculate a rate of respiration?
Yes, because I mean, it's simple. Once you have 19 seconds and you count out the number of breaths you have here, and if it say you count out 7 breaths, that will come out at a respiratory rate of 22.
Is that number, the respiratory rate of 22, significant to this case?
It's extremely significant.
Why is that?
Because one of the things in this case is the question of fentanyl. And if fentanyl is having an effect and is causing depression of the respiratory centers, the centers that control breathing, that's going to result in a decrease in the respiratory rate. And it's shown that with fentanyl, you expect a 40% reduction in the respiratory rate. So with fentanyl, his respiratory rate should be down at around 10. Instead of that, it's right in the middle of normal at 22.
So you didn't see a depressed rate of respiration or breathing rate in Mr. Floyd?
No, it's normal.
And so what does it tell you, bottom line, with respect to fentanyl as relates to Mr. Floyd?
Exactly. In terms of fentanyl, one of the major changes you see in fentanyl is a slowing of the respiratory rate. So, and again, we would be expecting a 40% reduction in the respiratory rate with fentanyl. The normal respiratory rate is 17 breaths per minute, plus or minus 5. So that would mean a normal respiratory rate of between 12 and 22. That's the normal range of respiratory rate. And so if it was with fentanyl, you'd be expecting a respiratory rate of 10. Instead of that, you count it here yourself. And you can see when you count it yourself that the respiratory rate is 22. So basically it tells you there isn't fentanyl on board. That is affecting his respiratory centers. It's not having an effect on his respiratory centers.
So Mr. Floyd's respiratory rate was normal at 22 just before he lost consciousness?
Correct.
So the jury may have heard some other information in the case about the fentanyl related to an elevated carbon dioxide level in Mr. Floyd's body in the emergency room. Was that significant to you?
Yes, that's very significant as well.
How so?
Because he's reported to have a PCO2, sorry, I take it back. He's reported to have a carbon dioxide level in the arterial blood in the emergency room of 89. That's a very high level of carbon dioxide. And so you have to take into account what are the factors that might have led to that. And there's particularly important factors in Mr. Floyd to explain why his carbon dioxide was found at 89 in the emergency room.
So, doctor, would you first tell us what would normal have been for carbon dioxide levels?
The normal carbon dioxide level in you or me is 35 to 45 millimeters of mercury. That's the norm. You don't need the millimeters of mercury stuff, but they're the units that are given in the hospital chart.
So you said that there were significant factors in the case of Mr. Floyd. Would you help the jury understand what those were?
Yes, the important factors are that we know that he made his own last spontaneous effort to breathe at 20:25:16. After that, you can look at the videos and you see he makes no effort to breathe. He makes no breath. The last breath he took was at 20:25:16. Then we know after that he stayed on the street for another 3 minutes or so. Then he's placed into the ambulance, and we know that in the ambulance they attempted to put in an airway, an eye gel, and you can see that on the Officer Lane's body cam. You can see all of that happening. And then you can see the time at which they actually successfully inserted the airway and when they gave him the first breath. And that is a gap of 9 minutes and 50 seconds from when he last took a breath.
And why is that significant?
That's very significant because we can calculate what is the rate of increase in the carbon dioxide in somebody who doesn't breathe. If somebody doesn't take a breath, carbon dioxide increases at a predictable rate. And that rate is up to 4.9 millimeters of mercury per minute that it increases. And so he has not taken a breath for 9 minutes and 50 seconds. So you would expect, just on that basis, that his carbon dioxide level will go up by 49. So you add 49 to the normal values of 35 to 45, and then you add that and you're going to get a value of between 89 and above, and so it comes out virtually identical to the value that they found in the emergency room of 89.
So doctor, what's the punchline with respect to that? What does it tell us?
The significance of all of that is it's a second reason why you know fentanyl is not causing the depression of his respiration. What you're seeing is that the increase in his carbon dioxide that is found in the emergency room is solely explained by what you expect to happen in somebody who doesn't have any ventilation given to him for 9 minutes and 50 seconds. It's completely explained by that.
So when a person then is not breathing, then carbon dioxide would naturally continue to build up in the body.
Yes.
And that's what matches what was seen in the OR for Mr. Floyd.
Precisely.
Now you said that there were other things that were significant that were related to the rate of respiration, and we talked about fentanyl.
Right.
Was there anything else?
Yes. The other things, there's two other things that are very important to the respiratory rate, because you saw it with your own eyes, exactly his respiratory rate. And the first thing is that if you have somebody who has underlying heart disease, and the heart disease is so severe that it's been said that it's causing shortness of breath, that it's causing you difficulty with breathing. If somebody has heart disease that's causing shortness of breath, virtually all of those patients are going to have very high respiratory rates. They're going to have respiratory rates of 30, over 30, even over 40. When you have heart disease, that'll give you shortness of breath. Instead of that, we find that his respiratory rate is normal at 22. The second thing that's important about the respiratory rate of 22 is if you have somebody where the primary problem in the body is airway narrowing, where you have somebody where there is that the airways are being compressed, there's narrowing in the neck, or there's narrowing like in somebody in the chest, what the response, the physiological response to airway narrowing is a normal respiratory rate. And that is what he has. So it's what the respiratory rate that you see that's normal is the expected physiological response in somebody who has airway narrowing.
So doctor, we covered the mechanisms of how low oxygen occurs. As a clinician, did you observe the results of low oxygen in the video showing the last minutes of George Floyd's life?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I mean, in terms of what we're seeing is the changes in his facial appearance. This becomes crucially important, again, in seeing the effects of the low oxygen.
And have you seen this effect in other patients as a clinician?
Yes, I mean, because I work in an ICU where 40% of our patients die, so I'm extremely familiar with seeing people who die, unfortunately. And so when you see these changes, you see the changes in the face. It is the key way of noticing something happening is by looking at the effects on the face.
Doctor, I'm going to show you Exhibit 15 already admitted into evidence at 404, and I want to play a clip and have you tell us what it shows.
At the beginning, you can see he's conscious. You can see slight flickering, and then it disappears.
And,
so one second he's alive, and 1 second he's no longer.
And could we just once more, in case Brenda went pretty fast, so jurors can see it. Just 1 second. It is 20/24/53 in the composite. Yeah, and the speed is slowed down by a third, just so we can see it. Is that the flicking
yes,
you were referring
to? You can
to?
see his eyes, he's conscious, and then you see that he isn't. That's the moment the life goes out of his body.
I want to also show you a clip from another body-worn camera, Exhibit 43, and for Mr. Nelson, that's the Kane one. 22, that's where it starts. And I want to play this for you also, Dr. Tobin, and you could tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what this informs us.
Side. You can see how he's moving his hip to try and rock the right side of his body to try and get air. You can see him again pushing down on the street to get air in. And these movements of his hip you may miss, but he's having to use all his entire spine to just try and get air into that right side of the body. Keep in mind the left side is non-functional from the way they have manipulated him and pushed him into the street. So he's cranking up his right side of his body, you can see it right there, to try and get some air into his right side of his chest. He's making repeated struggling movements. He's moving again the hips because he's using his spine to try and get those muscles to move air into the right side of his chest. And he's again trying to use his right arm, and he's unable because of the chain, the small chain linking it over to the left side. He's trying to have pushed down on that right arm into the street to try and help him, but he's unable to do it because of the chain on the handcuffs.
And at some point, Mr. Floyd stops speaking. And what does that tell us about his oxygen supply?
That tells us at that point where he's not speaking, it tells us that the airway narrowing in his upper airway is more than 85%, and then it's separate from in terms of the oxygen level. That we're seeing by the face, but they're all happening together. And so once seeing how much narrowing there is in the airway, but they're all happening, they're all coming in together.
And then did the restraint stop at the time of the brain injury and the PEA arrhythmia?
Yes.
The restraint stopped at that time?
No, the restraints continued after that. He has the cessation of respiratory efforts. When he last take a breath, the knee remains on the neck for another 3 minutes and 27 seconds after he takes his last breath. There's the knee remains. After there's no pulse, the knee remains on the neck for another 2 minutes and 44 seconds. After the officers have found themselves there's no pulse, the knee remains on the neck another 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. No further questions.
Okay.
Mr. Nelson, sidebar.
All right, folks, we are going into a sidebar right now. As you can see, prosecution, defense, all talking to the judge right now. Defense is going to cross-examine this medical expert you're watching right here on NewsNOW from Fox, always worldwide here for you, bringing you the very latest gavel to gavel on this Chauvin trial, and we appreciate you joining us here today. This is day 9 of witness and expert testimony. Let's listen right here as defense Eric Nelson steps up.
Lunch break at this time. We're going to take until 1:30.
All right, so the defense has actually said, let's just go to break right now. So they will be doing their break right here on NewsNOW from Fox. We will take some of the coverage right here from Fox 9 Minneapolis, as they always provide expert analysis, and they've been doing it for the last 9 days as well. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us always as worldwide on NewsNOW from Fox, bringing you the updates as they happen. Let's go now to Fox 9 Minneapolis for some of their coverage.
And his contagious quest to have fun and
Around court is currently in a lunch. Maybe a development. Can you hear me? All right. Well, the jury this morning hearing testimony from Dr. Martin Tobin, a Chicago pulmonologist and critical care physician who specializes in the lungs. He's serving as an expert witness for the state. So far, Dr. Tobin has testified that George Floyd died from low oxygen level. The cause was shallow breathing. The doctor says at one point there wasn't an ounce of oxygen left in George Floyd's body. Let's bring in Hamlin Law Professor Joseph Daly for some legal analysis. Professor, are you there?
I am.
All right. Professor, my first question for you is the prosecution today spending almost 3 hours questioning the doctor. What does that tell you? Sounds like this was a star witness.
He absolutely is the star witness, and he's rendered an opinion that seems to knock down every defense theory of the case for the cause of death. This is an amazing witness.
And the use of a lot of visual elements, diagrams, again, being brought in to support Dr. Tobin's testimony. Is this an effective tool in the courtroom?
It's highly effective. In fact, when computers first came into play in courtrooms, we put $1 million worth of computerized equipment into our mock courtroom at Hamline University. By the way, BC, I'm a emeritus professor at Mitchell Hamline School of Law. Mitchell and Hamlin merged. We've tried to teach our student lawyers that they really have to learn how to use this equipment because it's so powerful in advocacy.
And a lot of use of mathematics, anatomy, biology, a lot to take in for these jurors.
Well, I think most of the jurors won't, in their deliberations, they won't use the mathematics and the formulas and so on. What they're going to be influenced by, I think, is that Dr. Chauvin has basically said, here's my opinion. He died of a low level of oxygen, which caused an arrhythmia, a heart attack. And the theory of the case from the prosecution side is he died of asphyxia. And Dr. Chauvin certified that. And the theory of the case from the defense, when they made their opening statement, was he didn't die of lack of oxygen, he died of an arrhythmia. In other words, a heart attack. But I think Dr. Chauvin has knocked that right out of the defense theory of the case right out of it. I don't know how they're going to use it, because basically what Dr. Chauvin has said is a lack of oxygen caused the arrhythmia.
Any idea on what the prosecution strategy may be when they pick up with cross-examination after this lunch break?
Not the prosecution strategy.
I'm sorry, the defense, yes.
Again, I've been trying to think as I listen to this, how is he going to do this? Because it's almost like the defense has to alter his theory of the case in order to deal with this. I think they may have to fall back on the fact that he died at 5 minutes and some seconds, and there was all kinds of things going on around them, and the time went so fast they didn't recognize the reality. Also, the training. Did Officer Chauvin get training in this? Dr. Chauvin has written a big fat book that's used worldwide, and he's clearly the medical authority on breathing. Why weren't the police officers trained on this so that they know immediately? I mean immediately to get off the neck, and never ever use that as a technique unless you're in a battle for your life. I don't know how they're going to cross-examine Dr. Chauvin. I'm really looking forward to see how he does it.
Joseph Daly, Emeritus Professor of Law, Mitchell Hamlin School of Law. Thank you so much for weighing in on this trial and offering your expertise and breaking everything down. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, BC. You're welcome.
Absolutely. And again, court right now is in a lunch break. Proceedings are expected to resume at around 1:30 this afternoon. This morning, the jury hearing an earful from Dr. Martin Tobin, a Chicago pulmonologist and critical care physician who specializes in the lungs. He testified that George Floyd died from low oxygen level, the cause shallow breathing. We want to turn now to Fox 9's Paul Bloom, who has been monitoring the developments in court all morning. Paul, what do you think?
Well, BC, that was quite a morning. I don't think the state could have asked for a better morning with their witness, rock star type witness testimony from the state, taking the jury right into their lunch break. So they have a ton to think about now over the lunch hour extended. It would appear Eric Nelson either asking for more time there, but where do you go? How do you question sort of the national expert on breathing and his conclusions here? I did get a text from somebody close to the defense team just in the last few minutes before the lunch break. Quote, the expert here is killing the defense. And that's someone with a vested interest in the outcome for the defense. So obviously there is universal consensus on Dr. Martin Tobin, the pulmonologist, how his testimony came in. And just let's go back. We have about a minute worth of time. I mean, you could pick any section of his testimony really damning for the behavior and police practices that were executed on George Floyd outside Cup Foods. But here's Dr. Tobin in his own words earlier this morning.
Is a 24% reduction significant in the case of Mr. Floyd?
Yes, it's extremely important because, again, because of the factors that we're dealing with. We're seeing here that with the reduction in the ELV from the prone, we're decreasing the oxygen reserves. We're also affecting the size of the opening of the hypopharynx, because as the ELV goes down, you're getting a proportional reduction in the size of that. And in addition, when you're turn prone like this, your work of breathing goes up because the stiffness of your lungs changes and the stiffness of your chest wall changes. So the person has to do more effort to breathe in that position.
And another powerful moment, sort of multimedia testimony this morning from Dr. Chauvin, where they play that final second or so where George Floyd takes a breath and doesn't, and I'm quoting Chauvin here, 1 second he's alive and 1 second he's no longer. That is the moment the life goes out of his body. And playing that video in court, I would imagine that would have had an extremely powerful impact on that jury. And yet, he then continued that Chauvin kept the knee on the neck for another 2 minutes and 44 seconds after the final breath. So I'm curious to see where Eric Nelson goes with this in cross-examination, but certainly this is exactly how the state would have wanted to kick off its medical evidence, again, expecting it to get a little murky around a very specific cause of death in the autopsy. But here, as it relates to breathing, Dr. Chauvin, the foremost expert coming in from Chicago, writing basically the book, the encyclopedia on the topic, doing this voluntarily for the state, saying he's not being paid. I know sometimes juries get concerned when you talk about a paid, hired witness. It is awfully damning for Derek Chauvin. As I watched in the media center here, we have the cutaway cameras. There are 3 cameras in court. Obviously, there's only one going out on the live stream, but one is fixed on the defense table. And Eric Nelson goes back and forth between his laptops and note-taking. Where do you get educated in this? And I certainly think Professor Daly is spot on in terms of the defense will stick to its case, this idea of drugs. Tobin seemed to dismiss the underlying health conditions when he said that a healthy person, you or I, Beasley, on the ground would have also succumbed in that situation for 9.5 minutes. But you talk about the lack of training, perhaps, on noticing these final, death moments, oxygen going out of the system, perhaps the belief that Derek Chauvin's there just kind of waiting on the ambulance. He starts getting nervous about the crowd on him. He just doesn't know how much longer he needs to hold this position. But again, the jury, from Dr. Chauvin, it was an incredible 2+ hours on the witness stand, as I mentioned, ending perfectly for the state, and that they only take what they just heard into the lunch hour. Eric Nelson didn't even get to start poking holes in his story. So for the next 90 minutes or so, the jury has that to think about as they eat lunch as a group together in the courthouse.
Paul.
And that was Paul Bloom with Fox 9 Minneapolis. As their coverage continues, we are going to break away from that because, once again, we do have attorney Ben Taylor with us breaking it all down. He was watching, as all of you were too, of the medical expert there really breaking it down there for the prosecution. Let's bring in Ben right now. Always great to have you here, Ben.
Good morning. Today's testimony was very strong for the prosecutor. You brought this doctor who was able to, he specializes in lungs and breathing, and he was able to break it down to be able to understand that anybody, even somebody young, old, no matter who you are, he's able to show pictures. He talks slow. And he was able to break down complicated science and medical terms into a nice level for this jury to understand. A very powerful witness for the prosecution. He's a respected witness because he mentioned that he wasn't paid for this. He pretty much volunteered because he felt that it was a noble cause for him to do. And I think because of his education and experience and the longevity of his practice, he's pretty much one of the best people, not only in the United States or in the world. People, called him, his book, the Bible, of being able to discuss lung capacity, be able to discuss breathing. So this witness is going to be very hard for the defense to come by. It's going to be interesting to see right now. It's a lunch break. So the defense attorney is definitely going over their notes, going over the questions they want to attack this witness. But I think, Eric Nelson's going to have a hard time. And I think the strongest part of his defense is going to have to bring in his own expert witness in this, because right now, this witness is definitely for the prosecutor. It's the prosecution witness, and this witness was able to, break down complicated legal terms. And ultimately, this witness's theory, the doctor said that George Floyd died because of not being able to breathe. So this is a strong witness, and we're going to see what, Eric Nelson is going to do when he comes back for cross-examination.
Yeah, we totally are. And what about also, Ben, breaking it down for the jurors and having that multimedia, really different things to showcase to the jurors? So it just wasn't the testimony from this witness expert, but also, giving people slides and different video components as well to maybe break it down a little bit easier.
Yes, he had slides. He had pictures. They had pictures of George Floyd's neck. He had arrows pointing right to George Floyd's neck in diagrams. So that's what helps when you have an expert like this, Dr. Tobin, who's very educated, very complicated thesis in medical terms, pictures and diagrams, and just breaking it down to a very simple level. I mean, the doctors can talk, use very complicated and big words, but for these jurors, they need to, be able to understand. So pictures, diagrams to the simplest form helps them understand, because if you talk over their heads, these jurors are going to either be like, wait, I don't understand this. What's going on here? This is too complicated for me, and they'll shut down. But Dr. Tobin today was able to use these diagrams to make it to the simplest terms that every single juror should be able to understand what he was talking about because of the way he presented it to the jury.
Yeah, and now we have about an hour to go until the trial gets back from lunch. What is the jury now thinking about, and how does the defense get to this point where they got to do the cross-examination and really try to poke some holes if they can find any right there?
Yeah, I was surprised that Eric Nelson stopped right before lunch. I would have thought that he would probably jumped up and been able to ask a couple of questions to get, a couple jabs in there to get a couple points, because right now, going into this lunch break, the jurors are going to have, all this time to eat their lunch. And while they're eating their lunch and drinking their sodas and water, they're thinking about Dr. Tobin throughout their whole lunch break for the most part. So this is Dr. Tobin planted that seed throughout the whole lunch break for these jurors. So Eric Nelson and his defense team are, over lunch right now. They're thinking about questions and thinking about what questions can we ask Dr. Tobin to show that maybe drugs in the system was the cause. Because right now, Dr. Tobin is saying the knee on the neck. He's explaining air capacity. He's explaining that George Floyd being handcuffed, all these different causes. And he's actually bringing up new causes of death to George Floyd that we didn't hear. Everybody was hearing about knee to the neck. Now he's bringing up, being flat on the ground, handcuffs, pressure to his arms. So this is a very powerful and strong witness. So Eric Nelson definitely has to step it up and bring his A game for this afternoon and be able to ask pointed, strong questions. And Eric Nelson, the defense attorney, needs to turn it back onto maybe drugs in the system dying. We understand that George Floyd might have had some heart conditions, other health conditions prior to this. So if I'm Eric Nelson, I'm asking about health conditions. I'm asking about prior drug use. I'm trying to turn the jurors' head and minds away from what they heard this morning to my case, to the defense attorney's case. So that's what Eric Nelson is going to need to do this afternoon, get the jurors thinking about his theory of the case.
And do you think when we come back from lunch, Eric Nelson might even bring up the fact that George Floyd, even before he was on the ground, from some of the video that we were seeing from the cop's perspective, he was saying he couldn't breathe even before that he was on the ground. So do you think he might mention that to this expert?
Yes, of course. He needs to mention to this expert during the cross-examination that George Floyd was talking about he couldn't breathe beforehand. By saying that you can't breathe beforehand, the defense attorney needs to have a theory of the case saying that maybe George Floyd was already about to die. Maybe the drugs were already in his system so that no matter what Derek Chauvin did, he was going to die anyway. So that's what the defense attorney needs to ask questions about that. Didn't you hear, George Floyd mentioning, I can't breathe, even when he was standing up? Didn't you see how George Floyd was acting erratically? Need to turn the jurors' mind away from all this scientific evidence of he can't breathe to he might have been dying already prior to going on the ground because of drugs in his system.
Now, do you think since this was such a great expert for the prosecution, when the defense gets up there, will Eric Nelson spend a lot of time with this expert or just try to get him off the stand as quickly as possible?
It's going to be interesting. I mean, he has a lot of questions. You're going to see probably Eric Nelson cross-examine him for maybe 30 minutes to an hour, if that, right? But this is definitely an expert witness that doesn't help you. And to combat an expert witness like Dr. Tobin, you need your own expert witness. So in the next coming days or weeks, when Eric Nelson, the defense attorney, gets his opportunity to present his case and his defense, hopefully he has a strong expert witness who can go up there with great qualifications like Dr. Tobin, just as equal as or better than Dr. Tobin's qualification, to combat these arguments that the prosecutor is saying that he died because of airspace, because he couldn't breathe. Eric Nelson needs to bring up a witness, the doctor, who's going to say he died because of drugs in his system. He had poor heart conditions already. He already had poor ailments already to his body, to his brain, and George Floyd was going to die no matter what because of the drugs. Because this is going to be a hard witness to cross-examine this afternoon, but he's going to have to give it his best try. I mean, he's in the game right now. You can't just sit down and not say anything. So he has to at least try. He has to think of some questions to go at this witness and do his very best. But this witness is an expert witness, very smart, and this witness knows their stuff. They wrote books about it. So Eric Nelson definitely needs to focus his questions on drugs in the system and saying, Dr. Tobin, you didn't examine George Floyd. You didn't really see George Floyd that day. All you've been doing is reading reports and documents, but you don't know George Floyd's history of his lung capacity. You don't know anything about his brain capacity. You don't know George Floyd as a person. How do you know that this was the main cause when he might have had a bad heart and had a heart attack? So that's something that Dr. Tobin hasn't examined. He hasn't really examined George Floyd's body. So that's some questions that Eric Nelson should get out to the jury to make sure that he can get some points in when cross-examining Dr. Tobin.
Yeah, that's a really interesting take, and we'll see if Eric Nelson goes there on the route of, like you said, you could read all the PDFs and all the different reports there that were coming from George Floyd, but if you weren't the actual one who saw the body or even knew some of his background, maybe that are the points that he could hit home.
Exactly. He needs to hit home that this doctor, most experts, they don't know the full story. They get reports that were given to them either by the prosecutor or the defense attorney, and expert witnesses usually just read reports. And they make their opinion based upon the reports that were read. But Eric Nelson's defense right now is mainly over the crowd was wild. That's one of his defense. One of his defenses is the drugs, of course, that we talked about. One of his defense was George Floyd might have had a heart condition. So all these defenses that he has, he needs to bring him to Dr. Tobin, the current expert, and say, hey, you don't know about all this. All your job is to read a bunch of reports and give an opinion. But that's nice. Your opinion's nice, and thank you for coming here today. However, you don't know the full story here. And until you know the full story, how can you make an exact conclusion? So basically, Eric Nelson needs to show doubt. That's all he needs to do. His job is not to prove his innocence. I mean, the prosecutor needs to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. However, Eric Nelson needs to throw some jabs in there, show some doubt, get some of the jurors confused, make some jurors think, well, maybe Eric Nelson's questions are really good, and let me focus on the drugs, let me focus on his prior heart conditions of George Floyd, and let me throw some doubt in the arena, so that way, at the end of the day, he might get a hung jury or a not guilty, because this is a very powerful witness. So the only thing you can do when you have a powerful witness in the stand is just hopefully throw some doubt in the jurors' heads.
Yes, all eyes after lunch will be on Eric Nelson, and you'll be watching as well. We all will, coming up in an hour. Ben Taylor, thank you so much again for your insight. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, too.
All righty, we continue to roll on right here. When we come back here on News Now from Fox in just 2 minutes, we are awaiting any moment right now. This might be the news briefing of the week here, because last month, a Dallas police officer was charged with double capital murder and was fired. Well, those charges have been dropped. What happened? That's coming up here in 2 minutes. We will hear all about it in Dallas.
Thank you. Stories like that are always.
Thanks to all our viewers from around the country and around the world right now. We are live in Dallas, Texas here, moments away from the Dallas Police Chief, Eddie Garcia. He's going to be addressing the media here following a judge's order to release a fired Dallas police officer accused of ordering 2 murders back in 2017. The judge ruled just yesterday that there is not enough probable cause for the capital murder case to proceed. So what happened? We'll be getting the details in just moments, everybody. We'll keep an eye on that. Soon as we see the police chief get to the podium, we'll bring it to you right here on News Now from Fox, everybody. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thank you so much for joining us here. It's a busy, busy day on the News Now desk here. We are in that break right now. It's the lunch break for the Derek Chauvin case. That should come back in the next 50 minutes. We'll bring that to you. Remember, we always bring you the gavel-to-gavel coverage right here on News Now from Fox as well. While we do wait for the police chief there in Dallas, let's go out to the White House. Earlier this morning, the Biden administration releasing new information on executive orders regarding gun violence right here on News Now from Fox.
Seeing children who were traumatized by the loss of a parent or sibling. And I have fought my entire career to end this violence and to pass reasonable gun safety laws. Time and again, as progress has stalled, we've all asked, what are we waiting for? Because we aren't waiting for a tragedy, I know that. We've had more tragedy than we can bear. We aren't waiting for solutions either, because the solutions exist. They already exist. People on both sides of the aisle want action. Real people on both sides of the aisle want action. So all that is left is the will and the courage to act. And President Joe Biden has the will and the courage to act. As a United States Senator, Joe Biden took on the gun lobby not once but twice, and he won. In 1993, he worked to pass the Brady Handgun Violation Prevention Act. This law established a background check system and has kept more than 3 million firearms out of the hands of dangerous people. A year later, he worked to pass another law to ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines for 10 years. And as Vice President, Joe Biden led the Obama-Biden administration's efforts to reduce gun violence. In fact, we were just reminiscing that he and I talked back then about his work because I was Attorney General at the time of California. And his work resulted in nearly 24 actions, from narrowing the gun show loophole to expanding funding for mental health services. And as you will hear in a moment, President Joe Biden is a leader with great will, great determination, and even greater empathy. He has seen the grief of all of those who have lost a loved one to gun violence. It is for them, for all of us, that he will never.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. Still waiting for that Dallas police update on the dropped charges of a former Dallas police officer. We're talking about capital murder charges that have been dropped.
Thank you, Kamala, Madam Vice President. Thank you very much. You know, we're joined today by the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, who I've asked to prioritize gun violence. It's also good to see the second gentleman who is here, and it's good to see the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden, who cares deeply about this issue as well. And I look out there and I see so many members of Congress who've led in this fight, so many of you who've never given up, so many of you are absolutely determined, as Murph and others are, to get this done. We got a long way to go. It seems like we always have a long way to go. But also today we're taking steps to confront not just the gun crisis, but what is actually a public health crisis. Nothing I'm about to recommend in any way impinges on the Second Amendment. They're phony arguments suggesting that these are Second Amendment rights at stake from what we're talking about. But no amendment to the Constitution is absolute. You can't yell fire in a crowded movie theater. We call it freedom of speech. From the very beginning, you couldn't own any weapon you wanted to own. From the very beginning the Second Amendment existed, certain people weren't allowed to have weapons. So the idea is just bizarre to suggest that some of the things we're recommending are contrary to the Constitution. Gun violence in this country is an epidemic. Let me say it again. Gun violence in this country is an epidemic, and it's an international embarrassment. You know, we saw it again last night as I was coming to the Oval Office. I got the word that in South Carolina, a physician with his wife, 2 grandchildren, and a person working at his house was gunned down, all 5. So many people, so many of the people sitting here today know that well, unfortunately. You know, they know what it's like when the seconds change your life forever. I've had the pleasure of getting to meet in awful circumstances many of you who've lost your children, your husbands, your wives. You know, they know what it's like to bury a piece of their soul deep in the earth. We understand that. Mark and Jackie, I want to tell you, it's always good to see you, but not under these circumstances. I want to say before I introduce the rest of the folks, is, you know, what a lot of people have not been through, what they've been through, don't understand. It takes a lot of courage to come to an event like this. They're absolutely determined to make change. But Mark and Jackie, whose son Daniel was a first grader in Sandy Hook Elementary School, or Daniel loves sports, loves outdoor sports, getting muddy. I see my friend, Fred Gutenberg. His daughter, Jamie, was a freshman at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. She was an accomplished dancer. I see Brandon Wolf, who was the shooting at the Impulse, at the Pulse.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break right here on News Now from Fox, always worldwide for you.
Caught in the crossfire of a gunfight. And of course, I see a close friend of Jill's and mine, Congresswoman Gabby Gifford, who is here, who was speaking with her constituents in front of a grocery store in her state when she was shot and a member of her staff was killed. You know, they're here, and their pain is immense. And you know, what a lot of you, hopefully many of you, don't know is if you've gone through a trauma, no matter how much you work to make sure others don't go through it, every time you show up at an event like this, it brings back when you got that phone call. It brings back the immediacy of what happened at that moment. So I genuinely mean it. Thank you. Thank you for having the courage to be here, the courage to continue this fight. Senator Blumenthal understands it. A lot of the folks out here understand it. But it takes real courage, so thank you. To turn pain into purpose and demand that we take the action that gives meaning to the word enough. Enough, enough, enough. Because what they want you to know, what they want you to do is not just listen.
Okay, we are now going out live right here to the Dallas police chief to talk about the charges being dropped against a former Dallas police officer accused of capital murder.
Go ahead. I didn't do that, by the way. It was not purposely. All right, no worries. I'm just going to discuss yesterday's decision, which I know this is why you're here for. So first of all, let me just say, disappointed in yesterday's ruling. There's no question, I'm not going to lie about that. Although we fully agree with Judge Kemp's initial decision after our statement of probable cause that we had probable cause, we're going to obviously respect yesterday's decision. We're going to continue to thoroughly investigate this case. I support the work that our detectives did and in conjunction with the FBI on this case. And we're going to continue to thoroughly investigate this case, which we feel and still feel we have probable cause for. But we'll continue to do that. This in no way changes Mr. Reiser's employment status. There were other issues in the administrative investigation. Obviously, we're not going to be able to talk about that. And ultimately, in the end, this is the way the system works. When we believe we have probable cause, we write that in a probable cause affidavit, present that to a judge, and then go from there, which would be done in this case. And so, again, we'll continue to work very hard and diligently on this and ensure that we're doing the best we can for the residents of the city of Dallas. And with that, I'll open it to a couple questions.
Yesterday, Detective Montenegro said on the stand under oath that he felt you rushed this to get an arrest, even though in a meeting, the district attorney himself said, as things stood, this was not an indictable case. Your response?
So I will say this. I've heard that. I haven't specifically seen that testimony, but I think we all know how the system works. I can't order an arrest, even if I wanted to. What we did say to do was to write a statement of probable cause, present it to a judge to see if we could make an arrest. So again, I know this isn't new to you, new to anybody here, to understand the way the process works with regards to making an arrest such as this, that no one can just legally order an arrest. We had to present a probable cause affidavit to a judge.
Chief Garcia, what happens now with the warrants that y'all secured after his arrest, given yesterday's ruling by the judge?
You know, the specifics of the case we're not going to discuss. Again, this is still an active investigation. And so, again, if we have questions regarding the case itself, I'm not going to be able to answer those.
Chief, how are you feeling? Because this is pretty monumental for an officer on the stand to admit that he made a mistake like this in the warrant. This is a huge case. Your reaction, and when did you know about that mistake?
Well, again, listen, I mean, when we knew about that mistakes, I mean, obviously it was recent around the time that they reissued the warrant, which again, for the second time, was signed by Judge Kemp. So now not only one time was signed by Judge Kemp, but after corrections were made, and after Detective Montenegro admitted the corrections that needed to be made, was then once again signed by Judge Kemp, somewhat solidifying our position that we believed we had probable cause. But what I will say is, we're human beings, and the detective made a mistake, admitted his mistake, and corrected it. I would much rather have a human being, which is who we hire from, makes mistakes. We wish we could be perfect, but we're not. And when we make a mistake, admitting that mistake and moving forward is the key.
What other administrative issues are there that led to the termination?
We can't discuss the administrative issues, but there are other issues related that led to this.
The obvious procedures we've seen in this case would be some of those perhaps things, wouldn't they?
Again, I can't discuss that.
Is there any reprimand for an officer when they do make a mistake on this warrant? Is Detective Montenegro facing any sort of administrative action?
You know, it depends. We need to look at it. You know, obviously mistakes are mistakes. Mistakes of the mind, mistakes of the heart. I think we recognize those. All right, mistakes. When mistakes of the mind are separate or different than mistakes of the heart. So we need to look at that. The fact that the detective admitted those mistakes, reissued the affidavit, admitted those mistakes to the judge who signed the affidavit, which in essence is an arrest warrant, to me is something that we'll take into consideration as well. One more question.
Will there be an audit of the investigation?
At some point there will. But again, this is an open investigation. We don't do audits of investigations that are open. Once the investigation closes, we will look at all the facets that we have. But right now, we're still doing a lot of work on it. And when that happens, yes, we will take a look at it.
What do you tell the public, though? Because the public has to have confidence in its police department. And this is a capital murder case, 2 counts against a former officer who just got released from jail, a little problem caused in the case by the judge. What do you tell the public to reinstate what confidence may have been lost yesterday when you were watching all of this happen?
Well, I guess it's incumbent on us and incumbent of y'all as well to hopefully explain how this process works. I believe what's been missing has been the fact that this police department took what they believed was probable cause, wrote it in an affidavit of probable cause, could not have made an arrest on that case had not a judge agreed with the police department that there was probable cause. So I guess the confidence that I would give our community is that once a judge agrees with the department that there's probable cause, that we did not wait to bring someone to justice based on that. Because once a judge signs that affidavit of probable cause, that is an arrest warrant. They're not asking us anymore, they're commanding us to do a job. And so to me, I believe that's the proper way to communicate this to our community. That the steps were followed. We did not skip one. We didn't jump from us having a meeting that we had probable cause to simply making an arrest. There was a process to it. It was thoughtful, and we are where we're at now.
Chief, is there any way that Brian Reiser could ever be a Dallas police officer again?
I'll tell you again, this is an administrative issue. I'm not gonna discuss it. Obviously, as I've made mention before, I stand by the decision that we made. But again, there's a process, and we'll go from there. But again, those administrative issues, again, it was more than just one thing, and we'll leave it at that. Okay, thank you, everybody.
And this all coming on the heels of the judge dropping the murder charges against the fired Dallas police officer who was released from the Dallas County Jail last night. Even the district attorney's office agreed with Brian Reiser's lawyer that there was not enough proof to hold him for trial in 2 murder-for-hire cases that date back to 2017. During a court hearing yesterday, the Dallas Police Department's lead detective admitted that police used faulty information to persuade another judge to give them an arrest warrant there. So that is very latest out of Dallas. You're watching News Now from Fox, always here with you. We're going to take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us on News Now from Fox. We're about 45 minutes away from the Derek Chauvin trial to get back going after its lunch break. Stay here, right here with us, everyone. News Now from Fox, coming back.
The National Firearms Act requires that a potential owner pay $200 fee and submit their name and other identifying information to the Justice Department, just as they would if they went out and purchased a silencer for a gun. Fourthly, during my campaign for president, I wanted to make it easier for states to adopt extreme risk protection order laws. They're also called red flag laws, which everybody in this lawn knows, but many people listening do not know. These laws allow a police or family member to petition a court in their jurisdiction and say, I want you to temporarily remove from the following people any firearm they may possess because they're a danger and a crisis. They're presenting a danger to themselves and to others. And the court makes a ruling. To put this in perspective, more than half of all suicides, for example, involve the use of a firearm. But when a gun's not available, an attempt at suicide, the death rate drops precipitously. States that have red flag laws have seen the reduction in the number of suicides in their states. Every single month, by the way, an average of 53 women are shot and killed by an intimate partner. I wrote the Violence Against Women Act. It's been a constant struggle to keep it moving. We know red flag laws can have significant effect in protecting women from domestic violence. And we know red flag laws can stop mass shooters before they can act out their violent plans. I'm proud, excuse the point of personal privilege we used to say in the Senate, I'm proud that the red flag law in my home state of Delaware was named after my son, Attorney General Bo Biden, our son, excuse me, Joe, who proposed that legislation back in 2013. I want to see a national red flag law and legislation to incentivize states to enact their own red flag laws. Today, I asked the Justice Department to publish a model red flag legislation so states can start crafting their own laws right now. Just like with background checks, the vast majority of the Americans support these extreme risk protection order laws. And it's time to put these laws on the books and protect even more people. The Attorney General will have more to say about this in a moment. Additionally, we recognize that cities across the country are experiencing historic spikes in homicides, as the law enforcement can tell you. The violence is hitting black and brown communities the hardest. Homicide is the leading cause of death of black boys and men ages 15 to 34. The leading cause of death. But there are proven strategies that reduce gun violence in urban communities. And there are programs that have demonstrated they can reduce homicides by up to 60% in urban communities. but many of these have been badly underfunded or not funded at all of late. Gun violence in America, for those of you who think of this from an economic standpoint listening to me, estimated to cost the nation $280 billion, let me say it again, $280 billion a year. You say, how could that be, Joe? Hospital bills, physical therapy, trauma counseling, legal fees, prison costs, and the loss of productivity. Not to mention the psychological damage done to the children who live in these cities, watching this happen, knowing someone it happened to. This gun violence in our neighborhood is having profound impact on our children, even if they're never involved in pulling the trigger or being the victim of on the other side of a trigger. For a fraction of the cost of gun violence, we can save lives, create safe and healthy communities, and build economies that work for all of us, and save billions of American dollars. In the meantime, much of it, as Senator Cicilline knows, is taxpayer money.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, about 30 minutes away from the Derek Chauvin trial to come back from lunch.
15. Today, I'm proud to nominate David Chipman to serve as the director of the AFT. David knows the AFT well. He served there for 25 years. And Vice President Harris and I believe he's the right person at this moment for this important agency. And I've said before, my job, the job of any president, is to protect the American people. Whether Congress acts or not, I'm going to use all the resources at my disposal as president to keep the American people safe from gun violence. But there's much more that Congress can do to help that effort. And they can do it right now. They've offered plenty of thoughts and prayers, members of Congress, but they passed not a single new federal law to reduce gun violence. Enough prayers. Time for some action. I believe the Senate should immediately pass 3 House-passed bills to close loopholes that allow gun purchasers to bypass the background checks. The vast majority of the American people, including gun owners, believe there should be background checks before you purchase a gun. As was noted earlier, hundreds of thousands of people have been denied guns because of the background checks. What more would have happened? These bills, one, require background checks for anyone purchasing a gun at a gun show or an online sale. Most people don't know it. You walk into a store and you buy a gun, you have a background check. But you go to a gun show, you can buy whatever you want and no background check. Second thing is to close what's known as the Charleston loophole. Like people here, I spent time down at that church in Charleston. What happened is someone was allowed to get the gun used to kill those innocent people at a church service. If the FBI didn't complete the background check within 3 days, there's a process. If it wasn't done in 3 days, according to the Charleston loophole, you get to buy the gun. They bought the gun and killed a hell of a lot of innocent people who invited him to pray with them. And 3, reauthorize the Violence Against Women Act, which the so-called close the boyfriend and stalking loopholes to keep guns out of the hands of people found by a court to be an abuser and continuing threat. I held over 1,000 hours of hearings to pass the Violence Against Women Act. And one thing came through. If, in fact, a stay-away order, an order preventing the abuser from coming in a certain distance of the person he has abused or she has abused. And now, the idea that they can own a weapon when they have a court order saying they are an abuser. These are some of the best tools we have right now to prevent gun violence and save lives. But all these bills, they had support of both Democrats and Republicans in the House. And universal background checks are supported by the vast majority of the American people. And I might add, the vast majority of responsible gun owners. So let me be clear. This is not a partisan issue among the American people. This is a view by the American people as an American issue. And I'm willing to work with anyone to get these done. And it's long past time that we act. Now, I know this has been a hobby horse of mine for a long time. Got it done once. We should also ban assault weapons and high-capacity magazines in this country. For that 10 years we had it done, the number of mass shootings actually went down. Even law enforcement officials have told me and told other champions of this legislation, they sometimes feel outgunned by assault weapons with large capacity magazines. There's no reason someone needs a weapon of war with 100 rounds, 100 bullets that can be fired from that weapon. Nobody needs that. Nobody needs that. We got that done when I was a United States Senator. It wasn't easy going up against the gun lobby, but it saved lives. And we should also eliminate gun manufacturers from the immunity they receive from the Congress. You realize, again, the people here, because they're so knowledgeable on here in the Rose Garden, but what most people don't realize, the only industry in America, a billion-dollar industry, that can't be sued, has exempt from being sued, are gun manufacturers. Imagine how different it would be had that same exemption been available to tobacco companies who knew and lied about the danger they were causing, the cancer caused and the like. Imagine where we'd be. But this is the only outfit that is exempt from being sued. If I get one thing on my list, the Lord came down and said, Joe, you get one of these, give me that one. Because I tell you what, there would be a come to the Lord moment these folks would have real quickly. But they're not. They're not. They're exempt. I know that the conversation about guns in this country can be a difficult one. But even here, there's much more common ground than anyone would believe. There's much more common ground. Everything that's being proposed today is totally consistent with the Second Amendment. And there's a wide consensus behind the need to take action. I know that when overwhelming majorities of Americans want to see something change that will affect their lives, and it still doesn't change, it can be demoralizing to our fellow citizens. It can feel like our entire political process is broken. I know it's painful and frustrating that we haven't made the progress that we'd hoped for. But it took 5 years to get Brady Bill passed, and it took even more years to work to pass the assault weapons ban. And it saved lives. No matter how long it takes, we're going to get these passed. We're not going to give up. We have an opportunity to fulfill the first responsibility of government, to keep our people safe. And in the process, we can show the world and show ourselves that democracy works, that we can come together and get big things done. When I look around and see such brave survivors sitting out here in the Rose Garden, public servants who devoted their lives to dealing with this, advocates who feel strongly and are pushing every day to make the rational changes, and courageous parents and family members, I know the progress, even in this most difficult of issues, is possible. So folks, this is just the start. We've got a lot of work to do, but I know almost every one of you sitting in the garden here, none of you ever given up. We're not going to give up now. The idea that we have so many people dying every single day from gun violence in America is a blemish on our character as a nation. Let me say to all of you, God bless you, but most importantly, the memory of all many of you have lost in the senseless gun violence. And now I'd like to hand it over to the Attorney General for him to speak and make some comments. And I hope I get a chance to see some of you after this is over. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox.
Thank you, Mr. President and Madam Vice President. We stand here today not at a moment of tragedy, but in the midst of an enduring tragedy. So far this year, guns have taken the lives of an estimated 11,000 of our neighbors, friends, and fellow Americans. As the President explained, gun deaths in our country are occurring at a staggering pace, on the order of about 100 Americans killed every day, with hundreds more wounded. I am under no illusions about how hard it is to solve the problem of gun violence. And I know that the Department of Justice alone cannot solve the problem. It is a problem that we must all work on together in a collective effort to keep guns out of the hands of criminals and save lives. But there is work for the department.
Okay, everybody, we are going out to South Carolina right now, where we are getting an update there on the ex-NFL player Philip Adams, who is suspected of killing 5 in South Carolina. The coroner says he took his own life. Let's listen to this update.
With that said, here's Sheriff Kevin Tolson. Sheriff. Good afternoon. Spelling of my name is K-E-V-I-N-T-O-L-S-O-N, Kevin Tolson. Thank you for coming. I'd like to begin by reading a statement from the families, some of the families of some of the victims. On behalf of the Leslie, Alexander, and Colbert clans, we would like to address the outpouring of heartbreak, shock, grief, and support from our family, friends, and community. We are truly in the midst of the unimaginable. The losses we are suffering cannot be uttered at this time. While we know there are no answers that will satisfy the question why, we are sure of one thing. We do not grieve as those without hope. Our hope is found in the promise of Jesus Christ, and we are enveloped by peace that surpasses all understanding. To that end, our hearts are bent towards forgiveness and peace, toward love and connectedness, toward celebration and unity. We honor all of those involved in this story with prayers and compassion, specifically for the Shook family, the Lewis family, and the Adams family. As Robert Leslie would say, when peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrow like sea billows roll, it is well with my soul. If you would like to do something for the family, Ada and Noah would want you to stock the free pantries and libraries in your community. Barbara and Robert will want you to be good stewards of what you are given, leaving every place better than it was before you got there. Ada, Noah, Barbara, Robert, and the rest of the family would ask any memorials or gifts to be sent to Camp Joy, North Carolina, 918 South Pleasantburg Drive, Greenville, South Carolina, 29607, in honor of hope and the promise of eternity. The Leslie, Alexander, and Colbert families, April 8th, 2021. Folks, there's nothing more powerful that I can say today, or you can print, or you can broadcast, than the words that I just read. We have probably more questions than what you do about this case right now. We are working hard to provide some answers. Obviously, one answer is why. That is a question that we are probing as we speak with numerous investigators. We hope to be able to get to those answers and provide some why to the family, most importantly. Out of respect for the families that are victims of this, I'm only going to discuss information that has been released to them. Again, that's out of respect for the family. Also, out of respect for the family, please understand that speculation is very harmful to them right now. Rumors that spread are very harmful to them. We're trying to provide them with the best information that we can, and I ask that you do that as well. Also, the family has asked that they not be contacted right now. I would ask that the media please respect that, as they are in a tremendous amount of grief right now. So this is what we know currently. Yesterday evening at about 4:44 p.m., York County Public Safety Communications received the following 2 911 calls.
7/2021, 16 hours, 43 minutes, 4 seconds.
York County Council, Mayfly Fire Medical.
Yes, I need to get an ambulance and marshals, I guess, heading toward an address in Rock Hill, please.
Okay, what's that address, please?
4456 Marshall Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right, what's going on there?
This is guest on your sheet metal logistics services. I have 2 technicians on that location. I just had one call me screaming that he had been shot, and the other technician has also been shot and not responsive.
All right, do we know how long ago this happened?
My technician just called me literally 30 seconds ago.
All right, man.
And
We are listening to the 911 calls that were placed yesterday. Philip Adams suspected of shooting his family, killing 5 people, and then himself. We are listening to the county sheriff here in York, South Carolina, as they're going through what happened during this rampage.
I asked him where the other one is. He said he's laying there and he's unresponsive and he was shot also. I can't get any other information out of him.
I remember this day. So you got 2 technicians on scene, states both of them have been shot,
Yes.
and you have no further information?
No, I can't get him to, he's
I got it.
one's down.
Do you know what person's name is that you had going out, that they were going to service?
Dr. Robert Leslie.
We don't know the status of their health whatsoever.
No, one is not moving, one is non-responsive, the other one is talking slurred, and I think he's been shot in the face or the head or something because he can't talk. He just keeps saying, I've been shot, call 911, please call 911, and that's all he keeps saying.
Okay, what's the 2 technicians' name?
Let's take a quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox, 15 minutes away from coming back to the Derek Chauvin trial after lunch.
All right, and the person's name who made the service request?
Dr. Robert Leslie.
Robert Leslie?
Leslie.
Okay. All right, so that's, and who, well, got him is also the property owner.
Yes.
All right, and this is not characteristic of them at all?
No, they've been shot. I mean, they didn't do the shooting, they've been shot.
I was just making sure that's not characteristic of them to, do prank calls or anything. We just don't.
No,
Drama.
no.
Nothing
No.
here, okay? And your name, please? All right, I have to create some calls for service in here. All right, I have 704 now.
Yes.
All right, I've got police and EMS both on the way, okay? If you have any contact back with those people, just
Right.
just tell them to remain there in the same place. We do have help come to them as quickly as we can, lights and siren, okay?
thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
April 7, 2071, 6:20 hours, 6:40 hours, and 47 seconds, 7 seconds.
All right,
7, 2021, 16 hours, 46 minutes, 7 seconds.
George County 911, do you believe paramedical?
Please.
Where to?
Hello?
911.
Yes, ma'am. I think we've had some trouble at 4456 Marshall Road.
What's going on Marshall Road?
I think there's been a bad shooting, maybe 4 people.
Okay, so you think 4 people have been shot?
I believe so. I was cutting grass out in the yard and I heard some shots.
How many shots did you hear?
About 20. It's automatic. I think there's 2 outside, 2 workers outside, and Ms. Leslie's on the inside of the house.
Are you over there with them, or are you on a neighboring property?
I'm on the property, but I'm away from the house because the guy walked out of the house. It was, I'm quite sure I seen him from a distance. It looked like a black guy in black clothes carrying something red out of the house. And I'm on the other side of the property now. If the police or something come, I'll go over there with them, but I don't want to go back to the house.
Yes, sir. Don't go over to the house.
Okay. I can
Do you see any of the people, like anybody outside?
I saw one laying on the ground. It looked like one of the workers. It was the guy working for heat and air guy. He looks like he's laying on the ground. I saw the guy running around, and I heard the popping, but I didn't realize it was shooting until I saw this guy laying on the ground.
Again, with the 911 calls made before yesterday.
Okay?
All right, sir, can I get your name? Sorry, I'm on Dave officers. And Mr.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm calling someone.
So we continue to listen to the 911 calls that were placed yesterday on this shooting rampage. Philip Adams suspected of killing his family, then himself. In York, South Carolina, continuing to listen right here on News Now from Fox.
Have you?
No, ma'am. I've had both of my shots. I'm 80 years old.
All right, where out on their property are you at?
It's at the house. If you come to the arch, I'll meet him at the arch. It's 4456.
Yes, sir, I don't need you to be our deputies. I don't need you to get close to the situation, okay? We don't want you getting hurt.
I'm not going to be. I'm almost a half a mile in the situation.
All right, I'll let them know, but I've got the deputies on the way.
Okay. You can call another number too.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
That's my cell phone. Okay, go.
All right, thank you.
April 7, 2000.
So the long beeps that you heard were just redactions of names and phone numbers that we obviously didn't want to be out there in public. So our first deputies arrived on the scene 8 minutes after that, those 2 911 calls. It's a large area, and we began to assist the victims that we encountered. The first 2 victims, obviously, that we encountered were the 2 air conditioning techs who were outside the home in the driveway at their work vans. Then we immediately began to assemble a team to clear the house of Dr. Robert Leslie. Once we cleared the home, we found Dr. Robert Leslie and his wife Barbara and their 2 grandchildren in a room in the back of the house, all deceased with gunshot wounds. One living victim, one of the air conditioning techs, was transported from the scene to EMS, who could not make it to the area. by our deputies in a personally owned vehicle that was on the property, a truck. Shortly after arriving on scene, we requested our unmanned aerial system, or our drones, and also our K-9 unit immediately to respond, as well as the State Law Enforcement Division's helicopter for aerial support. Once the investigation began, we were able to develop Philip Adams as a suspect in this incident. We also learned that Mr. Adams lived close to where this incident took place, just down the road, about a quarter of a mile, maybe a little more. We were able later on in the evening to make contact with Mr. Adams' father, who lived with the suspect at the time. We were able to remove Mr. Adams and later Mrs. Adams from the home, as we had a search warrant for the home and for Philip Adams. At around 2:30 a.m., we confirmed that Mr. Philip Adams, that the suspect was deceased in a bedroom in the home. As I said before, and as Trent said, we're 22 hours into this investigation. We've gathered a lot of information. We have a lot more information to gather as to the why. Again, my two priorities here are, number one, to assure the citizens and the community in York County that an armed man who just shot 6 people is not on the loose. I assure the community that is the case. We feel like that we have the individual who's responsible for this and that he is deceased. My second priority is to the family's respect for their privacy and their grieving process. The little bit of information that I have about the suspect is that we issued several traffic citations by our traffic unit in February of 2021. Those were minor charges. And then he has some pending criminal charges from 2016 that occurred in Mecklenburg County, North Carolina. Information about those traffic citations are in your packets. I can't go without thanking our partners in law enforcement, the State Law Enforcement Division, the Rock Hill Police Department, the State Law Enforcement Division, Department of Homeland Security, the South Carolina Highway Patrol, the Chester County Sheriff's Office, and the many surrounding agencies who made contact with me and made contact with us throughout the evening to offer their assistance. We could not have had a successful investigation that we did without those folks' help. And at this time, I'll entertain some questions. Please be aware that there's not much more information that the family has been given or that we really know at this time.
Sheriff, was Adams a patient of Dr. Leslie's?
We have not been able to verify that.
Did he shoot and kill himself? You said you guys found him deceased?
Yeah, self-inflicted gunshot. We believe to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound. To my left is Coroner Sabrina Gast, and any questions that might be directed about the pathological situation or circumstances of Mr. Adams or death, cause of death, can be directed to her. And behind her is our solicitor, Kevin Brackett, who was on scene last night as well. Andrew.
Sheriff, I have a question. Can you talk about what evidence was found in the house of anything stolen or taken? And is it true that the suspect left a cell phone in the house in the crime scene?
So we have not been able to determine that anything was taken from the Leslie's residence. And all I'm able to say right now is that we did recover evidence at the scene that linked Mr. Adams to that area definitively.
If I may just follow up, I know other people have questions. Can you say definitively or generally how Mr. Adams was developed so quickly as a suspect so that you knew where you were going from there?
By evidence that he left at the scene that we were able to immediately identify and connect him. Yes, sir.
When you guys... Let's take another quick 2-minute break here on News Now from Fox. About 5 minutes away from Derek Chauvin trial to get back going. Of course, we'll have full coverage as soon as that happens. 2-minute break.
Believed to be an adequate response, so that's speculative as to whether or not he had already shot himself or he shot himself as we were arriving or while we were on scene. We did not hear any gunshots once we arrived
Did his
at
parents
that house.
believe that he was alive when last time they saw him, or when they
That is what was relayed to us at the time. Yes, sir.
Were
Yes.
your parents aware of what happened?
At the time, no. Yes, sir.
Any indication how he got into the home? Did he break in, or how did he get into that house?
I will tell you, he forced entry. Yes, sir.
Sheriff, we're hearing this is a situation where maybe he was cut off from medication, that he was a patient of the doctor. Is that anything you're looking into or can confirm?
Can't confirm it, no indication of it, and that's certainly something we are looking into. Again, I think I was asked, the first question I was asked, was there a doctor-patient relationship? We have no indication right now that there was a doctor-patient relationship between Dr. Leslie and Philip Adams.
Representative Ralph Norman told media outlets that that was the case and cited law enforcement, so you are not the law enforcement he would be citing?
No, sir. No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
It's actually for coroner for now.
Yes, ma'am.
I know that Adam died himself with a gunshot wound. Can you tell us where on the body he shot himself?
I prefer not to at this point.
I think I've already told that.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. It was a single gunshot wound to the head.
Can you talk about the condition of the living victim?
Very critical. That was the last report that we had this morning.
Were there others in the house at the time, in addition to the 5 who were killed and the one who was killed?
No, we believe that there were the 2 air conditioning techs outside, and then Dr. Leslie, his wife, and 2 grandchildren inside the home.
Sheriff, the 911 call, the second one referenced as many as 20 shots. Does the evidence on scene bear that out?
I don't know about 20, but definitely multiple gunshots.
Do we know what kind of weapon was used?
Yeah, there were two types of weapons. One was a 45, one was a 9mm.
Sheriff, are you able to say how exactly Adams obtained those weapons? Was it legally, illegally?
Well, we don't have any indication that they were illegally obtained.
Was there anything found at the home where he was staying that might show some light as to why he did this, or any other evidence?
Not right now. We don't have anything right now. There's nothing about this right now that makes sense to any of us, and that's why we're working so hard to try to get more information.
When he left the scene, did he go to anywhere else, like maybe a nearby church, to try to get in there, or anywhere? Did he go anywhere? Do you know his whereabouts between the 2 houses?
We don't believe so. Based on what we've been able to piece together so far, we don't believe so.
Do you know how long Adams was living with his parents?
I don't.
Do you know anything about his medical history, concussions, and anything of that nature?
No, I don't.
Were the kids living there, or were they out of town? Were they from out of town?
The children who were deceased, they live on the same property in Dr. Leslie's son and daughter-in-law's house.
2 more questions. Sir, Mr. Leslie was a big part of this community. If you could take your sheriff's hat off for a second, how has their deaths impacted you personally?
Dr. Leslie was a pillar in this community with what he was able to give back to this community. He was a longtime doctor. He had treated me in the past at his clinic. He was very involved in law enforcement with providing space for the sane nurses to do sexual assault exams on sexual assault victims. I was very involved in that. And so, we tend to eulogize and canonize folks, and it kind of waters it down, but I would not want to water down anything that Dr. Leslie did or meant for this community. He knew everyone. He treated everyone with respect. And if you reflect on the family statement, that is the type of family that Dr. Leslie raised, because that's the type of man that he was.
Sure. Last question. The investigation goes from here. What's next for you guys as y'all continue this?
Well, we've been back out to the scene today to try to look in more daylight and really why our next, if we can succeed in that, in answering some why questions that will certainly relieve the minds of the families that have been affected and put some closure for us to this investigation. And if you look behind you, many of the men and women who were involved with this yesterday and last night are here today. Some of them have not been to bed yet, and we continuously and tirelessly continue to work for the Shook family and for the Leslie family, And I would just ask that you keep those families in your prayers as well as the Adams family. With that, thank you.
Just a horrible situation there for that family, as investigators believe that a former NFL player, Philip Adams, shot and killed 5 people, including a prominent doctor, his wife, and their 2 young grandchildren, all happening yesterday. And the dead grandchildren were ages 5 and 9, according to the county coroner's office there. Horrible, horrible situation there. You can see the timeline of events that happened into the evening hours right there. Horrible, horrible. All right, folks, we have taken all our breaks this hour because we are getting ready for the Derek Chauvin trial to come back. They are still on break, but it should be coming back at any moment right now. Let's head out to Fox 9 Minneapolis for some coverage right there.
Expert. We also have a team of reporters also tracking the developments, everything that's going on inside the courtroom right now. We want to turn to Fox 9's Leah Bino, who's also been following all the developments. And Leah, the doctor testifying for nearly 3 hours. He was up there for quite a while.
Yes, he was, and they kind of hit the jury with his very impressive resume. This is an internationally renowned pulmonologist, as you mentioned, and a physician for an ICU in Chicago, 46 years of experience. He's done lectures in 30 different countries, so he has taught other physicians all around the globe. He has a textbook on this medical field. I mean, he is kind of...
Okay, we are going to dip out of the coverage right now because the trial is back from lunch right here, and this is going to be very interesting because they do have the medical expert on the stand, and now we will hear the cross-examination from the defense. Let's listen to this.
We'll take a sip. Cheers. Like they do in Ireland, right?
Yeah.
All right. So I just want to kind of review a few things with you, sir. I don't think we'll take too long, but so you were ultimately approached by the state of Minnesota to assist them in the review of the medical issues in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you have volunteered to do this work at no cost, correct?
Correct.
And that's, you're not normally involved in criminal cases of this nature, correct?
Correct.
And this is the first time you've ever been involved in a criminal case, correct?
Correct.
And it was that reason that you decided not to charge a fee, correct?
Correct.
Now, when you are in other cases, what type of fee do you normally charge?
I charge per hour, so it's...
What's your hourly rate?
And my hourly rate is $500 an hour for review material.
Okay. But you agreed to waive your hourly rate for this time, correct? You felt it was an important case, right?
Yes.
All right. Now, in preparation for your testimony today, you met with the state numerous times, correct?
Correct.
You have had the opportunity to review all of the medical information that was obtained in this case, correct?
Yes.
That would include Mr. Floyd's previous medical history, correct?
Correct.
The autopsy and attending toxicology reports that were prepared in this case?
Yes.
As well as some investigative materials, police reports, things of that nature, correct?
Correct.
And just correct me if I'm wrong, but you're not a pathologist, correct?
Correct. I am not a pathologist.
Your specialty is in pulmonology, critical care, things of that nature?
Correct.
And then you also have an interest and an impressive resume relevant to applied physiology as well.
Correct.
And you've been honored quite extensively for your work in that regard, right?
Correct.
You're not a Minneapolis police officer.
Correct.
It's fair to say that the training that is provided by the Minneapolis Police Department in terms of medical care comes nowhere close to your level of expertise.
Correct.
You understand that Minneapolis police officers are not even EMTs.
Correct.
They have a basic life-saving certificate dealing with gunshots, chest seals, tourniquets, and CPR, right?
Yes.
Right. So you've also had the opportunity to review a lot of the body camera footage, correct?
Yes.
You've done, I think you testified that you've watched these videos hundreds of times.
Correct.
And you've watched them all from all different angles, correct?
Correct.
And you've had the luxury of slowing things down, moving it into slow motion, still framing various times, right?
Correct.
And so your analysis of this case comes after hundreds, if not thousands, of hours of time spent looking at this information.
I don't know the total amount of time that I've spent, but it's substantial.
Right. So then you ultimately, based on the review of all of that, you prepared a report, correct?
Correct.
And you provided that to the state of Minnesota in late January of this year, right?
January 27, yeah.
Right. And after that, you've had numerous meetings with the prosecution team in this case?
By phone or by Zoom, yeah.
Right. Including January 30th of this year?
I don't know the dates, but I mean, that sounds correct.
Right. So if I were to tell you the dates were January 30th, March 3rd, March 9th, March 17th, March 21st, April 6th, and April 7th, you would not have any reason to dispute me.
I have no reason to dispute.
Right. And you understand that notes are made of those meetings and provided to the defense in this case, correct?
I understood that.
And then you've also been able to spend a substantial period of time preparing the exhibits that the jury was able to see earlier today, right?
Correct.
And those were all prepared by you or someone within your team, right?
They're prepared by me, yeah.
And you provided those to the prosecution in advance of today's testimony?
Correct.
And you understand those were provided to me last night?
I have no idea when. But,
okay.
Yep.
All right. So you've had a lot of time to prepare both yourself as well as the prosecution team in connection with this case. Fair to say?
Correct.
Now, you talked quite a bit about physics in your direct testimony. Agreed?
Yes.
And you would agree that physics or the application of physical forces is a constantly changing set of circumstances.
I didn't catch what you said.
Sure. You would agree with me, would you not, that when you look at the concepts of physics, these things are constantly changing, right?
Yeah, all science is constant changing.
Constant. I mean,
yes.
in milliseconds and nanoseconds, right?
Yes.
And so if I put this much weight or this much weight, all of the formulas and variations will change from second to second, millisecond to millisecond, nanosecond to nanosecond. Agreed?
I agree.
Similarly, biology sort of works the same way, right?
Yes.
My heart beats, my lungs breathe, my brain is sending millions of signals to my body at all times.
Correct.
Again, faster than the speed of light, right?
Correct.
Millions of signals every nanosecond, right?
Yes.
And I think in your report, you even kind of discuss that when you're talking about these instances, when you're talking about the physics or the biology, what you're really talking about is a single kind of nanosecond. But all of these processes are working in concert at all times, right?
Right. I mean, the way we calculate it is the mean value, but I mean, it's then into one instant.
Right. You've taken this case and you've literally boiled it down into a nanosecond.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, no, because it's obviously in my report, as you see, it's sequentially, there's a whole chronology. I begin from the time the knee is placed on the neck, and then all the time until what's happening in Hennepin County ER.
Right. And so your report talks about the sequential nature of things, but when we talk about the biology and the physics of this case, these things are working simultaneously, contemporaneously, all together, right?
That's correct.
In an incredibly rapid fashion.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that as this incident was occurring, there was nobody measuring the units of force that were placed on any particular position of any particular person at any particular moment, right?
I mean, there was nobody there measuring them at the time. I agree that, but they're all calculable.
Understood. And that's when you calculate them, what you have to do is you have to boil it down into what you would call the mean or the average, right?
Correct.
And so whenever we look at the concept of an average, there are things that are happening moments before, moments after, right?
Yes.
And forces will increase or decrease relative to the nanosecond of time. Agreed?
Correct, yep.
And ultimately, when we talk about kind of the biology of things, a pathologist tries to look at the intersection of all of the things that occur to in a particular death investigation, correct?
But, I mean, they're not looking at anything to do physiology.
Understood. But they're also looking at how other factors may contribute to the death of an individual, right?
I mean, they're basically looking...
No, sir.
Sorry?
It's a yes or no, sir, so I'm objecting.
Well, yes, partly.
Okay. They're looking at things beyond a nanosecond. Agreed?
No, I mean, I think in terms of a pathologist, they're looking at a nanosecond. They're looking at the nanosecond of death.
Right. But they're taking into consideration things simply that extend beyond physiology, right?
I mean, they're looking primarily at pathology.
Right. So what causes the heart to stop? What causes the lungs to cease to function, etc., right?
I mean, they're making an inference based on a pathological time point.
Right. Considering a multitude of biological factors that are involved in the death of a person, right?
I mean, it's the same as any physician is looking at a multitude of factors.
So in terms, again, of your review, you would agree that the amount of time that you've spent looking at videos, analyzing these videos from different perspectives and angles is far greater than the length of this incident.
Yes.
Probably to the times 1,000.
I can't, I really don't know. But I mean, but longer than the incident.
Right. And ultimately, you conclude that Mr. Floyd died as what we would call a hypoxic death.
He died of a low level of oxygen.
Right. That there was a low level of oxygen that caused damage to the brain, which resulted in a pulseless electrical activity, correct?
Not quite.
How did you phrase it?
He had a low level of oxygen that caused damage to the brain. The brain didn't cause the pulseless electrical alternance. The low level of oxygen caused both. The low level of oxygen caused the damage to the brain. The low level of oxygen separately caused the pulseless electrical alternance.
So it's an example of how multiple processes are occurring simultaneously.
Well, not really. It's just one process. It's a low level of oxygen that's doing both.
That's having an effect on multiple, the heart and the brain and the lungs, right?
Not really. It's just two.
Okay.
The brain and the heart.
The brain and the heart. All right. Now you talked about, I think you called it is it the nuchal ligament?
Yes.
Am I saying that correct?
Correct, yeah.
Right. That's that space at the back of the neck that's very, very hard, right?
It's not so much a space. I mean, it's a long bit, but it's roughly the palm of your hand. You stick the palm of your hand at the back of your neck.
Right.
And you're right over the nuchal ligament.
Right. And that's you said a very, very hard surface, right?
Yeah.
Can withstand a great amount of pressure, right?
Correct.
And so when we talk about the placement of the knee, there would be periods of time where Mr. Chauvin's knee was placed at that nuchal ligament, based on your observation of the videos.
I'm sorry.
That goes both ways.
And you've had an opportunity to review the autopsy, correct?
I did, yeah.
Right. You understand that there was no bruising either atop the skin or under the skin surfaces that were noted by Dr. Baker.
Yes, I'm aware.
And you also are aware, you talked quite a bit about the hypopharynx, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the hypopharynx was photographed at autopsy and no injury was noted.
I'm aware.
Now, I found it very interesting in your testimony in your report when you're kind of talking about this notion of if you can't speak or if you can speak, it doesn't mean you can, or sorry, I have to say, if you can speak, you can breathe, right? And you described this as a very dangerous proposition, right?
Yes.
You described this as causing a false sense of security to people, right? That's how you
Correct. Yep.
And in fact, in your report, you actually write a paragraph about how physicians oftentimes have trouble with this, right?
Yes.
And so people who've, similar to yourself, attended medical school, right? Sorry, you have to say yes.
I'm sorry, terribly sorry.
No problem.
Yes.
So, intelligent men and women who've graduated from college, gone on to medical school, and are engaged in the practice of medicine sometimes have problems with this notion, right?
Yes.
A patient comes in and says that they're having trouble breathing, and oftentimes a physician will not believe them, essentially.
It's important, Mr. Nelson, to make sure we're talking about speech or difficulty in breathing, because they're different.
Right. Well, you write in your report that some doctors incorrectly consider patients to be hysterical.
Your Honor, may we approach? Let's see this, Jones. Your Honor, the reference to the report is hearsay. It's not evidence. It's not proper. Overruling from it. Overruled.
You wrote in your report that some doctors incorrectly consider patients hysterical and the symptoms imaginary in nature, which further aggregates patient distress, right?
Yes, I recall.
And you wrote that this view represents a physician's failure to understand the fundamental cause of a clinical disorder.
Right, but I'm talking about a different thing there. That's hyperventilation syndrome.
So somebody comes
which is
in,
very different than the difficulty with speech. They're really apples and oranges.
okay. But if physicians, right, someone comes in and they're hyperventilating and they articulate to their physician,
Yes.
I can't breathe,
Yes.
right? And it's hyperventilation syndrome, right?
Yes.
And physicians oftentimes, as you indicate,
Yes.
confuse this issue.
Correct.
They blame the patient, right? Or
I don't have to blame the patient, but I mean, they certainly missed the diagnosis.
And it's a kind of when we're talking about speaking and breathing simultaneously,
Yes.
which is a different consideration. If a Minneapolis police lieutenant who trains police officers happened to have testified that that's a common statement in the course of treatment or in the course of training of Minneapolis police officers, you might take exception with that statement.
I didn't follow your question. It's very hard to hear through that plexiglass.
And I'm losing my voice, I think. Excuse me. If a Minneapolis police officer, I'll try to talk closer to the mic.
Mm-hmm.
The Minneapolis police lieutenant who trains Minneapolis police officers testified that it is frequently said and trained to police officers that a person can talk, it means they can breathe. You would have a problem with that.
Yes, I mean, they're able to breathe at that moment in time, but 10 seconds later, they may be dead.
Right. And because dealing with any person is a rapidly evolving situation that can change from second to second.
Yes.
Now, in terms of the calculations that you've made, you would agree that your calculations are generally theoretical, correct?
No, they're not theoretical. I mean, they're based on direct measurements. They're based on extensive research.
But you're making certain assumptions in the application of that science, are you not?
Very few assumptions.
You're assuming the weight of Mr. Chauvin.
Right, I'm aware. So, I mean, obviously, I'm aware that there's two different weights that are given.
Right. And you're assuming the weight of the equipment that the officer wears.
Yes.
And you've not actually ever physically measured the weight of the equipment a police officer carries, correct?
No, I mean, I took the measurements that are reported.
And you're not actually weighing what Mr. Chauvin weighed on May 25th of 2020.
No.
And in your measurements, you appear to be, at least from my understanding, which is going to be limited, but from my understanding, is that your measurements assumed an equal weight distribution between the right and the left legs.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. And so again, as we know, as things change and evolve and flow, weight is pretty frequently redistributed, right?
That is correct.
And again, in terms of the EELV, am I saying that right? The EELV, that's could you?
And expiratory lung volume.
All right. You're also basing that those calculations on the presumption that a person is a healthy individual, right?
For the ELV, it's not going to change, really.
But in terms of the normal respiratory rates, some of the other factors that you put into your analysis, it's all premised upon a healthy individual, right?
Right. It's based on a 46-year-old person of a particular height and sex, yes.
Right. Who's healthy.
Correct.
Right. And so you would agree, if biology can change rapidly, that the specific biological conditions of Mr. Chauvin and or Mr. Floyd come into play, right?
Correct.
And those volumes or those figures that you've assessed in connection with this case, they are conditioned upon him being a healthy individual.
Right. I mean, it varies in terms of the lungs. I mean, say, for example, compliance will vary, but end expiratory lung volume is pretty robust. It just isn't going to vary.
Okay, so but other factors, like you said, what was the first sentence?
Lung compliance will vary from one person to the next person, but it varies different segments within the lung. They're not all monolithic.
Okay. Now, and you talked about one thing in terms of, and this is a little bit of an aside, but in terms of the prone position and the pushing of the stomach into the lungs, right?
Yes.
The size of a person's stomach has some bearing on that, right?
It does.
A person like myself who has a few extra inches, if I'm prone, it's going to perhaps push further or harder up into my lungs, right?
Yes.
A person who is healthy, physical, muscular, it's going to have less of an impact.
That is correct.
All right. But again, in terms of what we have learned about Mr. Floyd from his autopsy and his medical records, is that we understand that Mr. Floyd had some heart disease, right?
That is correct.
In fact, I believe that he had in some of his arteries somewhere between a 75 and 90% occlusion of his ventricular arteries, right?
Correct.
And that's going to affect blood flow in a person, right? It's going to make the body work a little harder to get the blood through the body.
No, not really. It's not going to do that.
Okay. How does that affect a person's respiratory?
The coronary artery? Mm-hmm. If the coronary artery is affecting it, and if the coronary artery was contributing to shortness of breath, you would expect that he would be complaining of chest pain, and you would expect that he would be demonstrating a very rapid respiratory rate. We don't see either.
Okay. We'll come back to the respiration. I can't say it right. I'm taken by your accent. The respiratory rate.
I can't compensate for it.
Appreciate it. I'll say it like you, his respiratory rate.
Okay. There you go.
All right. We also understand that Mr. Floyd, based on his medical records, has a history of hypertension or high blood pressure.
Yes,
right?
that's correct.
Now, in terms of, we also understand that Mr. Floyd had previously been diagnosed with COVID-19, right?
Correct.
And he may not be have been symptomatic on March 25th, but it's fair to say that a lot is unknown about the effects of COVID-19 on a person's lungs, long term.
I mean, not as much as it would appear to be the case. I mean, because obviously it's a viral illness. We have a huge amount of information about the long-term effects of viral illnesses.
And those can affect the elasticity of the lungs, right?
Not the elasticity. It would be, if it's having any effect, it would be within the sensory receptors within the tracheobronchial 3. So it really wouldn't have anything to do with the elasticity.
Okay. Now, but we also learned quite a bit about the toxicology as well. Oh, excuse me. On the COVID-19, you testified that treatment of people with COVID-19 includes leaving them in the prone position, right?
Correct.
And so those people who would be treated for COVID-19 in the prone position, based on your calculations, you would have a 24% decrease in the EELV.
Right. I mean, this is people with COVID where they're during the time that they have COVID.
Right. But that's what you'd expect, that same decrease in the EELV.
No, it's going to be very different. In somebody who has, say, pneumonia, what's going to happen in the prone position will be very variable from one person to another as a result of the pneumonia. It's different than normal lungs.
Okay. So in essence, every person is different.
Oh, for certain.
And now you calculated his respiratory rate to be 22, right?
Correct.
And you said that that was within the normal respiratory rate?
Yep.
And you would not describe him as hyperventilating?
No, I mean, the word hyperventilation is open to an awful lot of misinterpretation. That is most certainly not hyperventilation. No.
And hyperventilation assists in the removal of carbon dioxide from the body, right?
It's confusing. It's not that simple.
In its simplest terms.
In the simplest terms, yes, it does assist. It gets rid of carbon dioxide.
All right.
But
now,
it can be frequently misleading.
Okay. Now, in terms of the toxicology of Mr. Floyd, we did learn that there were some controlled substances in his system, right?
Yes.
We know that there was, for example, nicotine, right?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd was a smoker.
Correct.
And smoking changes the lung function, agreed?
In some people.
Now, we also learned more, and I'm not suggesting that all people who smoke have lung problems, right?
Less than 10% do. 90% don't have any.
A little bit from the microphone.
I'm sorry.
No problem.
So you focused in your direct examination quite a bit in terms of fentanyl and the fentanyl's effect on the respiration rate.
Yes.
And you would agree generally that fentanyl is a respiratory depressant.
It can be.
Right. It's used in operating rooms, right?
Yes. Yep.
And it's also used in the management of chronic pain, right?
That is correct.
And medically speaking, those are really the only two reasons that fentanyl would be prescribed.
Yes, probably.
But you understand that fentanyl has become far more prolific in street drugs, right?
Yes, I'm aware.
And you would agree generally that there is a significant difference between fentanyl that's manufactured according to the United States, their whatever rules apply, right? The pharmaceutical companies make it much differently than the street dealers do, right?
I imagine so.
Right. And so when a person is ingesting illicit street purchased fentanyl, it's every time they take a fentanyl dose, it's a different experience for that person.
Right, but if it's affecting the respiratory center, it's going to act through the mu receptors in the medulla oblongata. There's no way around that.
Right.
Fentanyl isn't going to have an effect on respiration by some other mechanism.
Understood. But the end result of fentanyl can include respiratory depression.
Right, through the mu receptors.
Right. And we also learned that there was methamphetamine in a low dose in Mr. Floyd's system, right?
Correct.
And the fentanyl and the methamphetamine, they can kind of counteract each other, right?
Well, I mean, they're up and downers, but in terms of the respiratory centers, there's not going to be.
So the methamphetamine would not, the methamphetamine is going to increase the heart rate, right?
That's a different thing than the respiratory centers. yeah.
Understood, but methamphetamine will increase a person's heart rate, right?
Yes.
That's one of the side effects.
Yes.
And there are a few there are a few conditions where a physician can lawfully prescribe methamphetamine, right?
Yes.
But it's exceedingly rare that it's actually done.
I can't say, but I mean, it's definitely a prescribable agent, kind of. It used to be used commonly for appetite suppressant.
And I think ADHD, is that
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So we also know that adrenaline will increase the heart rate, right?
Yes.
And adrenaline can be put into the body in multiple ways, right? Well, let me. There are many things that can cause a surge in adrenaline.
Yes.
One of those things would be getting into a fight with someone.
Yes.
Or being afraid.
Difficult to know in terms of being afraid, but getting into a fight.
And the paraganglionoma that was found, I understand you call it the 10% tumor, but in 10% of the tumor cases that can cause an adrenaline surge.
Yes, and in the 90% it won't.
Now, in terms of the use of fentanyl in the hospital setting, surgical setting, have you become familiar with what's called wooden chest syndrome?
Yes, I have.
And can you explain for the jury what wooden chest syndrome
In
is?
some patients with fentanyl, you'll get an increase in chest wall stiffness.
So the lungs become less elastic?
Not quite the lungs, the chest wall.
Okay. So that would prevent a chest wall tight or chest wall rigidity will also decrease the performance of the lungs.
It will impede the ability of the lungs to expand.
Now, in your report, you wrote that you would expect the peak respiratory depression to occur from fentanyl within 5 minutes of ingestion.
Right. Yeah.
And have you come to learn that tablets were found or controlled substances were found in the back seat of Squad 320?
I mean, I've heard reports to that effect. I don't know what the status of it is.
All right. So you've not been provided with any additional information since the time you've prepared your report?
I'm sure that's wrong, but I've been provided with a lot of information. I don't necessarily recall, keep it all at the front of my brain.
Okay. Well, yesterday we heard testimony from the State Crime Lab that there were in the back seat of the squad car 2 partially consumed pills found in the back of Squad 320.
Objection, Your Honor, to the characterization of testimony.
To the characterization of?
Overruled if it's foundational to your question.
It is. You understand that?
No, I kind of, but not fully.
Okay. Yesterday, a chemist from the State Crime Lab testified in this case.
Counsel, I'm going to reverse my
ruling. It's sustained. You can state it in the form of a hypothetical, however.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I can't hear you.
The sidebar.
Let me ask, let me ask you in the form of a hypothetical question, okay? If partially ingested pills that were determined to contain both fentanyl and methamphetamine were found partially ingested in the back seat of the squad car, and that those pills had been had the DNA of the deceased individual on them, meaning that they took them, and those pills would have been in his mouth at about 2018, right? Is it fair to say that you would expect the peak fentanyl respiratory depression within about 5 minutes?
Right. I mean, obviously, it would depend on how much of it was ingested. I mean, just finding the pills won't tell you anything about whether any of it was ingested or some of it or anything. But if there was any amount of it ingested, yes, the peak would be 5 minutes.
Right. And so if it happened at 2018 or thereabouts, when the individual was in the back of the car, you would expect that peak respiratory depression to be around 2013, right? 2023, I'm sorry. 2018 to 2023 is
You're trying to really confuse me, Mr. Nelson.
I'm sorry. I think I can actually say it's been a long week now. So 2018 is the ingestion point. You would expect peak respiratory depression by 2023.
Correct.
Right? That's the peak, meaning that it could continue afterwards, right?
Right.
All right. You also described in your direct testimony what you have interpreted to be an anoxic seizure, right?
Yes.
At 2024.
Correct. 24-21.
2024.
21.
And that was in what you saw and what the jury was played was reflected in from Officer Lane's body camera, right?
Correct.
And it was the kick of the legs, right?
Yes.
And after that point, you can see Officer Lane hold the leg down, right?
Yes.
And you can see it kick up again,
Yes.
right?
Once again, try not to
Talk over each other.
Sorry. A tendency to go fast. That's what you recognize based on your 46 years of being a pulmonologist and an intensivist and your experience, right?
Right. I mean, obviously there was additional information from the hand, but I mean, the leg was the key.
Right. And would be reasonable for a police officer to interpret that same behavior as resistance.
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation witness to talk about what's reasonable for a police officer.
Sustained.
Now, you testified that the last breath of Mr. Floyd was at 20:25:16, right?
Correct.
Prior to that point, to all people who were there and monitoring him, he would have appeared to have been breathing, right?
It's just hard for me to hear.
Sorry. Prior to that point,
Yeah.
it would be reasonable that he would appear to be breathing, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you showed us a segment where you were able to count his respiratory rates.
Yes.
Right? And then you said that at 20:35 and 06 seconds is when the first air was pumped back into him.
Correct.
All right. And you understand that paramedics arrived at 20:27 and 45 seconds?
Yes.
And so the time between when the paramedics arrived and Mr. Floyd got his first air was roughly 8 minutes, almost 9 minutes.
Yes. Yeah.
And according to timelines, the drive to the hospital is about 5 minutes.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Were you aware that the drive to the hospital is about 5 minutes?
I wasn't aware, but I have no reason to dispute it.
And so between 20:27 and 45 seconds when the EMTs first arrived, and the time they got him to have an air in his lungs, that was a crucial 9 minutes.
Yes.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
Mr. Blackwell.
Dr. Tobin, just a few questions, just for clarification's sake. You had just asked a lot of questions about science and medicine, changing, constantly changing, evolving by the nanosecond, by the millisecond. You heard all of that.
Yes, I did.
I want to go to the period of time when Mr. Chauvin was on the back and neck of Mr. Floyd.
Yes.
Did you see him get off of the back of Mr. Floyd by the nanosecond, by the millisecond, by any seconds in the 9 minutes and 29 seconds that you saw him on it?
No, I did not.
If you look at the 5 minutes and 3 seconds that you focused on, where, if you consider all the nanoseconds and milliseconds in the 5 minutes and 3 seconds, where was Mr. Chauvin the vast majority of that time?
He was on Mr. Floyd's neck and on his back and arm.
Right, not constantly changing.
No.
Now, you asked questions about what injuries were noted on autopsy.
Yes.
And I think reference was made, there was no injury noted to the hypopharynx on autopsy.
Correct.
Does that make any difference to you whatsoever?
None whatsoever. I wouldn't expect there to be anything found there
And why
at
not?
autopsy.
Why not, Dr. Tobin?
Because the effects on the hypopharynx are not something that is going to remain at the time of an autopsy. I mean, the type of changes that we see, say, in somebody with sleep apnea, that's not something you're going to see the following morning when you look at somebody. It's just not there.
Well, there was also a reference made to the absence of bruising on the neck during autopsy.
Yes.
Does that make any difference to you whatsoever?
No, because obviously whenever I go to church, I sit on a hard bench. I don't get bruising of my buttocks when I leave. So I wouldn't expect anything in terms of that. So if you have somebody, this was a static force. It's not as if somebody is jamming against it. So you wouldn't expect anything in the way of bruising.
And scientifically, do you know of any correlation between the presence or absence of bruising on autopsy and the forces necessary to restrict breathing?
No, they're totally different because it's in terms of static forces and dynamic.
What about low oxygen? If somebody suffers or dies from low oxygen,
Yes.
does that show up on autopsy?
No, it does not.
And the fact that it doesn't, does that mean anything to you whatsoever?
It has no meaning.
And why not?
Because low oxygen is a functional thing, just like an arrhythmia is a functional thing. It doesn't leave a fingerprint on the autopsy. It's just there. It's something that happened. But it won't leave any fingerprint afterwards. You don't see it.
But doesn't mean that the person didn't die from low oxygen.
No, absolutely not. So if you take somebody and you suffocate him with a pillow, and it's very clear to you after you suffocated the person and he's dead from the pillow, you're not going to see the effects of the low oxygen.
Now, you were asked quite a few questions about Mr. Floyd's pre-existing health conditions.
Correct.
And remember, he cited a number of those.
Yes.
Do any of those conditions have anything to do with the cause of Mr. Floyd's death, in your professional opinion, whatsoever?
None whatsoever.
And again, what was the cause such that those conditions don't matter?
The cause of death is a low level of oxygen that caused the brain damage and caused the heart to stop.
You were also asked questions about substances in Mr. Floyd's system. I think you were asked questions about nicotine. Remember that?
Yes.
He didn't die from nicotine, did he?
No.
You were asked questions about fentanyl and meth.
Yes.
Any evidence that he died from meth?
No, none.
You were asked questions about whether he had ingested any fentanyl within 5 minutes of his time of death.
Yes.
Now, I think you explained to us that if somebody is suffering from a fentanyl overdose you would see a depression in the respiratory system.
Yes.
And depression means some reduction in the rate or ability to breathe.
Correct.
Did you see any depression in Mr. Floyd's ability to breathe whatsoever before he went unconscious?
No, absolutely not. He was normal respiratory rate.
Any evidence then that any fentanyl in his system depressed his breathing in any way whatsoever?
No, and that's further borne out in the carbon dioxide.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin. No further questions.
Anything further?
Two very quick questions. In terms of the carbon dioxide level, you testified that it was at a 96?
Yep. So, I'm sorry, I didn't catch.
You testified that the carbon dioxide was at a 96?
I think it was 89.
89. It was also measured at 102. Do you?
Well, that's the venous one, but not the arterial is the one you need to look at.
And in terms of the ingestion of, or just generally speaking, fentanyl can also cause death as a result of low oxygen to the brain, right?
But it would have to be low through respiratory depression.
The question is, fentanyl can also cause a death as a result of low oxygen.
Well, your answer is yes, but only in part.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Briefly.
Just one. Mr. Nelson brought up again fentanyl as a cause of death.
Yes.
Doctor, you're familiar with the way people die from fentanyl.
Yes, very.
Do they or do they not go into a coma before they die from a fentanyl overdose?
Yes, they will.
Was Mr. Floyd ever in a coma?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Tobin.
Okay.
Anything else? Thank you. Doctor, thank you so much.
Thank you very
you
much.
are excused.
Okay, thank you.
Let's take a 5-minute break so we can all get our voices back.
And thanks for tuning in here on News Now from Fox. We have day 9 of witness testimony in the Derek Chauvin murder trial. We just heard cross-examinations from the defense team of this pulmonary expert, and we are going to be hearing from quite a few experts today, from beginning to end, gavel to gavel coverage on the Derek Chauvin trial. We're going to take this time to go out to a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll see you after that and bring some of these live events that are going on across the country. We have several things going on, including an event in Texas talking about the power grid and new legislation that should help weatherize so that in future storms, power down is not a thing. We'll see you in 2 minutes after this commercial break. For those of you who are still with us right now, I'm Daytona Everett, and I just want to break down some of the things that we are following in the Derek Chauvin trial. The state expected to shift to start calling medical experts to the stand. That's what's been going on this day 9, Thursday. And they're testifying in this trial, this murder trial of Derek Chauvin, the former Minneapolis police officer who is charged in the death of George Floyd. Chauvin charged with 3rd-degree murder, 2nd-degree murder, and second-degree manslaughter in Floyd's death last May. We all saw that viral video that went around on social media. We just heard from Dr. Martin Tobin, a Chicago area pulmonologist and critical care physician who researches breathing. So this is very essential in this trial, considering a lot of what they're asking about is George Floyd and obviously him not being able to breathe. I can't breathe. We've heard that statement several times. He's an expert witness for the state, but is not being paid to testify, which is a little bit different than that Los Angeles officer expert that we heard from the past few days. He reviewed the medical records, interviews, and videos in the case and concluded that Floyd died from a low level of oxygen that caused brain damage and a PEA, which is a pulseless electrical activity, arrhythmia, that caused his heart to stop. So that's what we're hearing right now. That was the very latest. They're taking a 5-minute break right now. We still have the shot up, so whenever they come back from their break, we will bring that to you live. But for now, we do have a live event that's going on in Texas right now with Senator Cornyn and Representative Johnson talking about a Texas energy grid bill that has been introduced. They're announcing the Power On Act, a bipartisan bill to help weatherize Texas's energy grid and help prevent a future severe storm. So we'll listen into that for just a moment here from the very beginning, and then we'll come back to the Derek Chauvin trial when it is back from recess.
Good afternoon. Let me thank all of you for joining us for this timely press conference. All of you, I'm sure, remember that on February the 13th, the day before Valentine's Day this year, our state had the largest failure that I think we've experienced. In face of the extreme weather storm with, excuse me, I didn't take my mask down. Texans suffered a lack of preparedness in our energy infrastructure. And so, just like everyone else, I had power outages. I was lucky enough not to have water breakage, but I knew we had to do something. As a matter of fact, the portion of legislation that got incorporated to the full package is some that I had done and spearheaded because we were looking forward perhaps to a very hot summer. Well, it'll also help with a very cold winter. And so even though this storm is over, we did watch in horror with so many Texans without food, power, water, heat, and much more. I talked with my sister, and she said, well, I'm taking a lot of my food from the freezer in case I have a power outage to cook. And I thought the same thing. But when I went to my kitchen and went to my refrigerator and went to the stove, I realized I was all electric. So it really made a difference. And so to make a long story short, I was very delighted to get with our senior senator of the state to put portions of the legislation that I had put together and portions of which he's worked with to become one bill. And we feel very positive about it because Texas is such an independent state that we had to look for a way to see how to help and support the needs of the people in the state. And so we're very excited about the drafting of this piece of legislation. We feel very positive, though we don't take anything for granted, that our entire state on both sides of the aisle will help us to get this passed. Senator Cornyn and I have had a visit on it. We both stand for the people and the relief that we probably can help to bring. We know about hot temperatures, blizzards, hurricanes, tornadoes, wildfires, and natural disaster will hit Texas at somewhere or the other. We're such a big state. When it comes, we want to be ready. And so that's what we're trying to do with this bipartisan piece of legislation, to speak to the needs of the people and where we have got to go to bring the weatherization, to bring the equipment up to par. And so Before I go any further, and I'll be here for questions if you like, I'd like to present to you the senior senator of Texas. We're right in his district, but I'm closer to this part. So I want to welcome him and thank him and ask him to have some remarks.
Thank you very much. Great to be with you. Well, it's good to be back in Dallas with my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, and thank you for welcoming me to your district. I have the great honor of representing the entire state, but everybody knows Congresswoman Johnson is a powerhouse, particularly here in North Texas, and has a lot of clout in Washington, D.C. Well, when it comes to natural disasters, there's no red team and no blue team. There's only Team Texas. That's one of the lessons that I learned from Senator Kay Bailey Hutchison when I first came to the Senate. And when things happen like this 120-year weather event that we're here to talk about, we look for answers and how to fix the problems and things that need to be done. And I've been in Washington long enough.
And again, Senator Cornyn coming out of Texas talking about this Power On Act, which will help the energy grid powerize during these winter weather events. We all remember what Texas experienced during that deep freeze. Well, we'll play out the rest of that press conference a little bit later for you, but we do have the Derek Chauvin trial back in recess or back on right now. So we'll listen in and see what is next in questioning.
And if you wouldn't mind removing your mask for testimony, if you feel comfortable doing so. And let's begin by having you state your full name, spelling each of your names.
My name is Daniel, D-A-N-I-E-L, Eisenschmid, I-S-E-N-S-C-H-M-I-D.
Ms. Aldridge.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I work at NMS Labs, Horsham, Pennsylvania.
Did you say in Horsham, Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
How long have you been with NMS Labs?
Since 2011.
What do you do at NMS Labs?
I'm a forensic toxicologist at NMS.
And did you have any other lab experience before joining NMS?
Yes, I did. Prior to joining NMS from 1994 to 2011, I was the chief toxicologist for the Wayne County, Michigan Medical Examiner's Office. And before that, I was at Southgate Medical Lab, so I was the director of toxicology. And prior to that, from 1982 to 1991, I was at Maryland Medical Labs in Baltimore, Maryland. Also during that period, working at some time during the, I think it was from 86 to, or 84 to 86 at the medical examiner's office in Baltimore as well.
So rewinding a bit as well to your educational background, could you just describe for the jury what your educational background is?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in biology from Adelphi University in Garden City, New York, and that was attained in 1982. Then I have a master's degree in forensic pathology with pathology with a concentration in forensic toxicology, and that's from University of Maryland at Baltimore. That was in 1986, and then my PhD was from University of Maryland at Baltimore in forensic toxicology in 1991.
Do you have any specialized certifications related to your work?
I am board certified as a fellow from the American Board of Forensic Toxicology.
And what are the requirements for that?
So the requirements for that, they've changed over the years, but for the fellow requirement, you can apply to the board after 3 years after you have your PhD. They examine your credentials to see that you're active in the field of forensic toxicology. If you have the right references and you're active in the field, they'll allow you to sit for an examination. And then if you pass the examination, the board votes on your final certification. After that, you have to do continuing education each year and attain a minimum number of continuing education credits. And then every 5 years, you have to apply to the board for reaccreditation.
And have you gone through all those requirements and satisfied them successfully?
Yes, I have.
And are you up to date with all of those continuing education requirements as well?
I am.
I'm going to get back to sort of your role as a forensic toxicologist. Could you describe sort of your day-to-day job duties as a forensic toxicologist at NMS Labs?
So my primary responsibility at NMS Labs is to do case review. And what that means is when toxicology tests are performed at NMS Labs, particularly ones that require many different kinds of tests to be done, they wind up being reviewed by a toxicologist or a certifying scientist to look at them in the context of all the testing that was done. So individual tests are reviewed by analysts in the laboratory, and they're secondary reviewed as well. But the final review comes to either a toxicologist or certifying scientist that looks at everything in the context of the entire case.
And then in that capacity, is it part of your job duties to author reports and sign off on all of that testing?
Yes, it is.
Approximately how many cases have you reviewed in that capacity as a forensic toxicologist?
I review about 7,000 to 8,000 cases per year.
And in terms of the work that comes into NMS Labs, are there a variety of agencies that submit samples to NMS Labs for testing?
Yes, we get samples from medical examiners and coroners. We get samples from police agencies for DUI cases. And we also get a lot of clinical samples from hospitals and referral laboratories.
So in that capacity, does NMS receive both post-mortem or death-related samples as well as samples from living patients?
Yes, we do.
And NMS as a lab, approximately how many tests or samples does NMS receive for testing each day?
We receive about 12 to 1,300 requisitions each day.
And when you say requisitions, what is that?
It would mean requests for testing. It could be multiple samples on a requisition.
So thousands of tests a year.
Thousands of tests a day. Yeah.
Tens of thousands of tests a year. My math is bad. All right. Is NMS a licensed and accredited lab?
It is.
And does that include national accreditations as well?
National and state accreditations.
I'm going to turn to your work in this particular case. Did NMS Labs receive some samples for testing from the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's Office related to George Floyd?
We did.
And were there a number of different samples that were received?
Correct.
What were the samples that were ultimately tested by NMS Labs?
So we tested the samples that were requested by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner to be tested. So we tested samples that were labeled as hospital blood, and we also tested urine that was collected at the autopsy.
And in terms of the testing that was performed at NMS Labs, were those tests pursuant to standard operating procedures at the lab?
Yes, they were.
And that process was followed for all of those tests?
Yes.
Getting to the results from that testing, what were the notable findings from that testing?
So the most notable findings in the hospital blood was the presence of fentanyl at 11 nanograms per milliliter. And then the metabolite of fentanyl, the breakdown product of fentanyl, norfentanyl, at a concentration of 5.6 nanograms per milliliter. In addition, we found methamphetamine at 19 nanograms per milliliter.
So I'm going to talk about each of those substances one by one, and you indicated these were the results from the hospital blood in this case. Is that right?
That is correct.
So let's start with methamphetamine. What is methamphetamine?
So methamphetamine is a central nervous system stimulant. It can actually be prescribed. It rarely is, but it can be prescribed under the brand name Digoxin, and it is used for attention deficit hyperactivity disorder and also obesity. It was also experimentally used for treatment of narcolepsy. And between 2016 2018, there were about 10,000 prescriptions in the U.S. written for Digoxin that year, each year.
So can methamphetamine be both a street-level recreational drug and also a prescription drug?
It can.
With respect to the results, the 19 nanograms per milliliter that you found of methamphetamine, what significance, if any, is there to that amount?
Well, that is actually approximately the amount that you would find in the blood in somebody that was given a single dose of methamphetamine as a prescribed drug.
So when you say you described the prescription drug form in which methamphetamine can be available, the results would be consistent with the prescription dose of that. Is that right?
Yes, it could be.
Would that be considered a low level of methamphetamine?
Yes, very low.
And you also talked about the fentanyl results of 11 nanograms per milliliter. First, what is fentanyl?
So fentanyl is a opioid and analgesic. It's used similar to morphine. It's much more potent than morphine. It can be used to treat pain and also be an adjunct use in surgery and for anesthesia.
And you talked about opioids. Maybe you could just describe what an opioid is.
So opioids actually include both natural, semi-synthetic, and synthetic drugs that act on the mu receptor, which are where opioids act. Opiates are natural products that are found in the poppy plants, such as morphine and codeine. So opiates are opioids, but not all opioids are opiates.
So what are some examples of opioids?
So fentanyl would be an example of an opioid.
Would oxycodone also be an opioid?
Yes, it would.
And then you talked about similarities between opioids and opiates. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned morphine as an opiate.
Yes.
Is that heroin?
So heroin is actually made from morphine, but when heroin breaks down, it breaks down into a metabolite called 6-acetylmorphine, and then eventually to morphine.
So heroin would break down into 6-acetylmorphine and morphine. Is that right?
Yes.
Do opioids and opiates have similar effects?
Yes.
Getting back to the fentanyl level in this case, you mentioned it was 11 nanograms per milliliter. Can fentanyl levels vary widely depending on an individual?
Yes, they can.
And why would that be?
Because of tolerance.
And could you just explain how an individual's drug tolerance might affect the impact a particular drug like an opioid or fentanyl might have on them?
So, I mean, if a person becomes tolerant to a drug, you need to have more and more of the drug to get the desired effect. So, with chronic use, to get the same feeling that you would at a given concentration of fentanyl, you need to take more to get that effect.
And so if someone is regularly using opiates or opioids, would that individual then develop a tolerance to an opioid like fentanyl?
Yes.
All right. Now you also talked about norfentanyl. Could you just describe what norfentanyl is?
So when the body gradually eliminates fentanyl, it breaks it down from fentanyl to norfentanyl. That's a gradual process that occurs over time. And it's one of the ways the body eliminates fentanyl.
And you indicated that the amount of norfentanyl found in the hospital blood in this case was 5.6 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Yes.
And what is significant about that amount of norfentanyl?
Well, it shows that some of the fentanyl was metabolized to norfentanyl. It also could mean there was pre-existing norfentanyl with additional fentanyl given on top of that. But it basically shows that when we see very recent deaths with fentanyl, we frequently see fentanyl with no norfentanyl whatsoever, because after a very acute fentanyl intoxication, the body doesn't have time to break it down.
And you described when you see a fentanyl overdose, typically you may not see any norfentanyl or low levels of norfentanyl.
Correct.
In addition to those findings from the hospital blood, were there some other findings as well that were included in your report?
There were some incidental findings. I believe there was codeine, which was from smoking. There was caffeine. There was evidence of prior marijuana use by the presence of cannabinoids. I would have to look at the report to know.
And would that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
If we could put on the screen, just for the witness's recollection, Exhibit 624, please. And then if we could zoom in on the positive findings portion. All right. Referring to your report now, could you describe the other findings with respect to this case?
Yeah, so the additional finding was a compound called 4-ANPP, That is actually a precursor to fentanyl manufacturing, but it is also a metabolite of fentanyl. It's not pharmacologically significant. That's probably mostly inactive, but it was measured as part of some additional testing that was requested by the Hennepin County Medical Examiner. And then in the urine findings, we had presumptive positive findings, not confirmed for cannabinoids, amphetamines, and fentanyl. Those were not confirmed because they were present in the blood, so that follows that. And then we also had findings for opiates in the urine, and we were asked to confirm those, and we found a concentration of morphine in the urine of 86 nanograms per milliliter.
Apologies. Sorry, you were saying that you found morphine in the urine of 86 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Correct.
And was that morphine found in the blood?
No, it was not.
And can a finding of morphine in the urine be indicative of a prior use in advance of the time of death?
Yes, it can. You can see morphine in the urine for several days, depending on the dose and prior use pattern.
And again, is that because it shows up in urine longer than blood?
Yes.
So you tested both hospital blood as well as the urine. You described the findings in the urine with respect to morphine. You were also discussing the 4A and PP finding in the hospital blood. With respect to the other findings in your report, can you just sort of summarize what they were and whether they were significant at all?
So I think I mentioned, so there was caffeine, which is present in many of us, and cotinine, which is present as a metabolite of nicotine from smoking. And then cannabinoids, there was delta-9 THC at 2.9 nanograms per milliliter, and its breakdown product, 11-hydroxy delta-9 THC at 1.2 nanograms per milliliter, and then the inactive delta-9 carboxy THC at 42 nanograms per milliliter.
And when it comes to these THC findings or THC findings relating to cannabinoids, what, if any, impact does that have?
It's very hard to interpret those, given the nature of the samples, and also what happens with cannabinoids, because they go into the fat, so they can be released slowly with time, and certainly, anything like CPR or something like that's potentially going to release THC from the fat. So it doesn't really mean a whole lot other than cannabinoids were used at some point in time.
So they can remain in the system and be detected for an extended period of time. Yes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. We can take that down. Thank you. Now, as part of your testing process at NMS Labs, were there also some metabolites or other substances that were detected as part of the testing, but below your lab's reporting limits?
So we did find substances that were below the threshold to report, and that is why they're not on the report. But they are in part of the data package that was requested, and one can see those there.
And do you keep those litigation packages or that data as part of your standard operating procedures or the course of business at NMS Labs?
So all of the data is part of the course of business. The litigation package is actually pulled from that data on request, but yes.
So as part of your testing, the lab's testing of the samples in this case, I'd like to ask about the testing process for methamphetamine and whether there were findings of amphetamine.
Sure. So when we had a positive, the screen was positive for methamphetamine by a method called LC time of flight mass spectrometry. And anything that's positive above a certain threshold by that procedure is then confirmed by an alternate procedure. In this case, methamphetamine was positive on a screen, and we ran the confirmation test for amphetamines. The amphetamines confirmation test actually consists of 10 compounds, but we're only interested in the target compounds that we are actually confirming in this case. So in this case, we did detect methamphetamine, and because it's a metabolite of methamphetamine, there was evidence of amphetamine, but it was below the reporting limit, so it was not reported.
And you indicated that amphetamine is a metabolite of methamphetamine, is that right?
Correct.
And does that mean then that the body breaks down methamphetamine into amphetamine over time?
Yes, it does.
In addition to confirming the presence of amphetamine, was there also an indication on initial testing of buprenorphine?
There was an indication on the LC time of flight screen, but because it was below the reporting limit, it was not confirmed, so it's merely an indication.
And when you say indication, that just means it didn't go through that second step of the process, is that right?
Correct.
What is buprenorphine?
Buprenorphine is a drug that's prescribed. It's called Suboxone, and it's typically prescribed for opioid agonist therapy for people that are going through opiate treatment.
And are the components of Suboxone both buprenorphine but also naloxone?
Yes.
And is naloxone essentially generic Narcan?
Yes.
Getting back to the blood that was tested in this case, you indicated that it was hospital blood, is that right?
That's correct.
What's significant about using hospital blood for testing?
Well, hospital blood is if it's antemortem blood, is more representative of what is actually circulating in the body prior to the time of death. After death, there are changes that occur with drug concentrations, particularly in central blood, such as blood collected from the heart. And that phenomenon is known as postmortem redistribution, where drugs go from areas of higher concentration to a lesser concentration. That is less of an issue with peripheral blood samples, such as femoral blood, but it can still occur. So it's ideally you would want to try to get a sample as close to the time of death as possible.
And if a blood sample is taken after death or after extensive CPR on a patient, can there be some postmortem redistribution?
I think that's possible. There's a lot you don't know, but it certainly is possible, and if it does, it tends to increase concentrations.
When you say increased concentrations, does that mean that the level might show higher than it actually was at the time of death?
Correct.
What about hemolysis? What's hemolysis?
Hemolysis is the breakdown of a red blood cell.
And does that, or did it have any impact on the testing in this case?
No, I mean, that would have an impact on certain clinical chemistry tests like potassium, which is stored in red blood cells. But when you analyze a blood sample for drugs, you're analyzing the whole sample, so it would have no effect.
So you mentioned that NMS Labs receives thousands of samples a day, tens of thousands of samples a year. Did you review and compile some data from the year 2020 with respect to NMS's fentanyl cases and methamphetamine cases?
I did.
And would those help you to contextualize the results in this case?
Sure.
Your Honor, I would offer for demonstrative purposes Exhibit 920.
Any objection for demonstrative purposes? And what was the number again, Ms. Eldridge?
Sorry, Your Honor?
Exhibit number?
920.
920 is received for demonstrative purposes only, which means members of the jury won't go back with you for deliberation, but it'll be received to illustrate the witness's testimony.
And if we could publish. Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Dr. Eisenschmidt, I'm going to have you describe what's shown on this screen.
So as of right now, we're looking at what happens when fentanyl is metabolized over time to norfentanyl. So gradually, the amount of fentanyl starts to decrease and the norfentanyl starts to increase.
And that's what happens as the body metabolizes fentanyl, is that right?
That is correct.
Right, next slide, please. And could you describe what's shown here, please?
So this is data from NMS Labs from year 2000, and we looked at the fentanyl concentrations in postmortem cases, specifically in those, and only those, that were collected in peripheral blood. Again, for the reasons I mentioned before, central blood, like cardiac blood, can have significant postmortem redistribution. So we wanted to look at samples that have a minimal amount of that.
I think you indicated the year 2000. Is this data from 2020?
Sorry, 2020, my mistake.
Okay.
So this is from the year 2020. And we had 19,185 cases that we looked at. And in the peripheral blood in these postmortem cases, the mean fentanyl concentration, average fentanyl concentration was 16.8 nanograms per milliliter. And the median concentration was 10, median being 50% above and 50% below.
And with respect to peripheral blood, you indicated that you chose the samples that would have minimal postmortem redistribution. Is that right?
Correct.
And why is that in comparison to this case?
Because the sample that we had of hospital blood is probably going to have less issues with postmortem redistribution than we would have had it been postmortem blood.
And in these cases that are represented as postmortem cases, are these cases that you would be getting from ME's offices or coroner's offices?
Correct.
And where the individual would be deceased or dead?
Correct.
Okay,
and
so
we also looked at the norfentanyl concentrations, and those were 6.01 as a mean, and the median down at 2.2 nanograms per milliliter.
So just to clarify, with respect to these postmortem cases, the average level of fentanyl was 16.8 nanograms per milliliter, and the average level of norfentanyl was 6.01 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Correct.
Next slide, please. What's shown here?
So this slide shows some postmortem cases with no norfentanyl, again for the year 2020. So out of those 19,185 cases, we had 15,455 that included fentanyl and norfentanyl, but there were 3,724 cases with no norfentanyl. There were 6 that were exceptions to that for reasons of testing purposes, but those were ones that were only fentanyl but no norfentanyl.
So does this slide indicate that there was a significant number, this 3,724 cases, where there was fentanyl found but no norfentanyl at all?
Correct.
All right, next slide, please. What's shown here?
So this is switching gears. We're looking at the DUI, driving under the influence, fentanyl concentrations that we found in 2020. So these are blood samples that are sent to NMS labs for people that were suspected of driving under the influence of drugs or potential other reasons of way they were driving. And in this case, we tested, we had 2,345 cases that were individuals that were alive that had fentanyl on board. Of course, other drugs may also be present, but this was specifically looking at fentanyl. And we had a mean concentration of 9.5 nanograms per milliliter, a median of 5.3. And then for norfentanyl, a mean of 5.42 and a median of 2.2.
And again, just to clarify, for these 2,345 cases, those individuals were alive, is that right?
Correct.
And you indicated the average fentanyl level, I believe, is 9.59 nanograms per milliliter, is that right?
Yes.
And the average norfentanyl level for those cases was 5.42 nanograms per milliliter, is that right? Next slide, please. And what's shown here?
So this is just a breakdown of the fentanyl concentrations we found in drivers that were alive. So almost the majority of them were under 5 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl. And then we had another 26.3% that were between 5.1 and 10 nanograms per milliliter. And then the next set of data was we had 216 cases which were between 11 and 15 nanograms per mil. So that would be in the same area of Mr. Floyd's level of 11 nanograms per milliliter. And then we had quite a few cases that were even greater than that. We had 109 that were between 16 and 20, 81 that were between 21 and 26, 133 between 26 and 50, and then we actually had 53 cases in living subjects where the fentanyl was greater than 50 nanograms per milliliter.
So comparing Mr. Floyd's level to the driving population where individuals were alive, his level was within a quarter of the pie of the DUI cases that NMS Labs has received. Is that right?
Right. He would be right in there with about the 80th percentile.
And you indicated that those levels for drivers were found in 53 cases higher than 50 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Correct.
So those individuals were alive and essentially driving at that time.
Yes, pretty amazing.
All right, next slide, please. And what's shown here?
So this is basically the postmortem concentrations or samples that were hospital blood samples that were submitted by Mr. Floyd, and we found fentanyl at 11 nanograms per milliliter and norfentanyl at 5.6 nanograms per milliliter.
Next slide, please.
So this slide shows what the ratio of the parent drug to the metabolite is. So 11 nanograms per mil divided by 5.6, the norfentanyl gave Mr. Floyd a ratio of fentanyl to norfentanyl of 1.96.
And essentially, does this slide show just the way in which you would calculate the fentanyl to norfentanyl ratio?
Yes.
Next slide, please. What's shown on this slide?
So this slide shows the ratios of fentanyl levels between 9 and 13 nanograms per milliliter. So that range was chosen because Mr. Floyd's fentanyl concentration was 11 nanograms per milliliter. And when we do driving under the influence work, we actually assign an uncertainty of measurement to that result. So if a driver had an 11 nanogram per mil fentanyl present, we would report that as 11 nanograms per mil plus or minus 2 nanograms per milliliter. So I did this to see, well, what kind of ratios do we see between postmortem and DUI cases when the fentanyl level is between 9 and 13 nanograms per mil? What kind of ratio do we see? And we can see in the postmortem cases, the mean ratio of fentanyl to norfentanyl was 9.05 with a median of 5.88 versus the DUI population where the mean was 3.2, median 2.24.
And then just to clarify, in the bar that shows the postmortem cases, were there 3,088 cases that you looked at between the range of 9 to 13 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, between 9 and 13 nanograms per milliliter.
And the ratio in the postmortem cases was 9.05 on average, is that right?
Correct.
And then with respect to the DUI cases, you were looking at 275 cases between the range of 9 and 13 nanograms per milliliter, is that right?
That's correct.
And so the average ratio within that group was 3.20, is that correct?
Yes.
How does Mr. Floyd's ratio compare to that data set?
So Mr. Floyd's ratio is roughly just a little bit below the median ratio in DUI. So in postmortem cases, we know fentanyl concentrations can be much higher than norfentanyl concentrations because frequently these are deaths due to fentanyl. Other drugs may be present, and there could be other reasons for the death. It doesn't say that these are all fentanyl intoxications, but just looking at it as a whole, with a large amount of data, this is what we observed. And we know with the DUI population, they are alive, but other drugs may be present as well. So it's really just to sort of look at how things look differently in the living and the postmortem population.
And does this slide also show that Mr. Floyd's ratio was below the average and even below the median for that found in DUI cases?
Yes.
All right, next slide, please.
So this slide is actually just a sort of a summary of the previous slide, but it basically shows the relationship between fentanyl and norfentanyl between the postmortem DUI cases and Mr. Floyd's.
And again, does it show how norfentanyl levels essentially increase over time in relation to the fentanyl levels?
As one lives and metabolizes fentanyl, yes.
Next slide, please. Now, did you also look at data with respect to methamphetamine for 2020 at NMS Labs?
We did.
And what's shown on this slide that's up right now?
So this slide shows the concentration of methamphetamine found in Mr. Floyd's hospital sample. It was 19 nanograms per milliliter. And then, as we talked about earlier, amphetamine was below the reporting limit, so it was not reported.
Not reported, but detected as part of your confirmation process.
You can see it in the confirmation data, yes.
Next slide, please. And what's shown here?
So this slide shows DUI methamphetamine cases with amphetamine and without amphetamine as a metabolite. So we had 3,271 cases that had methamphetamine in our driving under the influence population. 2,975 of these included amphetamine, and then 296 were just methamphetamine with no amphetamine.
And again, when we're talking about the DUI population, these are individuals, this 3,271 number, individuals who are alive, is that right?
Correct.
Next slide, please. What's shown here?
So this is a further breakdown of what we see in our DUI methamphetamine cases. So the mean methamphetamine concentration in all of our DUI cases was 378 nanograms per milliliter of methamphetamine. The median was 240 nanograms per milliliter. And in the 5 to 20 nanogram per mil range, with 5 being our lowest limit of quantitation, we had 192 cases between 5 and 20 nanograms per milliliter, which is in that range that Mr. Floyd's methamphetamine was.
And does this graphic also show Mr. Floyd's level of 19 nanograms per milliliter?
Yes, it does. It shows on the bottom. And again, 94% of the DUI cases that we tested had methamphetamine concentrations in excess of 20 nanograms per milliliter.
So in essence, Mr. Floyd's level was within the bottom 5.9%, is that right?
Correct.
Next slide, please. And what's shown here?
So this is just a further breakdown of what kind of methamphetamine concentrations we have observed in drivers in 2020. And again, other drugs may be present. But in this case, we had 196 cases between 5 and 20. 306 between 21 and 50, 399 between 50 and 100, 571 between 101 and 200, 1,010 between 201 and 500, 578 between 501 and 1,000, and then an additional 215 cases that methamphetamine was greater than 1,000 nanograms per milliliter.
So again, you had 215 cases where the number was greater than 1,000 nanograms per milliliter, is that right?
Correct.
And the biggest piece of the pie, the 30.9% of the cases were between 201 and 500 nanograms per milliliter. Is that right?
Yes.
So Mr. Floyd's level of 19 nanograms per milliliter, that was exceptionally low. Is that right?
In relationship to the DUI driving population, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
No.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
All right. It's a little unusual for you to be testifying in a death case, is not?
Not terribly. I mean, I do work with medical examiner and coroners a lot, but they typically are the ones that testify as to cause and manner of death. Usually, if I'm involved in a death case, it's usually drug delivery resulting in death.
Okay. And so you work in a laboratory that works with medical examiners from around the country, right?
Correct.
And you perform these services in a variety of different contexts. Agreed?
Yes.
So you testify that some are, clinical in nature, some tests are clinical in nature, some are law enforcement in nature, and some are death related, right?
Correct.
All right. And you, at the time you became involved in this case, you were obviously aware of the significance of this case, right?
Yes.
And your laboratory goes through an accreditation process, correct?
We do.
And part of the accreditation process is to to establish standards and reporting thresholds, right?
Yes.
And so the reason a laboratory will have those thresholds is to be consistent in how toxicology is reported to various individuals, right?
Correct.
And so one of those accreditation standards is actually to have and set this threshold that if a particular chemical component is below that threshold, you would suggest not reported, right? Or you would say it's not reported.
So there are instances where a medical examiner might ask us if something was present below a threshold, and depending on what the situation is, it could be potentially reported as such. It's not common practice. In this case, we didn't do that.
It's not common practice to report things that are below, or chemical components below the threshold, because it's contrary to the accreditation standards. Agreed?
So it does depend on the situation, but by and large, there's a reason we have cutoffs, and if we go below those, it basically is not something we typically would do.
Right. So an analyst who comes in hypothetically and may see certain markers that have an indication that something is present, but refuses to acknowledge its presence, that would be because of those accreditation standards, right?
I'm not quite sure I understand the question.
Hypothetically speaking, if an analyst from, say, the state crime lab comes in and a question is presented to her about the presence of a particular substance, but that substance was below the reporting thresholds.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. Testimony outside the scope, characterizing the evidence.
It's a hypothetical.
Overruled.
And that analyst refuses to acknowledge the possibility of the presence, right? That would theoretically or hypothetically be because of those threshold rules.
So I really can't speak to what is done in a crime lab because I don't work in that area. So for me, it's really limited to toxicology and the analysis of biological samples like blood or urine.
So, in other words, the reason we have these thresholds is so that we set the rules, right?
So the reasons these thresholds were actually established, it has to do with the original validation of the method. The thresholds are not set because of any standard that says this is what you have to use as a threshold. The laboratory establishes those and then writes SOPs in accordance with their validation for the procedure.
SOPs being standard operating procedures. Yes. And so if the laboratory sets this standard and says, here's the standard, and then does something in contravention or reports something that is against that standard, that would be a violation of the standard operating practice, right?
If it were reported without any explanation, yes.
Okay. So just a few kind of follow-up questions to your testimony. You've met with or spoken with members of the prosecution team several times, right?
Yes.
Including February 26th, March 5th, March 12th, April 5th, and April 6th?
That sounds right. I don't know the exact dates.
Understood. You wouldn't disagree with me if I told you those were the dates?
I wouldn't.
And I was provided with meeting notes and summaries of your conversations, right?
Yes.
All right. So I just want to make sure that I understand and the jury understands the difference between fentanyl and norfentanyl, okay?
Okay.
You would agree that fentanyl is the active ingredient, or when you report the fentanyl concentration, it's the active ingredient, right? Yes. Now, when a person ingests essentially any substance, controlled substance, doesn't have to be an illegal drug, the body metabolizes that, correct?
Yes.
And then the body eliminates that, right?
Yes.
Through the natural processes of the body.
Yes.
Right? And the elimination of the substance results in what's called a metabolite. Agreed?
Yes.
And so fentanyl being the active ingredient, norfentanyl is the metabolite or the breakdown, correct?
Yes.
And included in this particular case, you discovered a fentanyl concentration of 11 nanograms per milliliter, right?
Yes.
And a norfentanyl level of 5.6?
Yes.
Now, you testified on direct examination that could be one of two scenarios occurring there, right?
Yes.
One scenario is that a person took a certain amount of a controlled of fentanyl, and enough time had passed to eliminate that, correct?
Correct.
Or to break it down and have that metabolite being present. That's one scenario, right? The other scenario, as I understand it, is someone took some, that initial dose began to break down, and then the person took more, and so the active ingredient is there, but it had not yet broken down, right?
Correct.
So it's sort of either, and you describe it, I think, as an acute ingestion or a non-acute ingestion.
So, a person, when you have fentanyl will break down to norfentanyl, but you could still take more fentanyl. So you could still take fentanyl while the first fentanyl was breaking down.
Right. So put it into context of people who may consume alcohol, right? I have a beer, my alcohol concentration is going to rise to a certain level, right? Whatever based on the alcohol concentration. Agreed?
Yes.
And my body will essentially immediately begin to decrease and eliminate the alcohol, right?
Correct.
But if I have a second beer, I'm adding more alcohol, causing my blood alcohol concentration to rise, correct?
Yes.
And that's similar with all substances, including fentanyl.
In general, yes. I mean, so alcohol is eliminated at a fixed rate over time. There's only so much you can eliminate with time. With drugs, some drugs, it's a little different. But
some drugs may be faster, some may take longer, right? And when you describe the results in this particular case, you're talking about, I'll strike that, sorry. So based on a strict interpretation of these test results, there's no way to determine at what point any particular amount of fentanyl was ingested. Agreed?
I would agree with that.
Now, fentanyl, again, being a toxicologist, is a lawfully manufactured controlled substance in the United States, right?
It can be prescribed as a fentanyl patch. It can be a lollipop. It can be used in surgery. So there's different forms lawfully prescribed.
And the fentanyl that is contained in a patch or a lollipop or that an anesthesiologist may administer is in a very controlled and known manner, right?
Yes.
Now, when we're talking about the illicit street drugs that involve or include fentanyl, you have really no way of knowing what the particular fentanyl concentration is literally from pill to pill. Agreed?
Correct.
And so every single pill you take, it becomes a unique experience for the person, right?
That's true.
And so regardless of whether you have a tolerance or a non-tolerance, any single incident could cause an adverse reaction.
Well, sure. If you suddenly had a pill that was 10 times the amount of fentanyl than another one, then yes.
And you have no idea, right?
You don't know from pill to pill, true.
Right, because they're not manufactured in a controlled environment.
Yes.
Now, in terms of, you understand that there were some pills found on a floor of the squad car?
That's my understanding, yes.
And those pills were tested and contained the DNA of George Floyd, right?
I heard that, yes.
And presumably those pills were not in there prior to Mr. Floyd being in the squad car, right?
I assume not, yes.
And so you understand that as those pills were tested, those pills were at least appeared to be partially ingested or partially dissolved.
Okay.
And so there would be evidence of an acute ingestion of fentanyl and or methamphetamine at the time Mr. Floyd was in the backseat of the squad car.
Objection, Your Honor. Outside the scope calls for speculation.
Let's do one objection. Which one would you like?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the term hooping?
Objection, outside the scope.
You can answer it if you know.
I don't.
Now, in terms of your slideshow, and I don't have an electronic copy of it, just some follow-up questions on some of your slides. You reviewed in 2020 a total of 19,185 fatal overdose cases, right?
No, they're not necessarily fatal overdoses. They were cases that were from medical examiners where we found fentanyl in a peripheral blood sample. But they could have been homicides, they could have been other drugs involved. So they were just basically random fentanyl concentration.
Gotcha. So someone may have been shot as a part of and killed as a result of a gunshot, but as a result of the autopsy process, they collected the blood and analyzed the blood as a part of the normal autopsy process, right?
Correct.
So the cause or manner of death being, gunshot wound, homicide, but we still look at the blood,
Yes.
right? Okay. And it was a total of 19,185, right?
Correct. Peripheral blood samples.
So when the slide says 19,185 fatal overdose cases, you're not suggesting, it's somewhat misleading, I think, to me, because you're suggesting it's a fatal overdose case.
I didn't think it said that.
Well, we can.
If it did, I mean, that was something I corrected on the other day, and I said that's not correct.
Okay. So just, this is where, and I apologize for the writing, where it says fatal overdose cases, that's not correct.
There's the jury. We're going to take our 20-minute recess. We're going to do a little work in the break, but we'll give you 20 minutes. Thanks.
And as they go into recess here, just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea of what's going on. This is day 9 of the Derek Chauvin trial. This is a doctor from the NMS laboratory in Pennsylvania. His lab did the autopsy, blood work, and testing for George Floyd. This is what resumed after the lunch break, the quick lunch break. You can hear the defense questioning him. Let's see what Judge Cahill is saying. Looks like they might be in an audio off portion of the trial here.
light to shed on this? What's going on?
Yes, sir. I received a Bates stamp 49606, and apparently, and I printed it and I started working on my preparation. Apparently, at some point, I received an updated copy of this same presentation, and it's 49623. So it's like 17 pages later, and I'm just trying to verify when I received that because I was using this as preparation. This was all last night.
Fair enough.
Your Honor, this would have all been provided in the same course of discovery. I'm not sure if it was the same batch that went out, but obviously the witness, during our witness prep, the disclosures that were made updates, the slides were updated, the updated slides were shown to the jury.
So let me stop it.
Not any prior
Let me stop. So I understand what Mr. Nelson has was an earlier version. Witness has since updated them. You showed the jury during direct the updated version.
He has both, Your Honor.
Who has both?
Mr. Nelson.
No, I'm asking you. You showed the updated version to the jury.
That's correct.
All right. When was the updated version sent to Mr. Nelson?
I would expect the same day that the original version was, which was, my best guess was to April 6th, but I would have to confirm.
April 6th? So this Tuesday?
Correct, Your Honor, it was within the same day that the other slides were sent. They just needed updates.
Well, I tell you what, let's take our break and let's nail it down specifically, but I think we can hardly, there's a lot of moving parts. I don't think anybody's I think you can just acknowledge that this is what you without showing it again, that you received an earlier version, it's been updated.
And that's fine, Your Honor. I mean, part of the problem that we're experiencing here is I'm getting these things in many of these items in PDF format, right? Some of them I'm getting electronically from, there's so many people involved here that I'm getting things in different formats. So if I can have a second to speak with Ms. Voss.
Yeah, I guess it just seems like there's a good faith passing in the night of different versions and nobody should be criticized or, again, let's just tell the jury this is the latest one and this is what it is.
And that's perfectly fine, Your Honor, and I am happy to provide an extra copy. We are happy to provide and republish the slides that were presented to the jury, but I do want to make sure that we're not showing the jury inaccurate information, that's all.
So it's my fault, Your Honor, because we received apparently the second version on April 6th, and I must have looked and just assumed it was the second copy of the same thing.
Let's just clean it up when the jury comes back. Tell them that you were relying on an earlier version. The amended version is the one that the witness showed during direct examination, and leave it at that.
And perhaps it would help if I could get a copy of that.
Okay, work on it till we're done with the break. Let's reconvene at, where are we at now? About 2:40 or 3:40? 3:40. Thank you.
And looks like a little bit of confusion there over some of the paperwork, maybe some discrepancies that they're having to get figured out. Like we said, though, they're going to take a 20-minute break. We're also going to take a quick break here on News Now from Fox. But I do first want to just acknowledge some breaking news that we're following at this point in time right now. We're hearing that there is an active shooter situation on the 300 block of Stone City Drive in Bryan, Texas. This is where Bryan, Texas is located. It's right outside of Austin and Houston. So our Austin station is trying to get there as soon as possible. We have a chopper that is heading to the active scene, but we're hearing that there's an active shooter inside of a business there in Bryan, Texas. Again, all developing breaking news as of right now. We're going to bring all of it to you here on News Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, more on this situation, also some of the other situations out of the day. Today, the president himself speaking about gun violence across the country. Also, a suspicious package found in Boulder, Colorado. We're going to be talking about that South Carolina shooting with the involvement of an ex-NFL player and so much more, all to get to here on News Now. See you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. Before we went out to the break, we were telling you about some breaking news coming out of Bryan, Texas. We do have a report from Rusty Surrett. He is a reporter with Fox in Austin. Here's what we know at this time. There's been a mass shooting in Bryan, Texas at the 300 block of Stone City Drive. At least 6 injured, several in critical condition. This is a developing story right now. We'll get you some more information as soon as we get it. But some of the other stories of the day that we want to get to really quickly here as we try to figure out more information out of Bryan, Texas. This is video from earlier today in Boulder, Colorado. Police, a mandatory shelter in place order was issued after suspicious packages were found near the Pearl Street Mall in Boulder, Colorado. The bomb squad, along with dogs trained in bomb detection, were called out to the scene to examine the items, and people in the area were told to evacuate. After a thorough check, officials determined that the items were not a threat. So again, that coming out of Boulder, Colorado, not long after that mass shooting happening in the same city. And another development today, this one in South Carolina, police in South Carolina playing the 911 calls from a mass shooting that left 6 people dead. Authorities say ex-NFL player Philip Adams killed 5 people and then himself Wednesday evening in York County, South Carolina. Among the victims are a doctor, his wife, their 2 grandchildren, and a worker. Police later found Adams dead from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. We do have that police press conference from earlier about this shooting rampage. Again, the 911 calls played during the press conference.
On behalf of the Leslie, Alexander, and Colbert clans, we would like to address the outpouring of heartbreak, shock, grief, and support from our family, friends, and community. We are truly in the midst of the unimaginable. The losses we are suffering cannot be uttered at this time. While we know there are no answers that will satisfy the question why, we are sure of one thing. We do not grieve as those without hope. Our hope is found in the promise of Jesus Christ, and we are enveloped by peace that surpasses all understanding. To that end, our hearts are bent towards forgiveness and peace, toward love and connectedness, toward celebration and unity. We honor all of those involved in this story with prayers and compassion, specifically for the Shook family, the Lewis family, and the Adams family. As Robert Leslie would say, when peace like a river attendeth my way, when sorrow like sea billows roll, it is well with my soul. If you would like to do something for the family, Ada and Noah would want you to stock the free pantries and libraries in your community. Barbara and Robert will want you to be good stewards of what you are given, leaving every place better than it was before you got there. Ada, Noah, Barbara, Robert, and the rest of the family would ask any memorials or gifts to be sent to Camp Joy, North Carolina, 918 South Pleasantburg Drive, Greenville, South Carolina, 29607, in honor of hope and the promise of eternity. The Leslie, Alexander, and Colbert families, April 8th, 2021. Folks, there's nothing more powerful that I can say today, or you can print, or you can broadcast, than the words that I just read. We have probably more questions than what you do about this case right now. We are working hard to provide some answers. Obviously, one answer is why. That is a question that we are probing as we speak with numerous investigators. We hope to be able to get to those answers and provide some why to the family, most importantly. Out of respect for the families that are victims of this, I'm only going to discuss information that has been released to them. Again, that's out of respect for the family. Also, out of respect for the family, please understand that speculation is very harmful to them right now. Rumors that spread are very harmful to them. We're trying to provide them with the best information that we can, and I ask that you do that as well. Also, the family has asked that they not be contacted right now. I would ask that the media please respect that, as they are in a tremendous amount of grief right now. So this is what we know currently. Yesterday evening at about 4:44 p.m., York County Public Safety Communications received the following two 911 calls.
7, 2021, 16 hours, 43 minutes, 4 seconds.
York County Health, what is Mayflower Paramedical?
Yes, I need to get an ambulance and marshals, I guess, heading toward an address in Rock Hill, please.
Okay, what's that address, please?
4456 Marshall Road, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
All right, what's going on there?
This is just on your sheet metal logistics services. I have two technicians on that location. I just had one call me screaming that he had been shot, and the other technician has also been shot and not responsive.
All right, do we know how long ago this happened?
My technician just called me literally 30 seconds ago.
All right, man.
And I'm in Gastonia right now. My technicians, we're an air conditioning company, and my two technicians are there. One just called me, he can't talk, he's screaming, I've been shot, and I asked him where the other one is. He said he's laying there and he's unresponsive, and he was shot also. I can't get any other information out of him.
All right, bear with me just a second. So you got two technicians on scene, both of them have been shot?
Yes.
Do you have no other information?
No, I can't get him to, he's
I got it.
one's down.
You know what person's name is that you had going out, that they were going to service?
Dr. Robert Leslie.
We don't know the status of their health whatsoever.
No, one is not moving, one is non-responsive, the other one is talking slurred, and I think he's been shot in the face or the head or something because he can't talk. He just keeps saying, I've been shot, call 911, please call 911, and that's all he keeps saying.
Okay, what's the two technicians' names?
Yes.
All right, and the person's name who made the service request?
Dr. Robert Leslie.
Robert Leslie?
Leslie.
Okay. All right, so that's, and who, well, got him as also the property owner?
Yes.
All right, and this is not characteristic of them at all?
No, they've been shot. I mean, they didn't do the shooting, they've been
Well,
shot.
I was just making sure that it's not characteristic of them to, do prank calls or anything,
No,
drama.
no.
My thing's
No.
here, okay? And your name, please? All right, I have to create some calls for service in here. All right, I have 704 now.
Yes.
All right, I've got police and EMS both on the way, okay? If you have any contact back with those people, just,
Right.
just tell them to remain there in the same place. We do have help come to them as quickly as we can, lights and siren, okay?
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
April 7, 2071, now 6:20 hours, 6:40 hours, minute 47 seconds, 7 seconds.
Jordan?
7, 2021, 16 hours, 46 minutes, 7 seconds.
George County 911, do you police, fire, medical?
Please.
Where to?
Hello?
911.
Yes, ma'am. I think we've had some trouble at 4456 Marshall Road.
What's going on Marshall Road?
I think there's been a bad shooting, maybe 4 people.
Okay, do you think 4 people have been shot?
I believe so. I was cutting grass out in the yard and I heard some shots.
How many shots did you hear?
About 20. It's automatic. I think there's 2 outside, 2 workers outside, and Ms. Leslie's on the inside of the house.
Are you over there with them, or are you on a neighbor's property?
I'm on the property, but I'm away from the house because the guy walked out of the house. It was, I'm quite sure I've seen him from a distance. It looked like a black guy in black clothes carrying something red out of the house. And I'm on the other side of the property now. If the police or something come, I'll go over there with them, but I don't want to go back to the house.
Yes, sir. Don't go over to the house.
Okay. I can
Do you see any of the people, like anybody outside?
I saw one laying on the ground. It looked like one of the workers. It was the guy working for a heat and air guy. He looks like he's laying on the ground. I saw the guy running around, and I heard the popping, but I didn't realize it was shooting until I saw this guy laying on the ground.
Again, these are the 911 calls made before yesterday.
Okay?
All right, sir, can I get your name? Sorry, I'm updating my officers. And Mr. You agree?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. I'm calling from another worker that works here at the place.
All right, is this okay for him if we need to give you all a call back?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have you?
No. Ma'am?
Y'all haven't had any COVID symptoms, have you?
No, ma'am. I've had both of my shots. I'm 80 years old.
All right, where out on their property are you at?
It's the house. If you come to the arch, I'll meet him at the arch. It's 4456.
Yes,
Off the road.
sir, I don't need you to meet our deputies. I don't need you to get close to the situation, okay? We don't want you getting hurt.
I'm not gonna be. I'm almost a half a mile in the situation.
All right, I'll let them know, but I've got the deputies on the way.
Okay. You can call another number too.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir.
That's my cell phone. Okay, go.
All right, thank you.
April 7th, 2000.
So the long beeps that you heard were just redactions of names and phone numbers that we obviously didn't want to be out there in public. So our first deputies arrived on the scene 8 minutes after that, those two 911 calls. It's a large area, and we began to assist the victims that we encountered. The first two victims, obviously, that we encountered were the two air conditioning techs who were outside the home in the driveway at their work vans. Then we immediately began to assemble a team to clear the house of Dr. Robert Leslie.
So again, this really tragic story coming out of South Carolina today, an ex-NFL player killing 5 before taking his own life. That's according to the York County Sheriff's Department. We are going to go back into the Derek Chauvin trial. It's day 9 of witness testimony, and listen in to that, and then we'll follow up on some of these other stories of the day as well.
We chose a subgroup that was peripheral blood because, again, cardiac blood inflates things. I wanted to try to do something that represents most accurately what might be found in a living subject.
Okay. So you were looking and focused specifically on the concentrations in the most equivalent type of blood sample that was taken.
To the extent that you can do that, yes.
Right. But in those 19,185 cases then, not all of them represent a fatal overdose, correct?
That is correct.
And so of the 19,185 cases, do you know the number of cases that would be attributed to overdose specifically?
Unfortunately, we don't, because we don't get the history on a lot of the cases or what the outcome was, or even in context.
So you can't determine which of these cases included something like a gunshot or included something like a heart attack or something else that would cause the death, right?
That's correct.
These are simply blood samples, right?
Correct.
And when you look at these blood samples, you say the mean level of these samples was 16.8 nanograms per milliliter, right?
Yes.
And when we say the mean level, you're talking the average,
yes.
Right? So if you take up all of the 19,185 cases, add up their levels, and divide them by the number of cases, that's the average, right?
Correct.
And the median being 10 nanograms per milliliter,
yes.
Right? Meaning that's just 50% of the cases have higher fentanyl levels and 50% have lower, right?
Yes.
And again, we can't differentiate what the actual cause or manner of death was in any one of these cases, right?
That's correct.
Now, in terms of the 19,185 cases, when you're looking at the inclusion of norfentanyl versus the exclusion, the vast majority of those cases included norfentanyl, right?
They did.
15,455 of the 19,185 cases.
That is correct.
Now, when you look at the DUI concentrations, obviously this is a little bit of a different type of a situation, right? People are alive.
Yes.
They're driving a motor vehicle, right?
Yes.
Presumably.
Or sleeping in one.
Right, I suppose. And here again, there were 2,345 DUI cases, right?
Yes.
The average level was 9.59, right?
Yes.
And the median level was 5.3. So 50% above 5.3, 50% below.
Correct.
Nevertheless, they were all arrested for DUI, right?
Well, again, as I mentioned, other drugs may be present, so this is just looking at fentanyl.
And so what we're really doing is we're trying to isolate and create some form of a comparison of Mr. Floyd's fentanyl levels and his norfentanyl levels to some sample of population, right?
Correct.
One sample of population we know is alive, right? Because they're driving a car. And the other sample, we have no frame of reference. Did they die from fentanyl overdose or did they die from some other reason? We have no context.
That's correct. All we know is they're deceased.
In terms of when we look at the ratio of fentanyl levels between 9 and 13 nanograms, right? Of the 19,185 post-mortem cases, 3,088 of those cases had a similar fentanyl concentration to Mr. Floyd, right?
Yes.
Again, of the 3,088 cases within that range, we have no frame of reference or no context as to what percentage of those people died from fentanyl overdose versus some other cause or manner of death.
That is true. The only thing we have is a similar concentration.
All right. And so statistically kind of speaking, it's fair to say that some of the 3,088 people in that category died of fentanyl overdose.
Yes.
And some percentage died of some other cause.
Yes.
And again, in terms of the amphetamine, the methamphetamine and the amphetamine, methamphetamine and fentanyl, do you find that to be an unusual mixture of controlled substances?
So I'm not very familiar with what combinations are being seen with street drugs. So we see a variety of controlled substances. We tend to see fentanyl more with cocaine or heroin than with methamphetamine, but that's just what I see. But I can't speak to what is regionally being observed.
Have you heard of the phrase goofball or speedball?
I've heard of speedball, yes.
Okay, but not so. Speedball usually being like a fentanyl, an opiate, and cocaine, right?
Yeah, it used to be heroin and cocaine.
Heroin and cocaine. I'm sorry, and but you've never heard the term goofball.
No.
Okay. Now, in again this particular case, your lab also tested the pills that were found in the squad car as well as in the Mercedes-Benz, right?
Our crime lab did that, yes.
And you've reviewed those?
I have not.
Okay. But similar to fentanyl and norfentanyl, you've got methamphetamines, which is the active ingredient, right?
Yes.
And amphetamines, which is the metabolite, right?
In a tablet, are you saying?
No, in Mr. Floyd's blood sample.
Yes, there was methamphetamine.
Right. And just generally speaking, methamphetamine is the active drug, and amphetamine is the metabolite of that drug.
It's a metabolite, but it's also active.
Okay. So, meaning it's, what do you mean it's also active?
I mean, it's an active metabolite. It also exerts effects.
So a person would have an effect from both of those substances,
Correct.
meaning an intoxicating effect,
Not necessarily.
but some effect.
Some effect.
Relevant to the DUI population, Mr. Floyd's amphetamine and methamphetamine ratio was on the low side, right?
So we didn't look at the ratio of methamphetamine to amphetamine with Mr. Floyd because it was below the reporting limit. It's not on the report. We didn't report it.
Okay. So you can't compare the ratio, but his methamphetamine level was on the low side.
Compared to the DUI population, yes.
And in comparison to the DUI population, as well as the postmortem cases, again, there may have been other drugs, as you say, on board,
Yes.
right? Okay. I have no further questions, Colonel.
Redirect.
Dr. Eisenschmidt, you were asked some questions about your lab, NMS, and the testing that was performed in conjunction with accreditation standards. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
You were asked by the medical examiner's office to perform the testing in this case. Is that right?
Correct.
And NMS performed the testing that was requested. Is that
Yes.
right? And did NMS follow all the standard operating procedures when it came to that testing?
We did.
You didn't report anything in your final report that was below your reporting limit, correct?
No.
But you maintain that data in connection with your standard procedures. Is that right?
Yes. The result, the data shows what we found.
And why do you do that?
Excuse me?
Why do you keep that data?
Because we keep that in a normal course of business.
And is it important to have a record of the testing you did and the things that you went through to achieve your results?
Absolutely.
You were also asked some questions about the methamphetamine level that Mr. Floyd had in his system. You indicated that it was a low level, that 19 nanograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
And it was so low, in fact, that you wouldn't expect to feel an intoxicating effect from that level, would you?
I would not.
And in fact, so low that as part of your lab procedures, you'd want to rule out that it's not just a contaminant. That's how low it was, right?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, it's real. It's there, and it was confirmed.
And it was confirmed, part of that confirmation process was that the amphetamine at least supported that it was not just a contaminant. Is that right?
That's true.
But either way, Mr. Floyd's methamphetamine levels were lower than 94% of the driving under the influence population when it comes to methamphetamine. Is that
Yes.
right? You were also asked some questions about the fentanyl levels in this case. Obviously, depending, as you described earlier, depending on an individual's tolerance, a level of 11 nanograms per milliliter could have a different effect on a different person, on different people, depending on their level of tolerance. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your experience with respect to recent or acute fentanyl use, there are a number of cases where you would expect to see no norfentanyl. Is that right?
So yes, we do observe that in cases where we know something's acute, let's say with somebody that dies with a syringe in their arm or something like that.
And if somebody dies with a syringe in their arm, you would expect there to be little to no norfentanyl. Is that right?
Correct.
And why is that?
Because it's a very acute amount. It doesn't mean you could never find it because there could be previous fentanyl use, but that's just not our general observation in that kind of situation.
And in that way, the ratio becomes important. Is that right?
Correct.
And why is the ratio important?
Because that basically documents how acute the fentanyl was relative to its being broken down to fentanyl, or fentanyl, excuse me.
And so Mr. Floyd's ratio of 1.96, 11 nanograms per milliliter of fentanyl to 5.6 nanograms per milliliter of norfentanyl, supports that there was survival time after the ingestion of fentanyl. Is that right?
Sustained.
What does that ratio show you?
It shows two things, that there was survival time from an earlier dose, or there could be an additional dose on top of previous doses.
And again, the ratio is consistent and lower than the average ratio that you see for driving under the influence cases with fentanyl on board. Is that right?
Sustained.
What does that show you compared to the driving population?
It just delineates the difference between a population where, a postmortem population where fentanyl is more likely to be acute than in a driving population where it's more likely to be chronic.
And in terms of the ratio, was Mr. Floyd's ratio more similar to the driving population where people were alive, or more similar to the postmortem population where people were dead?
It was more similar to the DUI population.
Nothing further.
Any further?
How can you answer that question when we don't know the context of how people actually died?
Because we still looked at a large number of data within that population.
So you have no frame of reference, though, in terms of what did the person actually die from? I mean, what if of the 19,185 postmortem cases, 19,184 of them were gunshots?
That's not really a possibility, but
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. Can you step down? There's the jury. Our next witness, we are going to try and fit in. I appreciate your patience and staying till 5:15 if possible, because the witness has a flight out tonight, and so we're trying to finish it tonight. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Dr. William Smock.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
And if you could remove your mask.
Thank you.
And let's start off with having you state and spell your full name.
Dr. Bill Smock, Billsmock.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smock.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can we start with your telling us what is your area of specialization?
I'm an emergency medicine physician with specialized training in forensic medicine.
And would you please tell us what is forensic medicine?
Yes, forensic medicine is legal medicine, taking medicine usually practiced by the forensic pathologist, but in my case practiced on living patients and applying that to legal situations.
Could you give us a brief overview of your educational background in medicine?
Yes, sir. I obtained a master's degree in anatomy from the University of Louisville School of Medicine. Entered medical school, graduated in 1990 from the University of Louisville. Then completed a 3-year residency in emergency medicine at the University of Louisville. Then completed a 1-year fellowship in clinical forensic medicine with the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office.
Have you ever worked in an emergency room in emergency medicine?
Yes, many times, many years.
How many years, doctor?
21 years at the Level 1 Trauma Center at the University of Louisville, and then moonlighting in smaller ERs.
And what is a Level 1 Trauma Center?
The Level 1 Trauma Center is the American College of Surgeons criteria saying that this is the place you want to go when you have major trauma. Gunshot wounds, car wreck, stab wounds, strokes, heart attacks. This is where we have physicians on duty in the ER 24/7 ready to take care of you.
Are there any Level 1 trauma centers in Minnesota that you're aware of?
There was one right here, sir, in Minneapolis.
The Hennepin County Medical Center?
It is, sir.
Do you also teach in the area of emergency medicine?
Yes, sir, I do.
What do you teach and where?
I teach emergency medicine residents, medical students, paramedics, police officers, not only at the University of Louisville, at the Louisville Metro Police Department Police Academy. I train the paramedics for the Jeffersontown Emergency Medical Service. I also train and teach all over the country, in areas relating to strangulation, gunshot wounds, emergency medicine, forensic medicine.
I was going to ask whether you had any special background or expertise in either asphyxial deaths or strangulation.
In both, sir, asphyxial death and so looking at asphyxia, meaning low levels of oxygen in the blood in people that have died, as well as people that did not die.
So you've published or edited several different books.
I've edited 4 textbooks.
We won't read them, but I will show them and call them out. One, domestic violence and non-fatal strangulation assessment.
That is one, sir.
And is this a teaching book?
It is. It's designed to, it's a workbook where you work through case studies looking at the injuries, understanding the injuries, how the injuries occur or don't occur in non-fatal strangulation.
Another one called Forensic Emergency Medicine.
That is correct, sir. That is the second edition of that book.
And the third, larger one, Forensic Medicine, Clinical and Pathological Aspects.
That is correct, sir.
And what is this text for?
That is a text, again, looking at clinical forensic medicine, which is forensic medicine but applied to the patient that is still alive in most cases.
Dr. Smock, have you also, do you also have in your background any work as an assistant medical examiner?
Yes, I do.
What is that, sir?
In Louisville, Kentucky, we started the program through the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office of providing living forensic medicine consultations. That is providing the same level of evaluation on someone who may have been shot, stabbed, but didn't die in the emergency department in the ICU compared to someone that may have died, given that same level of care. And so that program was started at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office back in 1990. And from 1991 through 1997, I was an assistant medical examiner at the Kentucky Medical Examiner's Office, providing those sorts of evaluations and consultations.
So you have a background also then in clinical forensic medicine?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you tell the jury what that is?
Yes. Clinical forensics is, again, applying the same training that the forensic pathologist gets, from autopsies, the science, the medicine, but applying it to the patient that is in front of you that is still alive. And so what is the difference between someone who has sustained a gunshot wound that's dead versus someone who sustained a gunshot wound that's alive? What did that bullet hit? Did they survive? Did they get to the operating room in time? But the forensics is the same. How do you determine entrance from exit? How far was the gun away from the body when the person was shot? It's that same science, but applied to the living patient.
Dr. Smock, how are you currently employed?
I am the police surgeon for the Louisville Metro Police Department, as well as the medical director for the Training Institute for Strangulation Prevention. I'm also the medical director for the Jeffersontown Emergency Medical Service and a clinical professor of emergency medicine at the University of Louisville.
Could you give the jury some sense of how large the Louisville Police Department is, maybe in comparison to the Minneapolis Police Department?
The Louisville Metro Police Department, we have space for 1,200 sworn officers. We're down to probably a little less than 1,100 officers right now. I think Minneapolis may have 700 to 800. I'm not sure. I think we have a little larger department than Minneapolis.
So would it be fair to describe you as a police surgeon?
That is my title, sir. That is my role. That's my job.
And so what are your duties as a police surgeon?
It varies from day to day. They're multiple. It's the doctor that goes with the SWAT team when the team deploys to make sure that somebody gets hurt, suspect, hostage, officer, that there is a doctor there to take care of them. I advise the police chief on healthcare policy. I do occupational medicine, looking at the officers when they get hurt, fitness for duty, when can they go back to work, write some prescriptions, antibiotics, Viagra. And most of the time is spent doing living forensic consultations, which means when a detective calls and says, "Doc, we've had a shooting," or internal affairs calls and says we've had an officer involved shooting, I would then go to the scene, to the hospital, wherever that examination needs to be done, and do the assessment head to toe, just like a pathologist would do on someone that is deceased, but doing it on someone that is still alive.
Do you actually do police trainings?
I do, sir.
What kind of trainings?
I get, each recruit class, I get 4 hours of training with each recruit class that comes through. 2 hours is spent on the forensic evaluation of gunshot wounds. 2 hours is spent on strangulation, asphyxia, elder abuse, and child abuse.
Have you treated persons with cardiac emergencies?
Cardiac, oh yes, pre-hospital and in the emergency department.
What about dealing with patients who struggle with either methamphetamine or fentanyl addiction?
Very frequently, either again on the scene or in the emergency department.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of overdose for either fentanyl or methamphetamine?
Very familiar, sir.
Can you tell us what Narcan is?
Narcan is an agonist that will block the effects of an opioid on the receptors in the brain. So if you overdose and you've taken too much narcotic and you are not breathing or you're close to going unconscious, if you give this Narcan, we give it intranasally, then that reverses it, displaces the narcotic that's in the brain, and you wake up.
Have you had to make decisions then about administering Narcan for either methamphetamine or fentanyl?
You administer Narcan for fentanyl because it's an opiate, and that's what it reverses. And yes, I've administered Narcan hundreds of times.
So one of the things I'd like to talk with you about with respect to Mr. Floyd is drug tolerance. Is the subject of opioid tolerance something you're familiar with?
Very familiar with, sir.
Can you help us to understand the concept of drug tolerance?
Tolerance is what does the body repeatedly sees a certain drug. The most common we think about is alcohol. That does somebody build up a tolerance, meaning at one time you're a naive drinker, you take one sip, one bottle, whatever, you feel it. But if you are an alcoholic, you feel nothing because that is tolerance. And the same is true for amphetamines and as well as for opiates, for fentanyl. And whether you're talking about Percocet or other opiates, you build up a tolerance, which means it takes more of that drug for your brain to perceive the feeling, the high, whatever it is that you get when you take that medication or drug.
So somebody who doesn't drink might feel the effects of one beer.
Absolutely.
Whereas an alcoholic, it may take, who knows?
It may take multiple beers.
Right. So, doctor, just for the jury, when you made reference to a naive drinker, would you explain what you mean by that? Because
yes. Naive means somebody that doesn't drink or doesn't do any sort of drug. Naive means you're totally new.
So, doctor, you've been retained by the state of Minnesota as an expert in this case.
Yes, sir, I have.
Are you being compensated for your time?
Yes, sir, I am, and I hope so. Otherwise, my wife will be very unhappy with me.
Could you tell us then what your hourly rate is?
Yes, the government rate is $300 per hour.
And so the charge for your time is the government rate?
That is correct, sir.
So as part of your work in the case, were you asked to render an opinion regarding the cause of Mr. Floyd's death?
Yes, sir, I was.
Before we get into your opinions, would you tell us what it is you reviewed to give you a foundation for forming opinions?
Oh, I reviewed videotapes, body camera videos, bystander videos, police videos, reviewed medical records, pre-hospital records, statements from witnesses, the autopsy report, autopsy photographs, thousands of pages of documents, sir.
Doctor, before we get to the opinion, there was one thing I meant to ask you and overlooked. As a police surgeon, are you required to maintain board certification in emergency medicine?
No, sir, I'm not.
Then are you currently board certified?
No, I'm currently board eligible. I've taken boards on 2 occasions, but since I'm not in the emergency department anymore and it's not required for the police surgeon, I'm no longer board certified.
But you have been in the past.
Oh, yes, sir, on 2 occasions.
So, Doctor, let's talk about your opinions regarding the cause of Mr. Floyd's death.
Yes, sir.
You formulated opinions.
Yes, sir, I did.
Would you tell us what your opinion or opinions are?
Mr. Floyd died from positional asphyxia, which is a fancy way of saying he died because he had no oxygen left in his body.
So what we've been referring to as low oxygen.
Low oxygen is one way, no oxygen. When the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case from his chest, pressure on his chest and back, he gradually succumbed to lower and lower levels of oxygen until it was gone and he died.
Did you consider other possibilities as causes that you evaluated and dismissed as unlikely?
Absolutely.
Was one of those excited delirium?
Yes, sir, it was.
Would you first tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what excited delirium is?
Excited delirium is a physical and psychiatric state where, because of an imbalance in the brain, a patient will exhibit multiple symptoms. Basically, they are hot, their body is revved up, heart rate is up, respiration is up, superhuman strength. They are out of control. Their speech is garbled. It doesn't make sense. They can't answer questions. That's what they call the delirium, someone who is delirious. So I'm very familiar with not only pre-hospital, but in the hospital, the symptoms of excited delirium.
Doctor, let me show you what's marked as Exhibit 921 for identification purposes. So I want to show it to you, and then let me ask you a couple of questions. Is this a demonstrative you created showing the 10 signs of excited delirium?
Yes, sir, it is. Actually, it's from the American College of Emergency Physicians white paper on excited delirium.
And incidentally, before we show this to the jury, or at least I offer it, is excited delirium considered a controversial diagnosis?
Yes, sir, it is.
Why is that?
It's because there are varying opinions as to what causes it, what is it. Forensic pathologists or emergency physicians or other physicians, there isn't 100% agreement on what excited delirium is. But I can tell you, at least in my opinion, I think it is real.
But are there very reputable medical organizations that do not recognize it?
That is correct. The American Medical Association doesn't recognize it. The American Psychiatric Association doesn't recognize it.
So, Your Honor, I offer Exhibit 921 for demonstrative purposes.
Any objection? 921 is received for demonstrative purposes only. Members of the jury will not go back with you on deliberation.
And Your Honor, I happened by accident to manage to scratch on the screen. So if Your Honor could, thank you. So if we could walk through each of these, we'll go through them one by one. And I'd like for you with each one to explain what it is, and then explain how it applies to George Floyd. So let's start with the number one, inappropriate clothing, naked or partially clothed. What is the significance of this one? How does it manifest?
When we get a call of a naked man in the street, first thing I'm thinking is excited delirium. Why? Well, would somebody take off their clothes? Well, their body is hot. So in the case of Mr. Floyd, was he appropriately dressed or inappropriately dressed for the weather? And in the case of Mr. Floyd, I think the temperature was in the 70s and he's appropriately dressed. Therefore, this does not apply to Mr. Floyd.
So what about the second one? Attraction to glass, destruction of glass, mirrors, lights on vehicles.
This is another sign that someone with excited delirium, they're attracted to glass, to lights, and mirrors. Sometimes they will kick, punch, try to break the glass, break the mirrors, because for some reason their brain says that is a threat to them. When you watch the video of Mr. Floyd in the store, glass all around him. Was he attracted to any glass on the counter, in the windows? No. So in Mr. Floyd's case, doesn't apply either.
So you eliminated the second one?
Yes, sir, I did.
What about the failure to respond to police presence? What does that mean?
That means when an officer gives you a command to do something, you don't even hear it. You're going on. When we watch the video of the officer asking Mr. Floyd to go to the sidewalk, sit down, does he comply? Absolutely, he complies. Does not apply to Mr. Floyd.
Because you saw him being responsive to the police.
He was responsive, answering appropriate questions, giving appropriate answers.
Number 4, constant or near constant physical activity. What does that mean?
That means these individuals are sped up. Their body is going 90 miles an hour. And in this case, what do we see Mr. Floyd do? He sits down. He's able to sit down. He's not going 90 miles an hour. His activity level isn't constant. So you can cross that one off the list.
You saw no evidence of it.
I'm sorry, sir?
I said you saw no evidence of it.
I saw absolutely no evidence of that, sir.
Number 5, not tiring despite heavy exertion.
This again, these people can run a marathon. If you have police officers chasing them, they're outrunning the police. These people go and go and go. Why? Because they're sped up. In this case, did we see Mr. Floyd tire? Absolutely, we saw him tire. We saw him tired to the point where he stopped breathing. So, does it apply in this case? No, it does not.
Number 6, unexpected or unusual strength.
These people are described as having superhuman strength. They're throwing police officers off right and left. Somebody my size is throwing people off right and left. What do we see in this case? Is Mr. Floyd able to throw those police officers off that have him on the ground? No, he's not. So in this case, it does not apply.
Number 7, unaffected by pain.
When we listen to the tapes, do we hear Mr. Floyd complain of pain? Absolutely we do. Pain in his neck, pain in his face, pain in his back. He's complaining of pain. So does this apply to Mr. Floyd? Absolutely not. If Mr. Floyd did not complain of pain, we could add it into the list. But in this case, he's complaining of pain from the time he gets on the ground. Does not apply.
Number 8, very rapid breathing.
These individuals will have a breathing rate 30 to 40 times a minute. Very rapid breathing. When I watched the videotape and counted Mr. Floyd's respirations at different points, it was, at one point it was 0, but the other times it's 15 to 20, 22, 23, in that range. By breathing criteria, he does not meet the excited delirium criteria.
What about number 9, excessive heat or hot to touch?
A couple ways to assess this. Did you see evidence of excessive sweating? What did the the ER docs describe when Mr. Floyd presented to the ER? He was cool to touch. When these patients come into the ER, their temperatures, you touch them, they are hot. They could be 104, 105, 106, even 107 degrees temperature. Mr. Floyd was cool to touch. Does not apply.
And then excessive sweating, number 10.
Again, because when your body gets hot, when your temperature goes up, what does your body want to do? It wants to sweat to cool you down. So when I watch the video, do I see evidence of sweating on Mr. Floyd? No, it's not there. So again, does not apply.
So Dr. Smock, if we have to have a minimum of 6 of these items, 6 of 10 for excited delirium, how many did you see?
Zip.
So I want to talk with you about another potential cause for death that you may have considered, and I think eliminated, which is drug overdose.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the toxicology results in this case?
Yes, sir, I am.
Just to remind us, what were the levels of fentanyl and methamphetamine in Mr. Floyd's blood? And you can check your report or notes if you need.
Yes, I've got the autopsy report here. The fentanyl level was 11. The metabolite of fentanyl, called norfentanyl, was 5.6, and the methamphetamine level was 19. Those are all what's called nanograms per milliliter. That's just the measurement that the lab uses.
Well, focusing on fentanyl, you have lots of experience treating patients suffering from opioid overdoses.
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you explain what fentanyl intoxication looks like and how that might differ from fentanyl overdose?
Yes. The fentanyl, let's kind of work backwards. With fentanyl overdose, because it's a narcotic, in excessive amounts, it can kill you because it will cause your respiratory rate to go to nothing. That's how you die with a narcotic overdose. You cease to breathe. With fentanyl toxicity, you're looking at somebody who is high, who is awake, but they're high. So there's a big difference. So how do you differentiate fentanyl intoxication versus fentanyl overdose? What is that patient doing right in front of your eyes? Look at them. Are they awake, alert, talking, breathing normally? Or are they getting sleepy? The respiration's getting less, or are they not breathing at all? That's how you differentiate, just by looking, even without a lab report. Look at what that patient is doing.
So in the case of a fentanyl overdose, are there certain telltale signs of a fentanyl overdose?
Yes, they are. Pupils can be constricted, and they're snoring, their respirations are decreasing, or they're not respiring at all.
Now, bringing this home to George Floyd, when they came to the scene on May 25th, the paramedics, do you recall whether his pupils were constricted or not?
I believe they were dilated.
Do you know what the concept of air hunger is?
Yes, sir, I do.
Would you tell us what that is?
Air hunger, the best application is you are wanting to breathe. For some reason, one example would be if you are drowning. You're going to do everything you can to get to the surface of the water because you want to breathe. Another application that I frequently deal with is someone who has been strangled. When their airway has been cut off and they can't breathe, their body is telling them to breathe, but they can't because of the pressure on their airway. That is hunger. That is the human desire to live, to breathe.
So when George Floyd is saying, please, I can't breathe, I can't breathe, is that an example of air hunger?
That is an absolute example of air hunger.
Would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury whether fentanyl overdose causes air hunger?
No, it does not. The only time it could is if you've overdosed, but it's not air hunger because you are going to sleep. You're not hungry at all, you're sleeping. So there is a difference between air hunger, that drive to bring in that air, versus an overdose.
So with an overdose, if it's not air hunger that a fentanyl overdose causes, does fentanyl simply diminish the drive to breathe at all?
At therapeutic levels, no. At an overdose level, yes, it can decrease the drive to breathe if you have too much.
But you're not starving for air.
You're not starving for air.
Doctor, in the case of a fentanyl overdose, you talked about a person going to sleep or snoring even. Before death ensues from a fentanyl overdose, is a coma state reached?
Yes, someone who is asleep, you could say they look like they're in a coma state. They're not moving. So that's what you would see with an overdose.
You watched the various videos with George Floyd's encounter with the police on May 25th.
Multiple times.
Can you tell the jury, from having looked at those videos, can you tell by looking at that alone whether George Floyd was suffering from a fentanyl overdose?
He is not. I mean, when you watch those videos and we go through them, what is his respiration do? He's breathing. He's talking. He's not snoring. He is saying, please, please get off of me. I want to breathe. I can't breathe. That is not a fentanyl overdose. That is somebody begging to breathe.
And so if a person is suffering from a fentanyl overdose, would you describe that person then as alert?
No, sir. They're not going to be alert. They're going to be sleeping.
Would you describe them as oriented?
No, their brain is going to be in sleep mode or not breathing mode.
And was George Floyd oriented?
Oh, he was. He gave appropriate responses. Name, date of birth.
He knew where he was and what was happening.
He knew exactly where he was, what he was doing, and responding appropriately to the questions that were asked of him.
Have you ever encountered a situation of a fentanyl overdose where a person was in the overdose, displaying air hunger and essentially crying out for their life or crying out in pain?
No, sir.
Now, did you, from your review of the medical records and other data in the case, get some sense of what Mr. Floyd's history was with respect to opioid use?
Yes, sir, I did. When you look at the medical record, Mr. Floyd has been a chronic user, meaning what I saw was for years.
And how would this correlate to the notion of tolerance we talked about at first?
The more you use any drug, alcohol, in this case fentanyl, you build up that tolerance. So it takes more drug to give you that high, to affect your brain. And in this case, we actually had a visit to the emergency department where he took 7 or 8 narcotic pills. They watched him and let him go.
Was there any use of either oxycodone or Percocet that might be relevant to the discussion of tolerance?
Yes, there was when he presented to the emergency department, he said he may have taken Percocet or oxycodone.
So what does it have to do with tolerance to fentanyl?
They both fentanyl and Oxycontin, Percocet, oxycodone, work on the same receptors in the brain, what's called the mu receptor. So they both attach to that and stimulate that receptor. So this is what we call cross tolerance. If they both work on the same receptor, either one is going to give you an effect, depending on the quantity that the brain sees.
In terms of the population of patients you've treated for opioid issues, are you able to generally characterize what the range of the opioid levels has been in living patients?
Yes, I have, sir.
What can you tell us about that?
What I've come to in clinical practice is you don't rely on the level to tell you how much it's impacted a particular patient. You look at that patient, because I've seen patients that could have low level, but I can see patients with fentanyl levels 100, 120, 140, and they're walking and talking. So the level says, yes, it's there, but based upon their prior history of use, chronic use, does that particular level affect them or not?
So how relevant then was the level of the methamphetamine found in Mr. Floyd's blood to your analysis of the cause of death?
Methamphetamine or fentanyl?
Methamphetamine this time.
Methamphetamine. With methamphetamine, it's really a nothing level. It's a level you expect to see with a recreational use of methamphetamine. And clinically, that's a extremely low level.
So I want to switch topics and talk about the cause of death you did find related to asphyxia or low oxygen.
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with certain myths that exist around the indicators for death by asphyxia or low oxygen?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you in fact teach your students regarding some of these myths?
Yes, because strangulation is a form of asphyxia. This is part of every class I teach. What are the myths associated with strangulation, with asphyxia? What you see, what you don't see, and why you see something or why you don't see something.
For example, in your teaching of your students, what do you teach them regarding inferences that can be made by the presence or absence of bruising on the body in autopsy?
Bruising. You can be fatally strangled, die of asphyxia, and have no bruising. The presence or absence of a bruise on a human body is dependent upon multiple different variables. How much pressure is applied? How is that pressure is applied? How frequently is that pressure applied? And the example that I like to use is you can have someone put your bicep and forearm on either side of your neck and squeeze, render you unconscious, even kill you. And you will never ever see a bruise on the neck. And the reason is you're applying a broad surface area, bicep and forearm, to a broad surface area, which is different if I were to take, say, this lanyard, put it around somebody's neck and pull tight. I'm putting same amount of pressure, but in a smaller area. And I would expect to see a ligature mark or something. So there are lots of variables that will dictate whether you have a bruise or you don't. Condition of health, you need medications that cause you to bruise easy, aspirin, other medications. So you can be, that's this myth that you have to have bruises to prove strangulation. No, you don't. You can be strangled to death and have no bruises. So that's one of the big myths.
Dr. Smock, can you tell us what a petechial hemorrhage is?
Yes, petechial hemorrhage. Petechial hemorrhages are ruptured capillaries. When you see them on a patient, they're little red dots. And what petechial hemorrhages come from is rupture of the capillary bed. They're popped. And the way I like to think about a petechial hemorrhage is like it's a little water balloon. And what happens when I put too much water into a balloon? It pops. What happens if I put too much blood into a capillary? It pops.
So what does the presence or absence of petechial hemorrhages tell us about whether a person did or did not die of asphyxia or low oxygen?
It tells us nothing, because in order to create that ruptured capillary, there are two physiologic things that have to occur in the human body. One, I have to have the venous return, in the case of the neck, the jugular vein blocked. And how does that happen? Well, I'm putting pressure on the neck. The second thing that has to happen is I have to have blood still being pumped into the area of the body, that capillary bed. So if both those two criteria aren't met, blockage of a vein with blood continuing to be pumped in, I will never ever get a petechial hemorrhage. So you can be fatally strangled and not have petechial hemorrhage, because if those two physiologic criteria aren't met, it will never happen.
So, doctor, I want to show you a few of the video clips as relates to your conclusion that Mr. Floyd passed away from asphyxia or low oxygen. So I want to play the clip and then tell me how it was significant to your decision making. So if we could pull up Exhibit 127, already in evidence, Brett, at 2021. Yes, stopping at 2021. I'm sorry, Brett. Starting at the beginning.
On the ground. Yeah, on the ground. On the ground.
Right.
You got your restraint? Hobbled? Okay.
I can't breathe.
I'll grab that.
If you get him. Jesus Christ. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Thank you.
I can't breathe.
Stop moving.
Mama. Mama.
Yeah,
Mama.
it's in the,
Mama.
one of the front pouches.
Mama.
On my right side bag.
Mama. Mama.
You're the rest guy.
All right. All right. Oh my God.
You go to jail.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. I can't believe this, man. Mama, I love you. Reese, I love you.
You got hobble?
To my kids, I love you.
So is this the segment, Dr. Smock, that you listened to and observed?
Yes, this is one of the segments.
Why is this relevant to your assessment?
Well, what's important to the assessment is what's happening over the entire length of the video. In particular, this first section, what we're looking at is listen to Mr. Floyd's voice. He's speaking with full volume. And then I want you, as we go through these different segments, compare what we're hearing now to what we hear later, how his voice changes.
So, go ahead, no, please finish your answer.
I'm sorry. So I want you to also look at the positioning of the Mr. Floyd. Where is he? Where do we see pressure being applied to his neck, to his upper back, to his lower back? What's also very important is as this progresses, and this is a progression over 4.5, 5 minutes of Mr. Floyd gradually decreasing his ability to survive. And what you'll see, and this is a great, I don't know if I can, does this work, Circle?
It does.
Okay. What I want you to also watch for is what is his right arm doing as this progresses. You will see him pushing against the tire. You'll see his right arm, his elbow, pushing against.
Let's ask another question.
Well, I'd like to know, you circled an area here on this exhibit.
Ask
What
your
is it?
question.
Sorry, Judge.
Go ahead and ask your question.
Yes, I'd like to know, what is it showing us? Why is that significant?
This is very important because it's showing what Mr. Floyd is doing to try and breathe, to get his right side of his chest up off of the pavement so that he can bring in air.
So let's look at another segment. Brad, if we can go to start at 2021.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. My body's so tired this thing. Relax. Man, I can't breathe my face. Just get up.
What do you want?
I can't breathe. Please, the knee in my neck. I can't breathe shit.
Bro, get up, get in the car, man.
I will.
Get up, get in the car.
I can't move.
I've been waiting the whole
Get
up, get in the car.
Mama.
Get up.
Mama. I can't.
Is that the...
All right.
You can't win.
My knee.
You
My
can't
neck.
win, man.
I'm through.
I know you're in
I'm
there.
through.
Listen.
I'm claustrophobic. My stomach hurts. My neck hurts. Everything hurts. There's water or something. Please. Please. I can't breathe, officer.
You're talking about
They
yelling.
will kill me. They will kill me, man.
Takes a heck of a lot of oxygen to...
Come on, man.
His nose is bleeding. Like, come on now. Look at his nose.
I cannot breathe. I cannot breathe.
His whole nose is
They'll kill me. They'll kill me.
How long y'all gotta hold him down?
I
No,
can't
you don't
breathe.
gotta put on. Right. His nose.
Put him in the car. We tried that for 10 minutes. That's some bum ass shit. Y'all know that.
Why don't we stop there? So, Dr. Smock, as you listened to that segment, that was one that you chose to play for the jury. What was significant about that?
What we're seeing again is, and if you're listening, his voice is now getting gradually weaker as we're going through this. He is telling the officers, I'm about to die. I am through. He's watching his body move, turning his face actually into the pavement to try and get more oxygen in. This is the progression as we go step by step and deeper into lower levels of oxygen in Mr. Floyd's blood. We also have using his elbow to try and leverage his chest up.
So, Doctor, in addition to the subdual and restraint that we see there on the street in the video, was there other evidence, including physical evidence, that supported your conclusion that Mr. Floyd died of low oxygen or asphyxia?
Yes, as I think it'll probably be in the next section as we go through, you will hear his voice get weaker and weaker. You will see his lose facial expression. You will hear him make sounds of trying to breathe as we get closer. He then goes unconscious. You will then see in the next section, he has what's called an anoxic seizure. That's a fancy word for his brain is going without oxygen, very low. His legs shake, but you will actually see and you can hear the handcuff shake, and you'll see the body camera shake when he has an anoxic seizure further on down the line.
Were there visible injuries to him as well that you could see, Dr. Smock?
Yes, his left shoulder was ground into the pavement from the pressure from behind. The left side of his face had deep abrasions from his face being pushed into the pavement.
So in the interest of time this afternoon, I won't show the additional video, Dr. Smock, and I want to ask you about a different subject, and that relates to CPR. Could you tell us about the importance of timing with respect to performing CPR?
The sooner we start compressions and ventilations, the higher, the more successful our resuscitation rates will be.
At what point should CPR have been commenced with respect to Mr. Floyd?
Way before it was. As soon as Mr. Floyd is unconscious, he should have been rolled over. We have documentation on the video that the officer says, I can't find a pulse. Well, that's clearly, but when you look at the video, it should have been started way before, should have been rolled over, checked his respirations. But clearly, when they can't find a pulse, CPR should have been started.
Thank you, Dr. Smock. No further questions.
Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Dr. Smock.
Good afternoon, sir.
Thank you for being here with us this evening. Fair to say you're not a pathologist, correct?
That is correct, sir.
You are not trained in anatomic pathology?
No, it is part of my forensic training, but I'm not and don't consider myself an anatomic pathologist.
And you're not trained in forensic pathology, correct?
I'm trained by a forensic pathologist because that is part of my training. So yes, I am trained in forensic pathology as it applies to the living patient.
And you're not board certified in forensic pathology?
That is correct.
You practice emergency medicine, right?
That is correct, sir.
And you have some experience in, again, as you described, forensics for the living, right?
That is correct, sir.
Do you, in addition to your practice, stay abreast of the medical literature in terms of forensic pathology?
I do get the Journal of Forensic Medicine, sir.
Okay. And how many autopsies have you performed?
Physically performed as what's called the Diener, 100. How many autopsies have I attended? Thousands.
Okay. You would agree that methamphetamine and fentanyl, when combined, it produces a different result.
They may, depending upon the level and the individual.
So there are variables, but essentially methamphetamine and fentanyl combined is different than a reaction to fentanyl.
That is correct, sir.
All right. And you would agree that in emergency rooms of late, the number of deaths related to the methamphetamine and fentanyl combination have increased?
I can't speak of at late, but it wouldn't surprise me, sir.
All right. And that type of a death, methamphetamine and fentanyl, is a much different type of a death than a simple fentanyl, or not a simple fentanyl, but a fentanyl exclusive death.
Again, depending upon the level, yes, sir.
The level and the individual person, right?
That is correct, sir.
There is no safe level of methamphetamine, right?
No, or there is a safe level of amphetamine, people with ADD.
Right. But in terms of street purchased methamphetamine, there would be no valid medical basis to have that in your system.
That is correct for methamphetamine.
Now, you talked a little bit about the coma state in fentanyl overdoses that you would expect. What's the duration you would expect to see of a coma state in a fentanyl overdose?
That's all going to depend upon how much fentanyl is in that individual system. How quickly do we get Narcan on board? So multiple variables, sir.
Lots of variables. You talk about positional asphyxia, and you've reviewed the autopsy. Did you see any medical autopsy or any physical evidence from the autopsy that can point to Mr. Floyd's airway being obstructed?
No, sir, not in the autopsy.
And while Mr. Floyd initially was on the ground, he was talking, right? As
He was, sir.
And he, at points, raised his head. Agreed?
Yes, sir.
And he, for some period of time, was alert, correct?
Yes, sir, he was.
He was coherent, as you
He was,
described,
sir.
and he was making sense.
Yes, sir.
What is the evidence found at autopsy of significant force that was used to keep him in the prone position?
The evidence was not at autopsy. It is on the videotape, sir.
Okay. You were talking about how Mr. Floyd maintained or stated that he could not breathe while in the prone position.
That is correct, sir.
He stated that before ever being in the prone position as well, correct?
That is correct, sir.
Several times, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that point, when he stated that he can't breathe and he's in the back seat of the car, there was no one on his back, right?
That is correct, sir.
And do you know whether at that point there's any evidence to suggest that there was a respiratory depressant such as fentanyl on board in his system?
No, sir.
Have you been advised, I mean, I know you prepared a report, but have you been advised that partially ingested pills were located in the back seat of Squad 320 and they contained Mr. Floyd's DNA?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you were advised that those pills were methamphetamine and fentanyl combination?
That is correct, sir.
People who have their respiration suppressed as a result of fentanyl don't necessarily all the time die, right?
That is correct, sir. Hopefully they don't die.
Treating people in the ER, you have treated people with cardiac diseases?
Yes, sir, I have.
And in terms of your treatment of people with cardiac diseases, have you encountered people who have a combination of methamphetamine and fentanyl?
Yes, sir, I have.
And obviously every single person is unique, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've experienced people who have cardiac disease, fentanyl, and methamphetamine who pass away?
Yes, sir. Not necessarily from those, but maybe from something else.
But sometimes it could just be from those, right?
Would depend upon the case.
You treat people with COVID at the ER?
I don't, but I've treated police officers with COVID, sir.
Are you aware that people who are in the ICU with COVID are oftentimes held in the prone position?
Yes, sir.
And that actually assists them in their oxygenation, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And they don't necessarily suffer sudden death, right?
That is correct, sir.
Those people may not be moving around very much.
If they're in the ICU, they are probably not moving around very much.
Methamphetamine certainly has an effect on the heart, right?
It can, sir.
I mean, you're aware that methamphetamine can be prescribed, correct?
Amphetamine can be prescribed.
Amphetamine can be prescribed. One of the side effects of the prescription amphetamine is sudden heart arrhythmias, right?
Depending upon the level, that is certainly it's a rare side effect, but it's certainly possible, sir.
You talked about the pressure that somebody may, the lack of bruising, right, is explained by kind of the surface area of the pressure that's applied, right?
That is one of the variables, sir. That is correct.
And a knee has a relatively small surface area compared to, say, the entirety of the arm, right, that you described?
No, actually, if you think about the size of a knee on a neck, that's comparable, sir.
Okay. And you would agree that in this particular case, when you met with prosecutors several times, right?
Yes, I have, sir.
And you would agree that, generally speaking, Mr. Chauvin did not block both carotid arteries, right?
That is correct, sir.
And he may not have even blocked one of the carotid arteries, right?
That's hard to know.
Okay.
But he could have blocked one of the arteries.
And even if he had, there would be what's called collateral flow, correct?
That is correct, sir.
And so the person, it would be very difficult to render someone unconscious by blocking one of the carotid arteries.
That is correct, sir. As long as they have that collateral flow, meaning blood will go up one of the other arteries in the neck.
And generally speaking, in order to render someone unconscious, by blocking the carotid artery, you need to block both carotid arteries, right?
That is correct, sir.
And then when that happens very quickly, right?
That is correct, sir.
Less than 10 seconds.
That is correct.
You've reviewed the videos many times.
I have, sir.
Spent a lot of time kind of studying and analyzing the videos.
Yes, sir.
How many hours would you estimate that you had spent analyzing the videos?
10.
Okay. And you were able to see this incident from multiple different camera perspectives, right?
That is correct, sir.
If Mr. Chauvin's knee was placed at the posterior base of the neck, right? That wouldn't have much effect on his diaphragm, would it?
No, sir.
You work with police officers quite regularly?
Every day, sir.
And you've, I'm assuming you said you've gone to SWAT tactical kind of places, right? or to arrests, right?
Yes, sir.
And I assume that you have observed police officers use a prone handcuffing technique.
Yes, sir.
And I assume that you've observed police officers use a prone control technique.
Your Honor. Beyond the scope of the witness's expertise, this is causing expertise in the police conduct.
I think it's within its scope of expertise, but it is beyond the scope of direct, so if you could ask non-leading questions.
Sure. It's a part of your expertise and training with police officers. You train them in terms of how to properly train people in terms of positional asphyxia?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how to avoid positional asphyxia from occurring?
Yes, it's really not how to cause positional, but how does a police officer avoid causing positional asphyxia.
And so based on your experience in training police officers and your experience accompanying police officers to various arrest locations, you have observed police officers use a prone handcuffing technique.
Yes, I have for short periods of time, sir.
And you've observed them place their knee in the posterior, the base of the neck, right?
Yes, again, for short periods of time, sir.
And it obviously depends on every circumstance and situation, right?
I don't understand your question, sir.
I'll withdraw it. Was there bruising on Mr. Floyd's back that you were aware of?
No, sir, there was not.
Bruising in his neck?
No, sir.
Either above the skin or below the skin?
No, sir, there was not.
There's unquestionable evidence that Mr. Floyd had cardiovascular disease, correct?
That is correct, sir.
You'd agree that the pathologist who performed the autopsy found a 90% blockage of the right coronary artery?
Yes, sir.
In your experience as an emergency room physician, you could refer someone to have a procedure to open that up, right?
If they are exhibiting signs of a heart attack or cardiac ischemia, meaning they're not getting oxygen to that part of the heart.
And that's called a stent.
That is correct, sir.
The purpose of that is to actually increase or improve the blood flow through the arteries, right?
That is correct, sir.
Because when you have a blocked vessel, that can lead to a heart attack, right?
If it is blocked, that is correct, sir. Completely blocked.
Lead to a cardiac event, right?
If it's completely blocked, that is correct, sir.
And when it's not completely blocked, it forces the heart to work harder.
Yes, sir.
Oftentimes people go through substantial risks of heart surgery to have that fixed, right?
To have
a partial blockage fixed.
That is correct, sir.
You've reviewed all of his previous medical records that were made available to you, Mr. Floyd's, that is?
Yes, sir, I have.
And high blood pressure from these hospital admissions was noted, correct?
That is correct, sir.
There's no dispute that methamphetamine was in his system at the time of this incident?
At the time of his death, yes, he had a very low level, sir.
Methamphetamine increases the heart rate.
It can, sir.
So again, it increases the demand on the heart, right?
Absolutely can, sir.
If you had, well, I'll strike that. You were aware that Mr. Floyd had engaged in a struggle with police before he was placed in the prone position, right?
Yes, sir, we did.
That type of physical exertion also puts a certain demand on the heart, right?
It can, sir.
When you observed that struggle, you could observe his vein pulsing?
No, sir, I did not.
That kind of physical exertion of struggling with a couple of police officers, would you say that that's similar to something like what's called a stress test, sort of putting the heart through that physical exertion?
No, sir, that would not be comparable to a stress test.
What is a stress test?
The stress test is when you're put on a treadmill and you're hooked up to monitors, and then you go faster and faster, and then the level of the treadmill can go up and up and up and up.
So similarly, when you're struggling with police officers, your heart rate's going to go up and up and up and up, right?
Your heart rate, but again, that is not a stress test, sir.
Understood.
Okay.
People have had cardiac arrhythmias during struggles with police before?
Yes, sir.
What's the physiological mechanism of a person suffering a brain injury from hypoxia?
When the brain levels of oxygen start going down, certain things will happen. Their level of consciousness will begin to decrease. When they get to the point where their oxygen level is very low, then they will have that anoxic seizure, as we saw with the shaking of the leg and the shaking of the wrists. And then as time goes by, more brain cells die. For every second the brain goes without oxygen, low levels, millions of neurons and cells will die. So what happens when you get to that state? You have brain damage, and then if it's not alleviated, whatever the cause is, then you die.
So again, brain damage can occur from low oxygen.
That is correct, sir.
When Mr. Floyd was speaking to the police officers, right, as he was in the prone position, do you see any evidence that his brain was injured at that point?
Which part? Because he speaks in full sentences or full voice early, but later on his speech is weaker and weaker until there's no speech. So which window are we talking about?
At any point when he's speaking with police officers, would there be brain damage at that point?
Not while he's speaking, sir.
Can people suffer brain injuries while they're conscious?
Depending upon the mechanism, stroke would be an example. Hitting the head would be another example.
One question I wanted to ask you, you talked a little bit about tolerance, right? And how people can build a tolerance, particularly to opiates, relatively quickly, right?
No, I didn't say quickly.
Okay. Well, people build a tolerance, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've defined, and you're not a toxicologist, correct?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. But you have some general familiarity based on your experience as an emergency room doctor people who are tolerant to particular substances, right?
That is correct.
And when someone stops using a controlled substance for a period of time, that tolerance dissipates. Agreed?
And that is correct, sir.
And with certain types of controlled substances, tolerance dissipates very quickly. Specifically fentanyl.
I'm not familiar how quickly it decreases, sir, or increases.
So a person's tolerance is situational, right? Let me rephrase. Somebody who is tolerant, that tolerance could be built up over an extended period of time. Agreed?
That is correct, sir.
Tolerance, once a person stops using that controlled substance, their tolerance dissipates.
That is correct.
Over some period of time.
Some period of time, that is correct, sir.
Could be days, could be weeks, could be months.
In my experience, it's going to be weeks to months, not days, sir.
So if someone's not using a controlled substance for several months, or let's say 2 to 3 months, and then they're going to lose that tolerance. Agreed?
Some part of it, they may, depending upon the substance, sir.
And then if they start using again, right, they're going to start to build that tolerance up to some degree.
That is correct, sir.
But if they had a chronic use for a long period of time, they've decreased their tolerance to some degree. Once they start using again, they're not going to just instantly jump back up to the same tolerance level.
Your Honor, I object to this question as vague.
Overruled on that ground.
Yes, as the tolerance is occurring in the brain, as you see different levels, that tolerance will change over time.
Right. Did you see any evidence in terms of his autopsy or medical records that he had any history of lung disease, Mr. Floyd, that is?
I believe he had history of COVID.
Okay. Other than COVID, any other, essentially he would have had healthy lungs by all.
Yeah, I don't recall specifically any lung disease.
But there was evidence of heart disease, right?
That is correct, sir.
When someone is experiencing, again, based in your experience, experiencing an arrhythmia, they would also experience that sensation of a shortness of breath?
It depends on the nature of the arrhythmia.
When someone is experiencing a heart attack, right, because their vessels are blocked and the stress on their heart is increased, would they describe that shortness of breath?
Your Honor, objection. Relevance to George Floyd.
Overruled.
Patients can complain of shortness of breath while they're having a heart attack. That is correct, sir.
You heard the officers ask him if he were on controlled substances?
I believe it was, are you on something?
Right. Is a person at a greater risk for cardiorespiratory effects if they're under the influence of methamphetamine?
It would depend upon the level, sir.
How about a combination of methamphetamine and fentanyl?
Again, it's going to depend upon the level, sir.
Cardiac disease have any relation to methamphetamine use, chronic methamphetamine use?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Michael?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Smock, you were asked quite a few questions about heart disease and high blood pressure. I want to bring this home to Mr. Floyd, and that is whether we're talking about blockage of the artery, high blood pressure, any of it. Was there any evidence that you saw that George Floyd had a heart attack?
There was absolutely no evidence at autopsy of anything that suggested that Mr. Floyd had a heart attack.
And that's whether he had a clogged artery, did he have a heart attack?
That is correct. There's no evidence of a blood clot in any of the arteries. There's no evidence of hemorrhage from a ruptured plaque. There's no evidence that Mr. Floyd had a heart attack.
What about on the autopsy report? Was there any evidence that George Floyd had a heart attack?
No, sir, there was not.
You were asked questions about whether there was a lethal or fatal arrhythmia. Remember those?
I remember those, sir.
If somebody has a fatal arrhythmia that they die from, is that a sudden death?
It is, sir.
As in, I have the arrhythmia, and that's it.
You have the arrhythmia, and then you're unconscious.
Did George Floyd have a sudden death that looked like an arrhythmia?
No, sir. He had a gradual decreased levels of oxygen over the course of minutes. It wasn't sudden. It was gradual because of the pressure being applied to his back and neck.
You were asked questions about Mr. Floyd saying, I can't breathe when he was in the back of Squad 320. Remember that?
Yes, sir. Did
you hear, or in any of the videos you saw, Mr. Floyd saying, I'm getting choked?
No, sir.
Did you see anything that suggested that in the struggle in the back of the car, that anybody had their hands on his neck or throat?
Not in the car. Mr. Chauvin did put his hands around his neck as he was getting him out of the car, but not in the car, sir.
Right. Obviously, if there is someone getting choked, that's a reason they couldn't breathe.
Yes, sir.
You were asked questions about whether or not the subdual and restraint of Mr. Floyd on the ground was a stress test. Can you think of, from any stretch of the imagination, you could refer to being subdued and restrained on the ground for 9 minutes and 29 seconds until the pulse was gone as a stress test?
That objection is argumentative is sustained. Next question.
So, was the subdual and the restraint on the ground a stress test?
No, sir, it was not.
You were asked about whether or not there was any evidence of airway obstruction on autopsy. Was there any evidence of low oxygen on autopsy?
Only his death, sir.
Do you recall Mr. Nelson asking you the question relating to when Mr. Floyd was on the ground? Was he alert and making sense when he was on the ground? Remember that?
Yes, sir, I do.
If somebody is alert and making sense, how could they also be intoxicated?
That's a good question, sir. You can't.
And finally, you were asked questions about the combination of meth and fentanyl, and so whether they make somehow a different kind of a dangerous combination. Just to be clear with the jurors, did you see any evidence that Mr. Floyd died of a meth overdose?
No, sir, he did not.
Did you see any evidence that he died of a fentanyl overdose?
No, sir, he did not.
Did you see any evidence putting them together that he died from that kind of an overdose?
No, sir, he did not.
Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Mills, anything further?
Did you observe any evidence that Mr. Floyd was choked from the front of his neck?
No, sir.
You would agree that fighting or struggling with police officers puts stress on the heart?
Yes, sir, good.
There was no other evidence of airway obstruction, correct?
Other than the asphyxia event?
Correct.
Other than not being able to breathe, that was the airway obstruction.
In terms of, you were asked on redirect about how could someone who is alert and making sense be intoxicated, do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
People who are tolerant of a particular controlled substance show fewer signs, correct? Of intoxication?
That is correct, sir.
So the more someone is used to taking a particular drug, the fewer signs of impairment they may exhibit. Agreed?
That is correct, sir.
And someone who gets arrested for a chronic alcoholic, hypothetically, who gets arrested for driving under the influence, they may not exhibit the same physical symptoms or speech difficulties that a naive drinker may exhibit. Agreed?
Given the same level of alcohol, that is correct, sir.
I have no further questions.
No further questions, John.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor. You are excused. Have a good flight back. Members of the jury, thank you for your patience in sticking this out. We'll start around 9:15 tomorrow if we can. Thank you. We're adjourned.
So that's going to conclude day 9 of the Derek Chauvin trial. Quite an interesting day today, yet another day of questioning of experts when it comes to this case. I'm going to bring in attorney Ben Taylor. Ben, thank you so much for being with us here on News Now from Fox. As always, can you just give us an idea of today what your biggest takeaways were of this case?
Today, the takeaways was the whole trial has shifted now from police tactics to use of force now to doctors and science. So starting off in the morning, you had Dr. Chauvin, you had toxicologists, and you had a police surgeon. So you've had various scientific and medical doctors. So this whole trial is now shifting towards the drugs in George Floyd's system and whether or not this caused the death of George Floyd or not, and how did he die. So you heard on the prosecution side, the doctors testified and gave their ultimate opinion that George Floyd died because of lack of oxygen. You saw the defense attorney cross-examine all these experts and these doctors and mention drugs. So what the defense attorney is trying to do is establish that maybe he died of COVID. You heard COVID. You heard a heart attack. You heard various, meth, fentanyl, different various drugs. So that's what the defense attorney is trying to establish by cross-examining these doctors. Because these doctors, jurors love to hear from high caliber experts like doctors. It can get a little bit boring in hearing all these technology, but I feel like the prosecution is doing a good job by breaking it down to the simplest terms, by showing diagrams, by showing examples, so that way anybody on the jury should be able to understand what was going on here by the diagrams.
And Ben, I wonder if you can give us an idea of the difference between paid experts versus unpaid experts and what kind of implication that makes on the case here.
So as you heard throughout this trial, some experts are being paid by the prosecutor. That means they're getting paid their hourly fee or a flat fee to come in, fly into Minnesota, and get into a hotel, and they wake up in the morning, they come to the court and they testify. Some witnesses are not being paid. So jurors tend to, go into the experts who are not being paid because they don't have any horse in the race. When you're not being paid, why are you here? What is your motive? When you are being paid, jurors do tend to kind of say, oh, wait, you're being paid by either the defense attorney or the prosecutor, so this is why you're here. Of course, these doctors have taken an oath, and they have an oath under the medical board standards that they can't lie and they can't exaggerate. However, when you're being paid by somebody, of course, the person who's paying you, you might lean towards them a little bit more in your testimony because they are paying you. So jurors hear that, jurors understand that, and jurors are going to take into that account of how much these experts are being paid and the way they testify and making sure that even though they're being paid, are they still telling the truth on the stand?
And I know you've been sitting by and watching all day today. I wonder if you can explain that one situation. It seemed like there was a bit of discrepancy in some of the paperwork, the forms of it, PDF. What was going on there, and what does that usually look like in trials like this when there's so much evidence, there's so much paperwork?
So, yeah, earlier in the afternoon, you heard Eric Nelson, the defense attorney. He was pretty much complaining to the judge, saying, Judge, the prosecutor's giving me all these different pieces of paperwork, but in different forms. Something might be in PDF format, something might be in Microsoft Word format, something might be in just different formats. And usually you want to make sure that you have the same evidence that the prosecutor has, because there is no such thing as trial by ambush. On TV, you might see a surprise witness that walks into the courtroom and says, surprise, surprise, here I am, I'm here to testify. Or that piece of evidence you see in the movies saying, surprise, this is the new piece of evidence. In the real world, the defense attorney and prosecutor should talk to one another, and every witness, every piece of evidence, Eric Nelson should know about, and the defense attorney and the prosecutor should know about. So there shouldn't be any surprises. So what he was talking about is, wait, this is a surprise here. I have never seen this document before in my life. You're now testifying to something brand new, Judge, that I've never seen. Why is that? So these arguments are made outside of the presence of the jury. So the jury is not hearing that because you don't want to prejudice the jury or show favoritism to one side or the other. So that's why the judge hashes out these conflicts between the attorneys during breaks. So that's why you hear the judge say, let's take a break. We're going to work today. So that's what happened. They were hashing out over evidence, and Eric Nelson was pretty much complaining, saying, hey, this is a new piece of evidence. I've never seen this chart before.
Was there anything today that was surprising to you that was presented?
I mean, it was surprising that the doctors were able to break it down to an easy level of understanding. I mean, sometimes when expert witnesses, especially doctors, talk, it can be very complicated, very scientific. But the prosecutor did do a good job of breaking down the elements, breaking down, the science there. So that way, anybody who was listening and paying attention could pretty much understand that their main point was George Floyd died because of the knee to the neck by Derek Chauvin. That's how he died. That's what the prosecutor was trying to say. I was impressed that the defense attorney did, a decent job. Over the past couple of days, there wasn't that many questions Eric Nelson, the defense attorney, asked, but today I felt that he was able to get in a couple more jabs in. This is like a boxing match. One side's going to get a jab in, another side. And Eric Nelson was able to get his jab in by asking questions about drugs and trying to establish, maybe it was fentanyl, maybe there's some meth in the system. Maybe George Floyd died because of a heart attack or COVID. So you saw that he's throwing in these reasonable doubts. Because at the end of the day, it's about beyond a reasonable doubt that the prosecutor has to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt. However, all Eric Nelson and Derek Chauvin need to prove is some doubt there and get one or two jurors on that jury to say mistrial or not guilty. So I was very impressed with both sides and how they went back and forth. We're able to break it down to easy terms.
Now, yesterday I asked our Fox 9 reporter who's out in the field just covering this case, tweeting about it, whatever. I asked him what his thoughts were of both legal teams on how they're doing just as far as emotions go. Do you think that they had the same energy? Do you think they have the same energy now that they did on day one of the trial, or do you think it's waning a little bit?
I mean, naturally, this is the second week of the trial. They've been going early morning to late afternoons. And naturally, this is going to be emotionally draining when you're in a trial. The trials are long, and you have to think about it. These attorneys, they have families. So when you have a family, you're dealing with your family and this trial, plus they have other cases and other things they have to get to. And the judge themselves, the judge has other cases. So this is probably emotional draining. They are doing a good job because you see in the courtroom, they have a pretty good demeanor. They're not battling it out. In some cases, the defense and prosecution, they're battling it out. And it's like, they're yelling at each other, they're screaming at each other. And you have to take a lot of breaks, and the judge has to calm everybody down. it seems to what we've been seeing is that they have a pretty cordial environment in the courtroom, probably because they're separated, they're wearing masks. So that takes a lot of the, emotion out of it when you're wearing a mask and you're separated and you have, COVID, barriers behind you. But in a lot of times in real trials, defense attorneys and prosecutors, they are butting heads a lot. So this is weighing on them, but however, they're doing a good job so far. We'll see how it looks next week. I'm sure emotionally inside, it is killing them inside.
I know. It's long and it's a lot of evidence, a lot of details presented every day. We have to take into consideration the jury that's a part of this. They're all sitting up there watching all this come in. I'm sure a lot to absorb, especially today was a little bit longer than the days have typically gone in the past. So definitely interesting to know. Anything that you're going to be looking for tomorrow for the final day of week 2 of the trial?
I mean, tomorrow is going to be a big day because it's Friday, and this is the day it goes into the weekend. So you want to finish strong because this is what the jurors are going to be thinking for the whole weekend going into Monday. So you want to leave a good impression. If the prosecutor or the defense attorney, you want to make sure that whatever witness is on the stand, that your questions are strong, your questions are exact, and that the jurors remember your voice and your theory of the case going into the weekend, because the prosecutor wants to make sure that the jury's thinking about Derek Chauvin was the one who killed George Floyd based upon the knee to the neck and lack of oxygen. The defense attorney wants to make sure going into the weekend that drugs are on the mind of the jurors and maybe drugs killed George Floyd and not Derek Chauvin's knee to the neck. So that's what we're going to be looking at tomorrow, going into the weekend, making sure that both attorneys finish strong. So that way the jurors are thinking about their side of the case over the weekend.
Really great point right there. Ben Taylor, thank you so much for joining us, giving us your legal analysis. We will talk to you again tomorrow.
All right, good seeing you again. Have a good day.
And we're going to stay on this trial here and speak with Fox 9's Paul Bloom pretty soon. We're going to send everyone off to a quick commercial break, though. Before we do, I want to quickly, though, touch on what's going on in Bryan, Texas. We have 1 dead and 4 victims in critical condition after a workplace shooting. Police have held a couple press conferences so far talking about this shooting. They're saying that it is possibly a employee of the store where the shooting occurred. We'll, of course, bring you all the details on that. But like I said, we'll go out to a quick commercial break. Again, I'm Daytona Everett here with News Now from Fox, bringing you all of these stories from across the nation here. And we have a lot to get to tonight. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. This graphic showing you where you can find us. We're on Samsung, Vizio, Tubi, Fox Now, YouTube, and our website, newsnowfox.com. We appreciate all of you being with us. It is 3:30 here in Phoenix, Arizona. All morning, we've been covering day 9 of witness testimony in the Derek Chauvin murder trial. As always, we're going to bring in Fox 9's Paul Bloom to discuss some of the biggest events of the day. Paul, thank you so much for being here with us per usual.
Absolutely, Daytona. Thanks for having me tonight.
So today I really want to focus on what happened with Dr. Chauvin. Can you give us a breakdown of why he was such an essential person to be up on the stand today?
Yeah, Dr. Martin Chauvin made quite a presence in that courtroom this morning, testifying on direct examination all morning long, Central Time in Minneapolis. He got his cross-examination this afternoon after lunch from Derek Chauvin's defense attorney, Eric Nelson. But this is one of the nation's foremost experts, basically on the human body's breathing mechanism. So his credentials really unquestioned. He was a retained state witness, but not paid, said he did this voluntarily. Sometimes I know juries worry about paid witness testimony, but this is a guy who said he had knowledge that would be useful in this case. And basically, he looked during what turned into a multimedia presentation during his witness testimony, and he broke down frame by frame the body camera footage of George Floyd underneath Derek Chauvin's knee, and literally points to the moment that the life is sapped out of George Floyd, Floyd's leg kicking out. It's kind of difficult to even describe to the viewer, but it was graphic, it was powerful, and basically said that Floyd died of a lack of oxygen, that there wasn't enough oxygen getting into the lungs, which then cut off oxygen through the rest of the body. And at one point, he testified that Chauvin is fully out of oxygen. There's no oxygen in his body, and still Chauvin does not give up his position of a knee on the neck or back area for another nearly 3 minutes. So his testimony extremely damning to the defense. He addressed potential drug issues and sort of dismissed those out of hand. He absolutely believes that George Floyd was killed by Derek Chauvin's actions that day, and he made it loud and clear in a very powerful presentation to this jury.
Just for a little background, Dr. Chauvin is a Chicago area pulmonologist and critical care physician. He's been an expert witness on both sides of medical malpractice cases, but this is his first criminal case. What does that mean for people on the jury right now to be hearing that?
I thought that was interesting, Daytona, but he has appeared in these medical malpractice suits on both sides, on behalf of patients, on behalf of medical practitioners. Seems like that sort of qualified him as down the line and fair to both sides. I thought he came off very well, seemed very trained talking to the jury. Our reports from our courtroom reporter that basically this jury was engaged throughout his testimony. It was several hours. And on the surface, when we knew we were getting into the medical testimony, I think a lot of people kind of rolled their eyes, kind of this, could be long, this could be complicated, subjects that are very difficult. Of course, we're debating between heart attack, a lack of oxygen, a combination drugs, underlying health conditions and whatnot in terms of what killed George Floyd. And I thought I was sitting through a university level class with Dr. Chauvin, but yet he explained it so well. And again, with all of the video and the imagery, we had that 3D animation that the state created that got in as evidence today. I thought he went point by point by point. He talked about the 4 factors that contributed to George Floyd's death in terms of having a lack of oxygen, the prone position, the handcuffs behind his back, face down, the officer's weight on top of him. And I thought he was extremely effective for the very first time testifying in a criminal case.
Paul, you brought up a good point. One of my favorite perspectives that you have is the perspective of what's going on with the jury in the court. You've been there, you've seen their faces, you've seen what's going on. Anything else to note from jury reaction from day 9 today?
And we've talked, Daytona, this week about how we get our reporting from courtroom eyewitnesses, reporters who provide notes during the breaks and recesses. I did note over the last couple of days there have been reports of one or two jurors kind of checking out, maybe even some dozing a little bit during some testimony. Again, I understand during Dr. Tobin's testimony today, everybody engaged, a lot of note-taking, a lot of watching of videos and graphics and animations as they're displayed on the big screens in the courtroom. You know, you obviously don't see this because the live cameras inside aren't allowed to show the jurors and don't give you a full perspective of the room itself. I did note late today, if you've been watching, I know you're in a different time zone, so it's a little earlier in the day, but testimony went all the way to 5:15 here in Minneapolis, so a little later. Typically the judge gets jurors out of here by 4:30, but he asked if they'd be patient today because this last witness was trying to catch a flight tonight back to Louisville, Kentucky, and so they went longer. And just again, reading quick notes from our pool reporter late today, they did say they had some people looking at watches late today, you know, whether how powerful Dr. Smock's testimony will end up being, question mark. Was the jury fully engaged after such a riveting and long time on the stand for Dr. Tobin is a question mark. But again, he did keep them riveted for several hours today. That was very apparent from what we were hearing from our pool reporters inside.
Yeah, a long day for everyone for sure, including you. So we're going to let you off the hook as everyone gets ready for tomorrow, the final day of week 2 of this trial. We appreciate your expertise. Paul Bloom out in Minneapolis with the very latest. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, Daytona. You have a good night.
You too. And we're going to stay with some of the other breaking news of the day, this coming out of Bryan, Texas. I just want to give you some of the updates from Natalie He. She's a Fox 26 reporter out in the field, bringing us the latest. What we know now, as of just in the past 10 minutes, a Texas trooper was shot while going after the possible Bryan, Texas suspect. Again, this is a suspect who has shot multiple people out in Bryan, Texas. That's kind of in between Houston and Austin as well. Bryan Police Department has not specified a motive for the mass shooting. This was at Kentmore Cabinets. It's business, a small business in Bryan, Texas. Bryan police say that they're now investigating the scene, interviewing witnesses, all for additional information. We have our teams out in the field who are interviewing witnesses as well, trying to get more details about what exactly happened. Another update from Bryan Police Department regarding this mass shooting. They say 6 victims total shot. That's confirmed. 4 in critical condition, 1 taken to the hospital for asthma issues, and 1 is dead as of right now. The suspect is in custody at this point in time, which is newer information. And the suspect, again, apparently an employee of that business, that cabinet business in Bryan, Texas. But I'm going to play out that full press conference for you from Bryan Police Department. We have it for you. We'll play it in full and then try to get some more information from our teams who are out in the field. I'm literally watching them interview witnesses. So here's the very latest out of this Bryan, Texas mass shooting.
Here at 350 Stone City Drive. Officers responded. They found several victims, and they were checking the area, checking the building, looking for more victims. Right now, the subject is at large, and we have more information coming in. This is a fluent event still, so we're still trying to get some more information for y'all. But we're asking that everybody stay away from the area. I know we're kind of set off of FM 2018, but we still ask that there's no extra traffic coming through that could impair the officers or the first responders and medics.
Sergeant, is there any description of a suspect, and do we know if there's more than one person that you're looking for at this time?
I do not know that at this time. Right now, we feel that the scene is safe behind me, so we believe everybody left. We're just trying to piece together what exactly took place leading up to this. So I don't have the suspect information. Right now, a lot of the guys are down there. They're being interviewed about what took place.
The employees?
Employees. Okay. Yeah, a lot of employees are down there, so they're working through that. If you can reach them by phone, you can. If not, just give us time and we'll get some more information to you.
Has there been any law enforcement that has been injured?
No, ma'am, not here at this site. Law enforcement showed up. It was already over with.
Can you tell me how many ambulances or pieces of equipment came?
I know a lot came, but I don't know the number of ambulances. Do you know the number of that?
Last I heard, we were at 6, and I think that pretty much was able to manage
Yeah,
it.
six ambulances
Who all
arrived.
responded?
Right now, pretty much everybody from Brazos County. We had College Station respond, Bryan PD respond, Texas A&M University, the constables, Brazos County Sheriff's Office, everybody respond, DPS. They all responded here to assist.
Do we know, is there anybody who didn't survive?
I don't know that one. I just know there's several victims. I know if some were transported to St. Joe's, so we'll just have to wait to see their status.
Do you know the condition of any of those who were injured?
I do not know.
Can you say if all of the injured are employees of Kitmore Cabinet, or?
I cannot say that. Okay. I cannot say if they all are or not.
Do we know anything yet on if the suspect had a connection to this business?
I do not. They're still, the detectives are down there. We're just letting the investigation play out so we can get all that information of what caused this, how it developed, who's all involved. We're still working on getting that information out.
Obviously, your agency prepares and trains for something like this. Can you talk just a little bit more in general about what kind of a response you send to a scene such as this one?
Any large scene like this, and I say it's large just because of the building. You have multiple entrances and exits, and we practice that. We talk about which location that officer's going in to make sure we're communicating to other officers. We train with the Bryan Fire Department so that we are able to link up with them once it's safe, get anybody that's injured out safely, and have those medics on scene. So this is something that we train for, I would say once, twice a year. For the last few years, it's something that we work on, of working with multi-agencies, because we know, and even through the past events in Brazos County, that all agencies respond. So we try to work with all of them, communicate with all of them. Everyone knows what they need to do when they get there.
The school across the street, what happened with them?
I imagine they're on lockdown. I did not confirm that. Now that the scene's a little different from what it was earlier today, they might be able to already been releasing students.
Lockdown has been lifted.
Yeah. So I would imagine at the very beginning it was on lockdown just for safety concerns.
Anything on what type of weapons the suspect had?
No, sir. Okay. I do not.
Final question for me. What's happening at this point? Like, what's happening right now at that scene?
When I went down there was a lot of employees, and so a lot of detectives are coming in and interviewing all of them. What they see, what they hear, just working through the investigation of what took place. If it was mobile, if it went through different rooms, just the basics of trying to figure out what's going on. So right now, we have the scene set up. We're going to be doing interviews, and then we're going to be looking into the crime scene, come out there and collect all the evidence.
I don't know if it's been mentioned, but do you know what time this all took place?
The first call came in approximately at 2:30 p.m.
Do we know what the number of injuries, was there any state or federal?
I do not. All I know is it's just several injuries.
When can we get confirmation on the amount of injuries that have been reported?
Hopefully here pretty soon. Once we get through this interview, I can start making some phone calls, find out more information that's coming in that they have down there that we can release.
And
so it'll be fluent. We'll be releasing more information as we go.
And they're sending everyone to St. Joseph.
That's where they should be going. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And to bounce off to your question, is there any federal law enforcement agency, FBI, or anybody who's been called in to help?
No, sir.
Okay.
Any other ones? I'll get back with y'all as soon as I can on this. I appreciate your time.
Thanks, sir. Appreciate you.
So that was a press conference from earlier today, but we do have some of our teams that are out in the field getting information from witnesses of the crime. Let's listen in.
Me and most of my coworkers made it out, and unfortunately a few of them didn't make it, though, so, yeah.
Can I get your name if you spell it out for me, please?
Christian Taylor, CHRISTIANTAYLOR.
Thank you, Mr. I appreciate it.
And what were you saying again? That were you close to him when all this happened? Or?
Yeah, I was on another line, but I heard the gunshot.
You were what?
I heard the gunshot, so and I took off running once everybody else did. So then when I came back in, I seen 2 bodies on the thing. People were trying to help them. Besides that, I was really just trying to stay safe, man.
Was it like mass chaos? People kind of running around?
The people running around like nobody was ready for it. Like we all at work, who wants to be shot at work, So it all hit us in a way like get the hell out of here, like.
I mean, you hear about this kind of stuff now.
Every day, bro, like this shit, man. I gotta go. But yeah, every day, bro, mass shootings happen every day. I'm happy I get to go home to my son. Some people, one person didn't. It sucks, but, Gotta get through life, bro. And shit like this shouldn't happen, bro. This shit right here is just too much, man.
Tell me what your name is.
Ricky Williams.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks,
All right,
man.
man.
Yeah, but I didn't see anything.
Okay.
You say that. What was it like? Everybody running around, kind of crazy.
Yeah,
What do you think about hearing something like this?
just crazy. It was unexpected.
Not everybody's okay, but I mean, what do you think?
Just crazy.
Thanks, man. I
All
appreciate it.
right.
What's your name?
Chad.
Chad. Thank you.
All right.
You guys just coming out now?
Yeah.
Can you tell me what happened? What'd you see? No.
Thank you, Leslie and Chris. I'm at the warehouse of Kent Moore off 350 Stone City.
So this right here is video and interviews from earlier there at the scene. We thought they were live interviews, but this is coming from Fox 26 in Houston, as they have a reporter and a photographer who are out there just trying to get information just like we are. But to give you a little more updated information, because we just showed you that press conference from Bryan Police, but we have new information about the suspect. What we're hearing is that the shooting, they say they got the first call, authorities got that first call around 2:30 p.m. about a mass shooting in Bryan, Texas. Police say several people had been shot, but they didn't have an exact count at the time. Now, the latest from the police department is that the shooting was at Kent Moore Cabinets, a business in Bryan, Texas. 6 victims total shot, 4 in critical condition, 1 taken to the hospital for asthma issues, and 1 dead at this time. The suspect is now in custody. The suspect, apparently an employee of the business. Bryan Police also saying that they're investigating the scene and interviewing witnesses as well. We just saw a couple of those witnesses walking on the street there. No other details about the suspect has been presented at this time. We do not know the identity of the suspect, just that they are in custody. Bryan Police has also not specified a motive for the mass shooting. And the latest information that we have from Natalie He, Fox 26's reporter out in the field from Texas DPS, they say that a trooper was shot while going after the possible Bryan, Texas suspect. So all of this developing information coming down in just the past 30 minutes or so here, but like we said, local time, central time, this all happened at 2:30, and this is a live look from down in the scene there in Bryan, Texas, as 1 person is dead tonight, 4 people in critical condition. We're going to take this time to go out to a quick commercial break. We appreciate all of you being with us and joining us for our coverage here as we continue to learn more about these mass shootings, multiple mass shootings just in the past couple of days here. So we'll be right back in 2 minutes. We're going to talk a little bit about what's going on at the federal level with the Biden administration. He just spoke out today about gun control legislation. We have a report coming from Washington, D.C. in just 2 minutes. For those of you who are still with us right now, we want to go out to some witnesses' recounts of what happened today in Bryan, Texas. Let's listen in.
Well, what happened at work today?
It was a pretty normal day. After lunch, before lunch, we got some messed up machine, and then when the machine got messed up, it sounds like real loud. And when I started hearing all the shooting, I thought it was a machine, because inside of the factory there's a lot of noises, and I'm like, okay, something got stuck in the machine and something's got happened. And I walk because I heard a lot of voices, but you can't hear what they say. So I ran to the front, and somebody told me, no, there's a shooting, we need to get out of here. So I turned back, and I saw all of us, we bunch of us, running. We run half of the factory, because I work in the middle, and I ran outside. When I ran outside, these three ladies come back to me, like, no, get inside. He's outside in the parking lot. So I ran back to inside, and I hide myself in a little small, when they put the maps on, like a little closet. I hide in the closet. Another lady hide behind something, I don't know. And I hide over there like 10 minutes. I was praying to God for the guy to be gone already, but I don't have no idea. So I started hearing a lot of voices, somebody crying, and I came outside, and there was like 4 of us. All the rest of the people was outside by the fence. And what it surprised me that he was shooting inside, but when he was leaving in the car, he got his gun, and he didn't shoot nobody no more. And all the workers, they were by the fence, and just waiting for him, what he was gonna do. So he ran away with the car, and he didn't shoot nobody else.
But you actually saw him?
No, I didn't saw him. My friend saw him. Oh yeah, they saw him living in the car, in a brown car. And he just with a big gun. I think it was an R-15. I don't know. I don't have no idea. But I think all of us that we surviving all these things, we just born again today. You know, it's so sad that it has to happen in this community in Bryan, Texas, that I always brag about it. This is a peaceful community, you know, just people to work, go home, and, you know, be with the family. And I don't know what happened today.
When you were hiding in there, I'm sure you were
I was
scared.
hiding, I was praying. I turned my phone down. I told my daughter that I love her and my boyfriend, and I didn't know what's going to happen, because I don't know. I thought there were several people involved. So I don't know. So when the squad guys, they got us from the maintenance room, because we were hiding, like me, Silvia, and Carlos and Rosa. And we have put hands up, and he's like, okay. So I feel safe when they show up and they pull us out to the factory, because we were the only ones inside. Because I don't know how these guys so quickly was shooting inside, and then out of the blue, he was in the parking lot already. So that's what I have the idea, that maybe it was just more than person. I don't know. I don't have no idea, but I'm just feel everybody's in shock right now. All of us, and especially the people that saw the people getting hurt. Just pray for the families, you know, and like I told you, you know, we live in this nation that got all the blessings, and I don't know what this happened. I don't get it.
Can you describe the gunfire?
It was, when I heard, it was like boom, 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 boom. It was like 16 times. I never see the guy.
And what was running through your head when you heard that in that moment?
At first, I thought it was the machine. And then when they told me there was a shooting, my legs, they get heavy. You want to run, but it's just like, your body don't react the way it's supposed to. And my heart started beating a lot, and I was like, okay, we were running outside, but I was thinking, okay, all of us running outside, but where's he at? Because I don't know who he was, how he looked like, who you gonna run from. And when I got outside and they told me, no, he's outside, I ran inside again. And me and another lady, Socorro Hernandez, we were the only ones inside. And the line, we hiding under the line, and I hide in the small place, and I was just praying to God, that give me the opportunity to be alive again, because you never know with these people. I remember El Paso, I remember Virginia, and all these shootings going on everywhere. And you never know, because you never know if he's gonna come back or no.
How long were you hiding?
like 10 minutes, and it was a real bad silence. It was, come on, somebody. So finally I heard Sylvia, my coworker, he like, help. So I came out and I looked, and I came out, he like, what happened? My friend, she's almost passed out, she's freaking out. And we tried to calm her down, and then like 10 minutes later, the police got us and take it out, and I feel safe. But all of us, we're still in shock. And I'm real proud of my work. I'm real proud of Kenmore Cabinets. I'm gonna continue working there, because that's how I provide to my family, and I'm proud of it. And I'm proud to be in this community, Stuff happens.
How long have you been working?
I've been working there 10 years.
Which building is it in from here? I can't tell.
It's not that one.
Not that one,
No,
that green sign?
no, the next one. It's the next one, but you don't see nothing because it's going inside. It's like one block from
It's
this
way
side.
down past
Yeah.
that green bus?
Yeah.
Okay. And
One
down there.
something
Okay.
remarkable when my friend, she works with the guy. When he starts shooting, she started running, and she run and to the grass, to the maybe 5 blocks. She said she was real tired, and she was like, everybody's in shock, because the guy, he was a very peaceful guy and calm. He was very calm all the time, and be working there for maybe more than a year. So.
Thank you for talking to me.
You're welcome. He didn't say nothing. I asked already.
And we want to take this time to go out to the most recent press conference from the Bryan Police Department. This is where they confirm a lot of the new information that we have at this point in time. So we'll listen into that and then try to get you some more information on what's going on. Again, the latest is that a DPS trooper was shot during the situation. Tweeted out by Texas DPS, a DPS trooper was shot while pursuing an individual suspected of being involved in the shooting in Bryan. He remains in serious but stable condition. This just coming out within the past hour here. So we'll try to figure out what the latest is. 1 dead, 4 people in critical condition at this time from this mass shooting in Bryan, Texas. But let's listen in to Bryan Police Department for the very latest that they have.
Yeah, y'all said call the control room.
Okay, we're ready out here.
Y'all said to call you.
Okay, stand by, Clay.
Yes, do you see it right now? All right, I am. Yes.
Good afternoon, everybody. Rusty Thread here. We are going to give you an update on the mass shooting that happened this afternoon at Kentmore Cabinets here in Bryan. The police chief, Chief Eric Buskey, is having a news conference right now, so I'm going to put this there and we'll get an update.
Thank you.
Yep. At about 2:30 this afternoon, Bryan Police received a call to Kentmore Cabinets of an active shooter. Officers responded to the scene and arrived in a fairly short period of time. However, the shooter had gone by the time officers got here. They did, however, discover some people hurt that had been shot. Initially, 4 people were transported to St. Joe Hospital in critical condition with gunshot injuries. One other person was transported with no injuries, apparently it was an asthma attack, and 1 person was deceased at the scene. Right now, this is a joint effort between multiple agencies. College Station PD's here, Bryan Fire's here, and many more that I'm missing here responded to assist working this scene. As you can imagine, it's very complex because you have a whole number of workers at the warehouse And so we're sorting through all that and interviewing witnesses and talking to people that know what happened.
Chief, can you provide information about a suspect or suspects at this point?
It's a little bit early for that, but we believe we may.
And we do have a live report coming out of Bryan, Texas from our sister station, Fox 26 in Houston. Let's listen.
Here you can see just down there some of the police units still here on scene. They're conducting their investigation right now, speaking to witnesses here, several employees who they tell me they're on lockdown right now. This is what we know. 6 victims, or actually rather 7 victims confirmed. 4 are in the hospital in critical condition. One is dead on scene. Another is taken to the hospital dealing with asthma issues. Another has sustained minor injuries, non-life threatening. As for the suspect, Governor Greg Abbott actually tweeted that he is in custody. Right now, we're going to hear from a witness who was actually here on the scene. Take a listen.
I ain't talked to law enforcement, but I was trying to help, some of my fellow coworkers, get to, safety or wherever everybody else was trying to get to at the time.
Okay. Did you hear the shooting? Were you that close?
When I got outside, I heard them coming from the back.
So we're actually standing by to hear additional updates from Bryan Police. So we're going to keep you updated right here on Fox 26. Natalie He from Bryan, Texas. Back to you.
And I do want to reiterate, we did have a live report from KBTX anchor, and he was giving us some perspective that there are about 200 people that work at that facility. So a lot more developments, which you can get by downloading the Fox 26 News app. The way to stay connected to this story as it is developing. We'll send you alert notifications for any developments on this story.
Gun violence in this country is an epidemic. Let me say it again. Gun violence in this country is an epidemic, and it's an international embarrassment.
President Joe Biden, they're targeting so-called ghost guns. Ghost guns are unregistered weapons made at home. The White House will also issue a report on firearms trafficking, create a red flag bill, and invest $5 billion in community violence intervention programs. The president also ramping up his pressure on Congress to push through what he calls common sense gun controls. Fox 26 political reporter Greg Grugan here now with more on that and also local reaction.
Yeah, Rashi, with gun violence claiming 106 American lives each day and costing the nation $250 billion every year, the president again called on Congress to do what he cannot. That is, pass into law a slate of measures meant to keep the most lethal weapons out of the hands of the most dangerous people. Biden wants Congress to close the so-called gun show loophole by expanding background checks to include person-to-person and internet sales. The president is also pushing hard for a ban on both military-style semi-automatic rifles and high-capacity ammunition magazines. Here in Houston and at the state capitol, reaction both for and against was passionate.
Guns, you're not going to stop the criminals from having the guns. The only thing you're trying to do is take the law-abiding citizens and take their guns away.
When someone is in the moment of a crisis and has a weapon and starts shooting, those bullets don't choose between Republicans and Democrats. They get people, and that means all of us.
The president reported another troubling fact, that is, homicide is the #1 cause of death for Black American males 15 to 34 years of age. As for gaining enough Republican support to significantly change gun laws, that is still viewed as highly unlikely. In the newsroom, Greg Grugan, Fox 26 News.
Deshaun Watson's attorney accusing attorney Tony Buzbee of violating Texas law by filing anonymous lawsuits. Rusty Hardin has filed a motion asking the court to reveal the names of the women who have filed lawsuits against Watson, alleging sexual misconduct. Hardin issued a statement that reads in part, "While I understand that anonymity often is used as a shield for victims, Mr. Buzbee is using it as a sword while shielding his..." And welcome back here to News Now from Fox. We've been taking the coverage from Fox 26 in Houston on the latest for that Bryan, Texas mass shooting. We are going to keep our eyes on that, but we want to move forward with our own coverage here and step into what's happening with President Biden. He's actually taking action to address gun violence, delivering a speech about his plans from the White House Rose Garden. That was earlier this morning. Fox News correspondent Ray Bogan has more on what the White House wants to do you about the issue. This was before all this happened in Texas. It's an issue that the president says cost the country $280 billion per year. So here's the latest on that.
President Biden is signing executive actions on gun reform to take steps to end what he says is the gun violence epidemic.
And it's an international embarrassment.
The president is ordering the DOJ to issue a proposed rule targeting ghost guns, which are unregistered weapons made at home, issue a report on firearms trafficking, and publish model red flag legislation. The White House will also invest $5 billion in community violence intervention programs.
These are sensible regulations that help ensure that some of the most dangerous elements, the most dangerous guns that are out there, won't be as easy to get and to use.
Attorney General Merrick Garland indicated during his confirmation hearing he was prepared to take action on gun control on behalf of the president.
The role of the Justice Department is to advance the policy program of the administration as long as it is consistent with the law.
Critics describe this as a knee-jerk reaction to gun violence and say it won't do anything to address deaths.
It's not going to make us any safer. It just infringes on our Second Amendment rights.
They're phony arguments suggesting that these are Second Amendment rights at stake from what we're talking about.
President Biden is also nominating gun control advocate David Chipman to be the director of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives. Ray Bogan, Fox News.
And let's go back out to Bryan, Texas. It looks like we will have another update from Bryan Police Department on the latest out there. So far, we just know one person dead, 4 victims in critical condition, and a DPS trooper is also in critical but stable condition. Let's listen in.
Today at about 2:30 p.m., the Bryan Police received a call of an active shooter at Kentmore Cabinets. Officers arrived on the scene by 2:36 p.m., but the suspect had already fled. Multiple units were responded, not just from Bryan PD, but College Station PD, Bryan Fire Department arrived in support. A number of other agencies and officers arrived to assist. While the investigation was occurring here, we had put a broadcast out on the suspect vehicle, and Texas DPS encountered that vehicle. I believe they had a pursuit with that vehicle. I know they had a confrontation with it, and I know that a trooper was shot. You'd have to talk to DPS more about details on that because I don't have those details right now. Here at Bryan, there was one person deceased. There were 4 people critically wounded with gunshots, 1 person less wounded with a gunshot, and someone had an asthma attack. All were transported to the hospital. I can't release names yet. I don't have next of kin notified, so we're still working on that.
Chief, do we have a motive at this point why this suspect went in there?
We really don't have a motive. We know that he was an employee of the cabinet shop, and I don't know a motive right now.
Can you talk a little bit more about the response from the police department, the training that goes into a situation like this, and what exactly unfolded today as far as the response from Bryan PD?
Well, without getting into too much tactical information, policing has really changed over the last few years. And when we have an active shooter, the first officers that arrive on scene will immediately enter the building rather than waiting to get a group of officers together. We're trained to do that, and our officers did that in this case, although the suspect was already gone. We do that because we know that if we intervene sooner rather than later, more people are going to survive that kind of incident.
A worker inside the warehouse told us that the shooter seemed, or she heard that the shooter was targeting specific people. Do you have any information on that?
I don't have any information on that.
Can you tell us where exactly it happened?
It happened at the Kentmore Cabinet Shop, halfway across the building. It's pretty good-sized manufacturing building.
Do you know how long the employee had been working there?
I do not know that.
According to a line worker, they said that he got angry by something. Is there any understanding in regards to what set him off?
I do not know what set him off.
Where was the suspect found?
He was actually arrested by DPS, and I believe in Grimes County, but I don't know the exact location. I think it's the intersection of a couple county roads, I believe.
Do you know what kind of weapon he was using?
He was using, I believe, a handgun.
Chief, what is the police department doing now, and then where does the investigation go for tonight?
Well, we're processing the crime scene to preserve all the evidence that we need to preserve. We're also working on notifying next of kin, and we're still interviewing any witnesses that have not been interviewed yet.
Do you know how many employees were there at the time?
I do not know that.
Chief, initially there was a report that were more than one gunman involved. As of right now, it's just this lone suspect?
Just a lone suspect.
Do we know what he took off in? Was he in a personal car? Or?
I believe a personal car, but I don't know the specifics on that.
So you don't believe there's any other suspects, just the one?
We don't believe there's any other suspects involved in the shooting.
And is it just, it's still 5 individuals that were shot?
It's 4 critical, 1 deceased, and 1 not critical shooting, so 6 were actually shot.
6 were actually
My
shot?
math, anyway.
So I thought somebody had asthma. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
One did have asthma, and that was 1 more person.
Okay, I got you. 6 including the trooper?
No, not counting the trooper.
Oh, 6 not including the trooper. I'm sorry, so 4 critical, 1 deceased, and 1 that's not severely injured?
Correct.
Okay.
But 6 shot and then 1 asthma unrelated.
Correct.
Chief, I know you're not releasing the name of the suspect, but has Bryan police ever had any history with this gentleman?
I'm not aware of any, but that's not definitive.
Okay.
Can you give us an age range?
I'd be basing it on the photographs I saw. I don't know the age.
Is he being taken to the jail now, or does he have any injuries after being
He has no injuries that I'm aware of, and I'm certain detectives are going to want to be talking to him.
How long did it take to apprehend the suspect?
I don't know the exact amount of time, but I would just guess it was about an hour and a half later.
Now we know there was an extensive operation in order to get the suspect in custody. Can you just talk to us about the basic details of what you all had to do in order to try and get the word out and get that suspect into custody?
Well, it starts with when something like this happens, we immediately put a broadcast out on all the police radios and all the surrounding counties and agencies that we're looking for this car. Specifically today, I don't know what occurred because it was a DPS operation as far as capturing him, so I'll be filled in, but I don't know at this moment.
Would it be fair to say that other individuals' injuries are considered non-life-threatening? Would that be the best way to word that?
That'd be the other person shot, is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I believe they're non-life-threatening on that one person.
Okay. Do you know if he's being processed in Grimes County or in Brazos County?
I don't know the answer to that question. I would speculate Brazos County, but it'd be speculation.
As far as employees, can you talk to us about, what they are what they're able to do? Are you talking with them right now? What is the status that employees need to know?
We've had most of them have been interviewed, and most of them have been allowed to leave.
What is happening right now on the scene?
Well, we're processing. It's a fairly large scene because it's a fairly large building, and we're going through processing and gathering evidence, and just putting together all the things that we need to.
Any idea on how many shots were fired? Would you say dozens or?
I don't know.
Did anyone or any witness, tell you any details that you're able to share with us about the state of the employee today? Did they come in on time? Were they in some kind of mood? Were they late? Did they fire right when they started at work?
I don't know any of that information. I mean, it's the middle of the afternoon. I would speculate it was in the middle of a shift, but I don't know that.
Chief, I'm curious your personal thoughts on Bryan, Texas, now being on the growing list of cities that have had a workplace mass shooting.
I think it's indicative of a mental health issue in this country. I think it's my observation in my years of policing that it's done nothing but get worse, and we have to address it.
So the shooting happened in the parking lot or inside the building or both?
I can't really get that specific on primarily inside the building.
And you've confirmed he is an employee at this point?
He is an employee.
And he was working today, is that correct?
I don't know that for sure.
Just to understand also, how did he acquire the firearm?
I have absolutely no idea. That's way early. I mean, we'll figure that out, but that's something that happens in days, not minutes or hours.
Was the handgun recovered here on site?
I don't know. I know it was not recovered here on site. I don't know if it's been recovered.
Is it a pistol? You don't know.
I don't know.
And Mel, what from now? What happens from now, here on out?
Well, we do all the things like backtrack the weapon. We interview other witnesses that might be there. We talk to family members to help determine what a motive is. I mean, it's just basic police work, which really is just doing one thing after another that makes logical sense.
Chief, what's your message to folks who know people who worked here, folks who worked here, as well as the broader community, folks who are feeling shaken right now?
Well, I certainly understand why they feel shaken, but I appreciate all the cooperation we received from the employees. They were very helpful and very receptive to assisting us with this.
Chief, are the employees still on lockdown in the facility, or were they?
No, they were not. We did not lock them down. We kept them together outside of the building, but no, they were not in lockdown, and most of them have been allowed to leave.
Chief, you know how many shots might have been fired during this incident?
I don't know.
More than 10?
It'd be pure speculation on my part.
Any idea where the victims were shot?
I don't know that either.
you know the length of time that the incident occurred?
Well, I mean, we got the call at about 2:30 p.m. Officers arrived at 2:36, and the suspect was already gone, so it was a pretty short period of time.
Oh, wow.
Chief, is there anything you can tell us about his role, his position here?
I don't know. I know he was an employee, but I don't know what he did here.
Okay. As far as the 6 victims that were shot, can you tell his gender, his age ranges, things like that?
We will have that information. I don't have that information right now.
When can we expect an update from you all?
I would think that we'd probably be able to put out some kind of an update, probably on Twitter or something later this evening.
This will be the last press conference.
Yes, that's my plan.
Okay,
In context of, how often have you seen something like this happen in this city?
This is the first incident like this in this city that I'm aware of.
Any reports of the suspect mentioning any sort of violence on social media or any red flags like that?
No, I'm not aware of anything like that, but that's one of the things that we do as part of the investigation as we dig into it and drill in.
Any other information from fellow employees or things like that?
We'll be talking to a lot of people.
Any federal agencies participating in this right now?
We had some federal agencies that participated in the sense that they provided manpower support.
But how many employees have you talked to so far?
I would just be basing on looking at it. I would say it was 50 or 60.
Okay, thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Chief, how do you pronounce your last name?
Busky?
Thank you. And your first name?
Eric Busky?
Eric Busky.
Eric Busky.
And Chief, since I got here late, can you just say the opening statement again for me?
Yeah, I sure can.
The police chief, they're out of Bryan, Texas. Here's what we know now. This suspect allegedly used a handgun. It's just one suspect at this time that they are talking about. Let's get out of this shot here and bring you out to this tweet. This is also something that we are learning right now. A DPS trooper was also shot while pursuing an individual suspected of being involved